Hello. How is everyone doing? Hopefully we have no issues like tech-wise. How is everyone doing? Everyone good? Everyone good? I hope you all enjoyed that, because when I found that, I swear to God, I've watched that, what you just watched, for, I don't know, hours. It's got to be hours at this point. I had it on repeat. I've got two monitors, right? This is my main monitor I use right now. I've got a monitor on my side here, and I just like have it on repeat on this other monitor. I couldn't turn it off. I couldn't turn it off. It's like, what? I ain't complaining, you know? So, yeah. It's stupidly cute. Apparently it's a, well, not apparently, it is. It's basically a Cartethia skin redraw version of a, I don't know, is she Hololive or Nijisanji? I can't remember. Honma Himawari. It's another VTuber. And it's her loading title thing before she gets into her streams. So once I found that, I was like, you know? But yeah. Why is Nikki and WuWa and Near Concert livestream all at the same time? I have no idea. From Kurosanji. Interesting. It's from VTuber. It is a VTuber. Nijisanji? Okay, we'll just say it's Nijisanji. I'll be honest, I'm like, of course I'm in the space of like gacha, otaku, all sort of thing. VTubers are something I have never really been interested in. I only follow a few VTubers because, I don't know, just not because they're VTubers, but just because they're doing something that I'm interested in, which is, like, again, goes to Wuthering Waves. You got, like, say, Sera or Yomi or stuff like that. And so, yeah. So, are my expectations high for the live stream? I have absolutely no idea. I'll be completely honest, I have absolutely no idea what this live stream is going to be like. Because, right. I'm keeping my expectations low. I'm keeping my expectations low for my own sake, for my own benefit. I hope it'll be good, but I'm keeping my expectations low because I don't want to get, like, you know. But also on top of that, you guys are gonna hate me. You guys are gonna hate me. You're gonna absolutely hate this take. I know for a fact you're gonna hate this take. Right. I'm looking forward to the live stream, of course, but I will say that while it was cute, I wasn't overly fond of the live stream trailer. You know? Like, if it was a part of a trailer, then sure, no problem. But like, it's the entire thing. It kind of gives off the wrong impression, in my opinion, of like what this game is. So I'm hoping it's not going to be all like that. You know, that's all I can say. But I'm trying not to have a repeat of the whole PPTSD incident. You know, I'm trying to not do that. Flola, yeah, regardless. That's so. Don't worry about it. You would have preferred PGI Chibi. That's fair. Roddy Raven, thanks for the sub. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. And so, yeah, what I wanted to do today. First of all, I have a big bottle. This is not urine, just so we're okay. This is actually umeshu. Umeshu is Japanese apricot plum wine, like mixed with water, like watered down. You can drink it straight. I'm gonna have it like with water because I don't want to get too drunk. So I do have a drink with me. So we have that, and so I'll just open this now. Get my first glass up. I haven't had a drink for a while, in fact. So it'll be quite interesting. Infused water, tap water. I ain't posh like that. I'm very, very poor. Want to make a bingo? Oh yeah, I made a bingo. I definitely made a bingo. It was me. I don't know if Rinku's in chat, but yeah, it was me, wasn't it, Rinku? I made the bingo. It wasn't you. No. Definitely not you. No, it was definitely me. And if you said it was you, you're gonna be lying. Because it was 100% me. And I don't want you lying and saying it was you, because it wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. Not in the slightest. I'll show you the one I made. It was me. 1 second. Right. So let's go into display here. Oh, where's my camera? There we go. Right. So we have this bingo card here. It is a PGR collab. Perhaps we had a bit of a hint towards that in the interview with Solon in my last video. Battle Pass changes. Glider wing skin. Cube Chibi minigame. I have not looked at leaks. I have no idea. I'm really curious, like, what the hell is going on with those cube chibis? Like, they're cute. Don't get me wrong. Like, why would that be the main thing? Genshin Ling Yang buff. Free Chakona. We already got a free 5-star weapon. I don't know. But mind you, saying that, I didn't think we were going to get a 5-star weapon anyway, so maybe. I mean, I made this. I'm saying that to myself because I made this. New area. Pog cosplay on stream. I have not heard the word Pog in a while. Of course, I used it though, because I made this. I made it. Housing system. Chokona concert. QTE with Chokona. Cube Chibi plushies. Solon and Dong. If we do not get Solon and Dong in this live stream, I will probably riot. An anime collab. Stat reroller. I hope so. They need to address the echo issue. It is an issue. I don't care what anyone says. Final Fantasy collab. Oh, you could never. Free pulls. Universal flight. As in, like, a flight all around the world, even like in the old areas like Huanglong as well. Free 5-star. I mean, that's like a kind of. I mean, free Chikona is like kind of got both there. End credit teaser. Changli summer skin. New Solon meme face. Hot Zani second form. I mean, we saw that in the drip marketing. Like, we saw like she's got like the rip shirt. So, I mean, probably. Selector on standard banner. A Genshin collab. Oh yeah, I should have put Genshin collab in there. A Genshin collab would be sick. You know? Konbanwa cheesecake. Yeah. QTE with Chikona as the rhythm game. That would be pretty cool. I love playing Stepmania. Has anyone played Stepmania? Yeah, also, by the way, no spoilers. No spoilers. If anyone spoils, then you're gonna rot in hell. You know? So there's that. Right. So, in the lead up to the anniversary live stream, which will be up. Well, it'll start in 2 hours from now. Well, 1 hour 50 minutes. But I have had people ask me over and over and over and over and over and over again for the past week or so. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? I can speak English sometimes. You still got ads? I turned ads off. 1 second. Wait. I turned ads off. I know for a fact I did. 1 second. Can I turned ads off? On YouTube side. No, I've got you can't turn ads complete. I'm going to turn monetization off. Okay, save. Right. So monetization is completely off now. I switched to a setting to have it make it so I had to proc the ads. So that basically turned it off. But I don't know, apparently it was working, so I just turned them off entirely. So cool. Right. I did try to turn off, I swear to God, I've tried to turn off ads on YouTube side. You can't do it on Twitter, on the Twitch side, unfortunately. I do apologize. Unless you subscribe, you know. Well, so yeah. Right. So I have been asked over and over and over again to what my opinion is on the Pseychie video. This video right here, like, it's all the same. A deep critique on Genshin and Wuthering Waves mediocre storytelling, or story writing, should I say. I have watched it. Well, I actually scrubbed through it. I didn't watch it all because I was busy that day. I haven't watched it all. I've watched bits of it. And apparently this guy got a lot of flack for this. Like, a lot of flack for this. Have you seen what happened yesterday on Cap stream? No. I haven't watched anyone's stream in the past 3 weeks or something like that. So I've been asked what my opinion is on this. Like, is he correct? Is he not correct? And he actually made a follow-up video as well, because he got a lot of backlash for this. So I think we should watch it, and I want to see, is this guy correct or not? So yeah. Adocrute, welcome in. Right, so I'm going to get my headphones on and give myself like a dimple on my head. Okay, right, so, also, by the way, if you hear anything in the background of like, arigato gozaimasu, it's because it's like election season right now, like local election season, and they've got all the people riding around in cars with like megaphones, like, thank you very much. It's like, we've got like 19 people. This is not a big town. We've got like 19 people, 19 different cars, constantly driving around, saying, thank you, come on, support me, please. It's like, just shut the fuck up, you know? Okay, right, so that's a separate thing. So if you hear that in the background, that's what it is. So let's have a look at this, shall we?
I personally think Genshin and Wuthering Waves have mediocre story writing.
Also, by the way, this is not going to be a YouTube video because I do not post React content on my YouTube thing. Just so we're all clear. This is not going to be a YouTube video. I don't care. I've just been asked what my opinion is on this. It'll be on the VOD. That's about it. I am not interested in making any kinds of content. It's just not what I do. Yep. All right.
These are the two biggest open-world gacha games today, but there's something about the way their characters and plot are presented that I just can't get into.
Okay, plot
Static
presented.
characters with only one trope, mountains of lore that's uninteresting or unexplained, and dialogue bloat that just keeps going in circles without any actual substance. This is a phenomenon that I thought Wuthering Waves would learn and be able to break out of, but I feel it's fallen into more or less the same trap. Why is it that...
All right. It depends on, well, for this part, he's speaking specifically about Wuthering Waves right now. He's saying this is something I hope Wuthering Waves would have learned from and like avoided, and I agree with that. Like, that's something I also want them to learn from and avoid as well. There are certain things in the storytelling that I have raged about and will rage about and will continue to rage about for the end of time. Specifically, like in terms of mountains of text with no visual interest, talking about things that no one gives a flying about. I'm trying not to swear, I swear. I'm trying not to swear, I swear, I promise. And when it comes to certain jargon as well, like it should be the jargon should be drip fed slowly and explained, and like just like ease people into it, like not just like boom, there you go, jargon city. Like, yeah, no. They had a bit of issues with that in the 1.x, particularly 1.0, the first acts 1, 2, 3. I know that a lot of people had that issue. For me, it wasn't too much jargon. I understood a lot of it, but like I said in my video regarding Wuthering Waves, like if you felt like there was that issue in terms of jargon in Wuthering Waves, then I'm not going to say you're wrong for thinking that at all. For me personally, I think the main thing was that it was all in this like extra lens of jargon. Like it was all being set up through this extra layer of words that we're not used to, i.e. putting everything through like a Chinese layer. Not meaning like in a sense of like being anti-China, but like, for example, with the terminal, the terminal is, believe it or not, it's a jargon term. It's a jargon. It's a word of jargon. But they added another layer on top of that with the I don't know if I butcher the pronunciation. I do apologize. It's like the Jiankun, which means like universe. Like they call it the universe thing in there, and they've also got the other words as well. So you're like learning the word for terminal, and then you got all these other things, and you're learning the extra word for terminal as well. Like Jiankun, is that the terminal? Is that the other thing? And you don't really get. You don't really follow what's going on. Pangu. What was the Jiankun? Okay, so that's another word. It's like Pangu, Jiankun. I've got all these other different words as well. It's like, okay, yeah, don't really need that, you know? So, so when it comes to like learning from this, I hoped that Wuthering Waves would have learned that lesson. In saying that though, I think they have been listening to people, again, Dev Listen moment, where they allowed people to skip a lot of the story right from the get-go, even from 1.0. Not all of it, but then they listened, then people were still complaining, yeah, we need to skip more. And so they implemented it so you could basically skip everything, which is good. And if you do skip, then they give you a summary, which is pretty useful. So, but on the point of like, I'm in the camp like, sure, if you're going to have all this, at least have the option to skip it for those that want to skip it. But better yet, well, have that, of course. Better yet, make it interesting. And within the first few arcs of Wuthering Waves, some parts weren't that interesting, but it was fine enough for me. Like for me, whenever I felt the need to go to the skip button, it ended. So I was good for that. But you know, it is what it is. Make a bingo. We just went through a bingo earlier.
That even though both companies have written some good stories in their previous games,
right,
they failed to keep up the momentum here. Today, I want to talk about it.
Okay.
Like, really talk about it. The more I looked into the topic, the more I realized that this trend of lackluster story writing may have seeped into the gacha space as a whole. Normally, I don't like discussing the big titles in the gacha market, but since this has seemingly become a trend in these open-world games, I want to make this video as a warning and critique on why I think this is happening and what people can learn from it. I know when tackling a topic as subjective as story, I want to make it clear that the information provided in this video is from my own opinions, and you are allowed to disagree or critique it as well.
And many people did, apparently. So, and again, I don't want to be stopping too much, because I don't want, this is a 42, like I said, he showed it, a 42-minute, 25-second video. If I stop through all this, we're not going to get through the entirety of it before we get to the actual live stream. So I'm going to like throw like, yeah, he's right here, he's wrong there for this reason, and we're just going to see. I'm not going to stop that much, okay? Just so we're all clear.
My name is Pseychie, and after holding off on talking about storytelling in gacha games, let's finally get into it.
Okay.
If you know me, the story is one of the few aspects of a gacha game that I don't review. The reason for this is twofold. The first is that, as mentioned before, storytelling is extremely subjective. If your response to someone else critiquing the narratives is, well, I enjoyed it, that's great. I'm glad you did.
Okay.
Don't let anyone tell you how to enjoy your favorite game. It's like eating the food and listening to the music you like. Why do you like eating hamburgers? I don't know. I just like the taste of it, I guess.
Right.
You don't need a concrete reason to like or dislike the story in any medium. And I feel it's sort of a moot point to try and prove that someone else is enjoying something the wrong way.
No. Right. He used the example of a hamburger, which is weird. I've used a hamburger analogy quite a few times in the past few weeks. Sure. If you are enjoying a hamburger, if I go to McDonald's and I buy a hamburger from there and I enjoy it, I'm not going to let anyone say to me that you can't enjoy that hamburger. That's fine. That comes down to subjective opinions. However, in saying that, there are other things, there are other like objective metrics to say what makes a good hamburger or not. So when it comes to like to story writing, storytelling, there are certain objective metrics. Like how is it presented? The writing, the pacing, the characterization, the story as a whole, all of these things are objective. People's perception of that is subjective, but you can still look at these things and make a relatively objective opinion on that kind of thing. So I don't really agree entirely with what he's saying right there. It doesn't really make too much sense. Navrican, welcome in. I'm having a great weekend. Thank you very much. So that's not true. Like if I get a burger, like I said, a burger from McDonald's or a burger made by Gordon Ramsay, and he has made a YouTube video like how he made his best like Michelin star burgers. So you got these two burgers here. I think you can objectively say one burger is better than another. You know? I mean, I think that's kind of fair to say. Your enjoyment of the burger is subjective. So no, that analogy doesn't exactly play out, you know? It doesn't actually
The
make sense.
second reason is more specific to gacha games. As you know, some of them have extremely well-written narratives.
Mm-hmm.
One problem.
Okay.
Gacha games also have this unbreakable curse that the story only starts to ramp up after a
Right, why is it... Okay, wait. I've got so many people like in the chat saying, he skipped the story. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking? Are you talking to me about him? Or are you saying that I skipped this? Wait, what? What is going on? I don't think it matters. Guys, it doesn't matter. I don't care if he skipped certain parts of the story. I don't care. What I care about is like, what is he saying? Right?
long way from the beginning.
I don't care.
As a content creator with limited time to spend per video,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how far in before the story gets good, and I don't know how long it'll take for me to get there. Spending that much time to invest in something that might get good is simply not an efficient use of my time.
I completely agree with this. I completely fucking agree with this. Like, this goes to why I don't enjoy certain titles, or I will not even try to get into certain titles, because they're just so fucking... It takes so long to get to the good part, right? Like, how many episodes is One Piece out right now? It's like 1,156, I want to say? I looked at it recently, just a few days ago. Too many fucking episodes. And apparently it gets really, really good around the 800 episode. I'm like, I am not watching 799 episodes of One Piece just to get to the good shit. Nah, I'm good. And then it also comes as well to the same thing with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I know for a fact all of you will like hate me for this. But I think, personal opinion, I think JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is overrated to fuck. And speaking as someone that watched the first 2 seasons and started the third, I'm like, all right, I'm out. No, this is bullshit. Fuck this. When does it get good? Because this is no. And my problem with that is just, again, the characters. The characterization just doesn't make any fucking sense. And you get then people say, it's Bizarre Adventure. It's supposed to be bizarre for a reason. I'm like, yeah, cool. Have things in the world that are bizarre. There's like Looney Tunes. There's a lot of bizarre stuff that happens in Looney Tunes, right? However, when it comes to the characters have a certain degree of consistency. And there was like a considerable lack of consistency. Like, it was consistently inconsistent, which I don't really agree. And also, I don't really like, where there's no consistency in the rules that are set up in the world, the characterization of the characters, like their history and like their interactions with other characters, or just like anything. Case in point, I've used this example before. Which one was it? Fuck. Right. I think it was whatever it was. The Joe lives in a rich family, and then the other guys, Dio, whatever it is, the vampire guy. It's been years since I bothered trying to watch this fucking series. He kills his father. They don't know that. He gets adopted into Jojo's family. First thing he does after he gets off the carriage is kick the dog 50 feet across the fucking yard Joe sees that, gets understandably upset. What are you doing to my dog? Like, yeah, he just got adopted into this family. First thing he does after stepping off the carriage is to kick the dog. Yeah? And this guy's supposed to be a secret fucking mind, an evil genius. He's a very conniving, very, very manipulative. Really? That's a very stupid fucking thing to do, isn't it? And then not after that, if I saw someone kick my dog, I would never forgive them in my entire life. But then we do a flash forward. No, wait, no. After that, he eventually does kill the dog. He puts the dog in an incinerator. That's off screen. Thank God for that. And the Jojo's suspicious of him. Flash forward. Jojo's like, hey, come here. Yeah, he's like really buddy-buddy with this guy. I don't know about you, but fuck that shit. No. Jojo as a series is, at least the ones I've seen, are overrated to fuck. And I'm not even going to, people say, oh, it gets good when you get to like the 3rd or 4th season. I ain't going to give it that chance. I've got better shit to do with my time. Thank you very much. Right. Anyway, so, yeah. So, I agree with this. With this point here of like, you have to watch a certain amount. You have to invest this massive amount of time just to get to the good shit. Nah. I'll give something about a movie's worth. Like well, for a game, I'll give it a bit, like maybe 2 or 3 movies worth. So if it's like an anime, I'll give it like 3 episodes before I start getting bored. I'm like, nah, I'm good. If it's a game, I'll give it, say, around about 4 or 5 hours of playtime before I'm like, is it good yet? If it's something that I have been assured that it's definitely good, I'll give it maybe 10 max. But this is, you know? I'm so bad. Guys, it's just the way I feel, you know? There are a lot of series that are like hyped up like as being such masterpieces. I'm like, no. Anyway, let's continue.
And I should just explore the aspects of the game that can be judged from a more objective perspective. Now, storytelling and writing, while most of it is subjective, there are absolutely objective qualities that one can observe.
Well, he says,
these are issues that I find pretty prevalent in the 2 biggest open world titles out right now. Please note that I've thoroughly enjoyed playing Genshin and Wuthering Waves. I spent 2 years on Genshin and the past 6 months on WuWa. They both have many other good qualities that I can praise all day, but this is a critique on purely the story writing and nothing else.
Purely the story
also,
writing.
Since these 2 games have a sort of a war between the fan bases, just so people don't label me as a Hoyo or Kuro shill, instead of playing sides, I'm just gonna roast both of them.
Cool.
To establish some rules, I understand that
I will say though, when it comes to taking sides, for example, sometimes taking a side is being the actual objective viewpoint. For example, let's say a match between 2 teams. They play 2 teams. They play their match. One team gets 3 points. The other team gets 1 point. And then you being the objective person, you say that team won. You're not taking that team's side. You are being objective, saying no, that team won. That team won. Whereas the fans can say, oh no, but okay, that team won. It doesn't matter. So trying to be even-handed in certain aspects when it's not exactly equal, if you're trying to make up for that, in the effort of being seen as neutral, you are in fact being unobjective. You are being biased. I don't know what his side is, but I just want to put that out there as well. Neutrality is not the same as objectivity. People always say, just be neutral. Just be neutral. Yeah. No. Fuck neutrality. Be objective. That's the difference.
that certain creative directions can be
Have you seen Tuhu's video? Yes, I have.
restricted by the live service model of gacha games.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really expect them to do any major branching storylines or altering the world to a drastic degree.
Okay.
Any choices that the player can make is inconsequential or minimal at best. Maybe it changes how a small portion of the world looks, but these games can only tell stories in a linear fashion. It's unreasonable to expect any player choices that actually amount to much.
Yeah.
And that's just due to how these games are set up.
Unfortunately.
There are plenty of ways to tell a good linear story, but this is the first thing I want to bring up. Something else that open world games can do easily compared to other genres is environmental storytelling. This is actually done pretty well in both games, and it can be done in multiple ways. Since Teyvat and Solaris 3 are littered with regions and
I'm waiting for you to get to the criticisms
random
now.
loot in the world can often lead the player into side quests and other rewards. If there's something shiny or interesting, players will naturally be drawn towards it.
Yeah, that's something that was. I remember watching how they made Fallout, the Fallout series, like Fallout 3 and Las Vegas. The main thing when it comes to that open world where they had so many quests, and this is something that these games could take great inspiration from, and I think they probably should, is wherever you look, there's always at least three different landmarks that you can see in the distance. And once you go to those landmarks, you'll be able to find certain things that would lead you onto a quest, and those quests also lead you onto other quests in other locations. And that's how they interweave the quests to make sure that players are able to find maybe not everything, but almost most things. Guys, there's fucking noisy outside, I swear to God. But yeah, so that is a lesson that these games should take from those kinds of open world games. And I swear to God, if someone says, but it's a gacha game, shut the fuck up. I'm tired of that. That is a cop-out argument, and it should be buried under the ground. Anytime I hear anyone say, but it's a gacha game, no. There are certain things, there are certain tropes that happen in gacha games, but I've said this before, I'll say it again, I will continue to say it. Gacha is a monetization model. Gacha has absolutely zero to do with the characters, story, or storytelling, or anything. Nothing. Not even the gameplay, because all these different gacha games, you got puzzle gacha games, you got rhythm gacha games, you got otome gacha games, like dating gacha games, you got open world gacha games, you got turn-based gacha games. You've got fucking everything, and it spans a lot of different things, and they have certain tropes, of course, but there's nothing that really ties them all together besides the monetization model. So anyone that says it's a gacha game is copping out. So that's why I said in my other videos as well, gacha games should take inspiration and learn from the lessons that all the other established games in the world have already gone through. Why try to reinvent the wheel? They're trying to they've got a square. They've got a square here. Okay, why this isn't rolling quite well. Let's cut. They're trying to literally make the wheel again. They're going through all the lessons that all the other games have gone through. Skip all that. Look at what they're doing. Yoink. Twist. Pretty simple.
It's like when I explored Renacida in Wuthering Waves. Wandering the streets, I noticed there is a polymorphed bathtub creature. It's then that I saw a prompt to enter it, and your character will just sit in it while the tub lazes around. This doesn't do anything, but it's still cool and goofy to experience. Later on, while exploring the region, I saw a boat in the midst of a dark ravine.
Okay.
I boarded it, jumped through a waterfall, and was greeted by a breathtaking vista. The game didn't tell me to do these things.
Okay.
I found them out myself, which makes the experience more memorable and organic. Presentation is clearly the strong suit of these games. Both cutscene and environmental designs are stylized and flashy.
Cutscenes are
There's a
decent,
shiny
even in
coat of
Genshin.
paint on top of whatever story is being told. I don't think many would argue that these games look bad from a visual
And when I say cutscenes are decent in Genshin, I mean the actual animated CGI cutscenes. Just so we're clear. Can you hear that?
perspective.
Hi,
They're
Tan.
often a sight to behold, and I can even recount some instances I stopped exploring just to take screenshots. Now that we've
that's
gotten
fair.
the pleasantries out of the way,
I did the same thing.
let's discuss writing.
There we
For
go.
this video, I will be honing down on Genshin's Natlan storyline and Wuthering Waves' Renacida storyline.
Okay.
Both are the most recent major explorable regions in their respective games. I will be bringing in
Cinematics,
callbacks
yes.
from other portions in the story, but I will be mostly narrowing down on these two specifically. Let's
Okay.
start from the absolute fundamentals.
Okay.
A common question that I often ask myself when it comes to engaging with story writing is,
This
why should I care?
agreed. This is the biggest problem. And I do not. You guys can go back and check if you want to. But in my videos, whenever I'm covering Genshin, or whenever I'm covering Wuthering Waves, or whenever I'm covering like, Honkai Star Rail, or whatever it is, I never really compare. I make a slight dig here and there. Like in my review of the Renacita 2.2 story, the latest one. I said that they did it better in Penacony with the gravity mechanics. I'm like, okay, they should have brought that in. But I never really compare. It's like, oh, this is why this is better than this. I've never done that. In my video for HSR, I never referenced Wuthering Waves. I never referenced any other game. Perhaps, no, Genshin. I did. Sorry, Genshin. That's it. But I think that's fair. It's the same company. And same thing with my videos on Wuthering Waves. I never mentioned any other game either. So, TLL, hi, welcome in. Thank you. But yeah, the question of why should I care? That's what I was asking to bring Honkai Star in this with Robin. Why should I care? Why should I? And same thing with Aventurine as well. They were really trying to make me care. I'm like, no, you're doing the opposite. I don't give a fuck.
The first piece of the puzzle begins with setting expectations. The central goal of Genshin's traveler revolves around finding his or her sibling.
Mm-hmm.
This is their ultimate objective when wandering around the world of Teyvat.
Mm-hmm.
While most of the regions sidetrack the traveler quite a bit, the interlude quests guide you back on track while giving just enough motivation to remind you what you've been fighting for all this time.
Alright, here's another hot take. I think Dainsleif is also overhyped as shit. He's the type of character that you would design if you're 13. He's like, oh, this character's so cool. I'll give him a cape. He's gonna be black. He's gonna have an eye patch. He's gonna speak in this really weird and really no. Jesus Christ. He's like the embodiment of Chunibyo, of like the middle schooler syndrome. Like his voice is good, but like his design. Twitch died. Wait, what? What do you mean Twitch died? Wait. I'm getting confused. Where is that? We're back? How did Twitch die? What the hell? I'm so confused. Sorry about that. I haven't got a notification on my I haven't got a notification on my side, but OBS is being a bitch, of course. Dainsleif looks like a kid in a Halloween costume. Yeah. He looks like a 13-year-old playing being a badass. Yeah. Again, Twitch side, I do apologize. I don't know what it is. YouTube, not YouTube. OBS is just being a dick, you know? All right, let's continue.
I often enjoy these quests as I felt more connected to the traveler at a personal level, and when I felt my motivations were most aligned with the traveler's. When Aether finally meets with an image of his sister, it gives off a sense of catharsis that you just don't often feel while playing the game.
You're the only one in this world who calls me that.
That's fair.
Journeying to Natlan was a bit of a strange feeling right after having completed, in my opinion, one of the more emotional interlude quests, as I felt that Natlan didn't have any direct leads that would allow the traveler to reunite with their sibling, but rather they were just journeying there just for the hell of an adventure.
Yeah, I also thought the same thing. Like, why the hell are we going to Natlan in the first place? Did I miss something? I don't know why we was going there. And again, they've done this several times in Genshin where they'll have the characters, like the brother and sister, like meet up in some way, in some fashion. And then it's just like, oh, it's just a dream. Or, oh, then they forgot. Like, oh, fuck. I mean, it ruins the point. Like, I'm not going to get invested this time because why should I? Why should I? There's no point.
However, I actually quite liked the first act of the Natlan Archon quests. You meet Kachina first, an aspiring warrior hoping to participate in the upcoming tournament. But her former allies doubt her strength and leave her without a team. This might be a wild take, but Kachina, in my opinion, is the only well-developed character in this questline. She has some degree of personality, has personal aspirations,
actual like facial emotions in there,
and serves as a good vehicle to introduce you to the region. There's even a portion of the story later where she reminisces on callbacks to your adventures. Yes, the only character I felt some sort of emotional attachment to was a 4-star. As you roam the painted cliffsides and lovable wildlife, you meet Kanich and Mulani in preparation for a tournament to decide the best warrior that will lead the nation to battle.
It's just explaining like the setup for like
Act
what this
1 is a good start.
is about.
You have the excitement of a competition to flow into how the Nation of War does its traditions.
Nation of War, guys! She looks like a really strong warrior.
While also introducing the Pyro Archon, Malvika. There doesn't need to be a lot of stakes since...
I also need to say, right, guys, I know there was a big kerfuffle about this online, but I had been playing Genshin for the longest time, and I remember, right, I know for a fact I'm going to get people to hate me for this, but Natlan is based on Aztec and African culture. We all know this. We all know this. It's guaranteed. It's like it's confirmed. We all know this. Anyone who says that it isn't is lying. It is. It's a made up world, but the things, the style and aesthetic and everything in here is based on Aztec and African. God, that's so noisy. And African culture, right? I remember since the start from Mondstadt where there were people asking or just like, where's the racial diversity in there? And people said, and I was on this side as well. This area is based on the like feudal European, German, European, and it's not really. It's a bit odd. Maybe we don't really need it right there. That's fine. And then we went to China. Same thing there. Chinese people, sure. Japan, same thing there. Not that much racial diversity in feudal Japan, unless you like Ubisoft. But then after that, we go to Sumeru, which is based on Indian culture, like Indian, like that area as well. We had these conversations being brought up again, and people were saying this is based on Indian culture. I remember this at the time, guys. It was always exactly wait for Natlan. Shut up. Wait for Natlan. Wait for Natlan. You're getting ahead of yourself. Wait for Natlan. If you want racial diversity, wait for Natlan. You're going to get it in Natlan. Yeah? These people, I was not a part of this. I was like, yeah, it would be cool, sure, whatever. But I remember, like, standing outside, like, on the sidelines here. I remember these conversations. I remember them all the time being told, wait for Natlan. And when Natlan comes out, and there was a significant lack of racial diversity on the area that is based on significant pigmentation in the Aztec and African continents, they said, okay, we've been told to wait for Natlan. Natlan's here. Where's our racial diversity? It's like, oh, why are you bringing this up now, guys? Why are you bringing this up? Oh, come on. You're always talking about it. Fuck, dude. All right. Whatever. I mean, yeah. Just whatever. It's fuck's sake. I'm like, you're too woke. I'll put it another way. If there was a location in any game and it was based on, say, Victorian or Tudor era England, right? And it was like nothing but Chinese people or nothing but Indians, nothing but whatever, I'd be like, yeah, no, that's a bit weird. That's like really fucking weird. And that's what I'm just saying. Just like put the shoe on the other foot. I'm just saying. British man talking about race. This is class. That's just my opinion. I think it's weird. I remember people being told to shut the fuck up and wait for Natlan. They waited. They didn't get it. So when they asked for it, you told us to wait. We did wait. But like, I'm just saying it's weird, bro.
Since the job is to welcome the player to Natlan's distinct culture.
I'm just saying.
Act 1 does it really well.
I'm just saying.
In a nation of war, when worthy warriors are killed in combat, they can be resurrected via the Ode of Resurrection.
Cool.
Shortly after, the inciting instant is when the sacred flames start dying out, and fails to bring back Kachina after she fell in battle. This actually upset me a bit when I got to this part, since I felt more connection to Kachina than any of the other Natlan casts. I think seeing her fall in battle would have made it hit even harder.
True.
But hey, this is a family-friendly game. We can't show stabbing. That's way too violent. In any case, the nation must find some way to rekindle the fire and repel the abyss before it's too late.
Okay.
Not to mention before the
They play back Beacon? No, it's not available in Japan and I can't do it, so no.
General populace notices
I want to, though.
and loses morale. Malvika had already come up with a plan to defeat the abyss. By resurrecting herself while Natlan rebuilt itself 500 years ago, 6 warriors will be chosen that would eventually fight alongside Malvika against the abyss. It's admittedly a clever and ambitious plan, and it does show off her reliability as a leader. It's then that the Fatui Harbinger,
Japanese plum wine,
comes to take the regent's gnosis. He argues that since only half of the 6 warriors have been chosen, a better strategy is to use the power of the gnosis to strengthen the ley lines in Natlan instead. He wishes to achieve the same goals,
Share? No.
just with a more extreme method. This establishes that the captain shares the same interests as Natlan and has some ties to the region.
Good.
Whether or not he has ulterior motives remains to be seen at this point. There's a couple other chapters featuring the other Natlan cast members, though I wasn't able to form an emotional connection with them, to be honest.
Yeah,
Most of them
that's
came
the
off
bad
as
part.
rather friendly to the Traveler, and aside from surface level development, there was no significant change to their relationship. It's hard to get invested in their characterization if all their personality and motives are expressed through dialogue instead of being shown what they actually do. For example, Shilonen is an expert craftsman who knows her way around
Show,
the
don't
forest.
tell.
One of the main driving forces of the plot
This
is
problem with
forging
show, don't
something
tell.
called the ancient name for the Traveler. Given that they are a foreigner, it's especially difficult to forge one. And she goes on a tangent on just how impossible the task sounds. Well, a couple acts later, she just forges it and gives it to you. One of the most important
You know what would be really cool is that if it should have been part of the story of like, you are the person that helps forge that. Like, you have to, maybe you have to gather certain materials to do things, and then you have to do certain things to help craft it. I'm thinking like just, what was it? I remember. You had to like time your jumps to like pump the air into the furnace. I don't know how she made it, because we don't know how she made it because it's like off screen. But let's just like, she forged it like as you would forge like a metal weapon or something like that. I remember another game, I can't remember which one it was, where you have to jump on the air blower at certain intervals to keep the fire at a certain rate. If you pump too fast, the fire will get too hot and it'll ruin it. If you pump too slow, the fire will get too cold and the fire will get too cold and it'll ruin it. So you have to jump at the perfect rate. Again, make it like a quick time event. You could do that. Quick time, like with the music things where you got to get it at the right time. Do that and have us be the ones that collect all the materials needed to make this, and then we bring it to the forge. She's forging it, but you're doing something to help with that forging process. Like I said, where you could do that with a quick time event where you're pumping the air into the fire to help forge the ancient name here. That's how you can implement gameplay into the story. And the fact that they don't do that is where, in my opinion, and we can talk about this later on, that I think Hoyoverse, specifically to do with Genshin and Honkai Star Rail, for now anyway, are not putting in the effort, like, at all. But that's another conversation.
plot points of the entire arc just happens off camera. Thanks, I guess. One of the other frustrating aspects is the characterization of Malvika. She's regarded as too perfect, and that's kind of the problem. When a character only has one side or trait to play off of, then they can rarely be considered as multifaceted or dynamic. These traits are more suitable for your generic one-off NPCs and side quests, but for a character that's considered the focal point of this region's entire story, it pales in comparison to what MiHoYo was able to achieve with the previous two nations. I'm sure some will be quick to point out that Malvika has other backstories in the form of an animated short that portrays a more vulnerable and humanistic version of herself. But something I want to bring up is that when it comes to consuming any type of media, whether it might be a TV show, movie, or game, aside from the direct media itself, very few people in the community actually engage with content associated outside of it.
Agreed.
Even you watching this video represents a minuscule minority of the Genshin or WuWa's community.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to read up all the backstory and all the other tertiary information in order to understand what is going on. And that was, again, I'm sorry to keep bringing these comparisons, but seeing as we're doing a comparison video right now with Honkai Star Rail, in my opinion, they didn't really explain much in terms of like what was going on in the Panic or anything. They said what was going on, like, oh, this happened, whatever. But they didn't explain like why. Like, who the fuck is Jippe? I mean, I know who Jippe is, but but you don't understand who Jippe is, like what their connection is to their particular path, unless you've gone through the simulated universe. And that's an extra thing. You shouldn't have to go through that to understand what people are talking about in the story. Things like that should be drip-fed and then explained before you move on to the next thing. The same thing here. If you have to watch the other tertiary information, like you have to watch the other extra character trailers, or you have to interact with their social media or something in order to follow what the fuck is going on. Like, who is this person and why should I care? That's not a good thing. It's just not.
the majority of players won't even know that this short exists. And if such important details relating to character development is out there, then why isn't it portrayed within the game?
Agreed.
This is far from the first time Genshin does this, and Wuthering Waves has even followed in similar footsteps. Lore implications relating to a character shouldn't be hidden in a profile page, a separate manga or animated short, or in the most egregious of cases, locked behind a time-limited event.
Right, so there was two... Wait, no, you listed three things there. Two parts I agree with, one part I don't. Right. The parts I agree with, like, character stories should not be locked behind time-limited events. Wuthering Waves has done the same thing, unfortunately. They did the same thing with Zhang Li Yao's backstory in the event that we had last year. That should have been a permanent event for everyone to go through whenever they wanted to. Like, not the event, just at least the story, you know? And they did this in Genshin as well with Albedo, and they've done this in other things like with Xinyan as well. They've done it with other characters. No, never do that. Never do that. Never fucking do that. That's bullshit. I can't remember the other thing. It shouldn't be locked behind. Shouldn't be locked behind talented events, and it should be locked behind tertiary stuff such as character trailers or like online social media, like stuff like that. The thing there where he mentions about the character lore, if the character lore has no place or takes no real priority in what's happening in the story, then I don't mind. In fact, I'll argue against this. Being forced to learn everyone's backstory and everyone's lore before you go on with the actual story at hand, that brings the story to a screeching halt, and that ruins the pacing. Case in point, my favorite example, Aventurine. We did not need to go through every fucking thing about Aventurine just to continue on with the story. Having to go through that ruined the pacing. There are certain things that you probably should bring up and mention in here, like Xinyan, band. She likes rock music, so bring that part. If that part of her character is prevalent to the story at hand, you bring that up, you explain it, you go along. But like, you don't have to explain, oh, when did she start picking up rock music? You don't have to explain who she learned rock music from or where she's done. You don't need all that. That sort of stuff can be in the backstory, lore, character pages. That's where it should be. So him saying that, oh, it shouldn't be there. No, it depends. If the thing that is being talked about is prevalent and like pertinent to the story, then it should be brought up and explained in the story. Everything else, like their birthday, their place of birth, whatever. No, and they're like maybe other interactions that we haven't seen in the story. There are other interactions with other characters. Put that into your character page. That's fine. There's no problem with that. So that particular point, no, I do not agree with.
The second aspect that the Natlan storyline lacks is conflict. I'm sure everyone learned the literary techniques of writing conflict in high school.
Conflict is the best part of
ways it can be created, and even more ways to express them. Mm-hmm. Man versus man versus self, man versus society, man versus nature, you name it.
Yeah.
Conflict is the central obstacle that the protagonist must overcome to achieve a goal.
Yeah, he took the example of Kalkro because Kalkro is not even in the story, which is a bad point to Wuthering Waves, by the way. He's shown up like literally nowhere. Same thing from Yuanwu. No, sorry, Yuanwu showed up at the end of Act 6 for his Avengers Assemble moment, said one line, and then fucked back off. No. They have lore, they have backstory, they have all that, and they should have been introduced in the story. So that is a bad point against Wuthering Waves, and I don't care. I don't care about defending Kuro or Wuthering Waves. If they fuck up, I'm going to say they're fucked up.
And it can be split into other smaller conflicts that creates even more nuance or develops a character in some way. Mm-hmm. When two allies start disagreeing with something and things get heated, when the protagonist starts doubting themselves and breaks down in denial. Any conflict the Natlan storyline portrays is either quickly resolved or trivial in nature.
Yeah, that's why...
Whether external...
And that also trains the player to not get involved. Because it's always like, why should I care when it's just going to get resolved in the next dialogue section anyway? There's no point. You're setting up this thing here for us to like, oh, really? Yeah, oh, that's interesting. Oh, they just solved it in like 3 seconds? Okay, that's a waste of energy then. if you set up a conflict, at least have it pay off, you know? But they did this several times. Like, oh, you're building up to this? Oh, it's just dissipated. Okay, cool. No point.
Or internal, conflict is a major driving force in creating urgency and tension, and it's something that's not explored nearly enough in these two games' writing. Anyways, eventually, the Abyss lays siege on Natlan. There's a pretty cool Warzone minigame where you have to spend certain points on a map and the amount of casualties are tallied on a chart.
This was cool.
I'm sure the intention was to show the brutality of war, though it's hard to care about those that perished in the war because they're just numbers on the screen. It's like how if you see an NPC with the generic face and eye structure, then you know they're not going to end up mattering. Genshin has established a rule that playable characters cannot die. This already removes...
I disagree with that as well. I think these characters should be able to die in the story as well, and I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter, like, in the slightest. People might say, well, that ruined the immersion, wouldn't it? Because you're playing with a character that's already dead, and you can't do that. I'm like, yeah, cool. I'm controlling Phoebe right now. I am talking to Phoebe. Or I'm controlling whoever, and I'm talking to that person in the story as well. Since when was immersion a problem, an issue in that as well? It's like, there's no point. Just allow these characters to, like, act and react and have things happen to them as characters would, you know? Some characters probably should die, you know? So...
some emotional baggage because none of the important cast is actually in any danger.
FGO kills off characters.
Nothing of value is lost, and Malvika shows no sign of doubt or weakness amidst all this. The final warriors are chosen, and the team ends up defeating the Abyss, accompanied by very flashy visuals. However, the Abyss is not eradicated from Natlan for good. So after the Traveler receives their ancient name, they tag along with Malvika into the Night Kingdom to put an end to everything. As the battle concludes and the duo emerge victorious, amidst all the celebration, Malvika goes missing. As it turns out, being able to access the ability to resurrect fallen warriors came at a cost. The eventual death of the Pyro Archon. As Malvika goes to the God of Death to sacrifice herself, the captain arrives at the last minute and offers to accept him as a substitute instead. He explains that he was once a Conrian that fought in the war 500 years ago.
Bringing this up now? Not a good idea.
And was given the curse of immortality. In order to release the souls of his fallen comrades into the ley lines, he offers to be merged with the Lord of the Night, altering the rules of the ley lines so that the souls of Conrians are accepted too, while also allowing himself to be freed from the curse of immortality.
They should have set that up a lot earlier. Like, just bringing that up now, it's like you're bringing up that expectation and then resolving it instantly. That should have been, like, brought up way ahead. Like, you can't kill this guy. That would, like, bring up the stakes of, like, facing off against this guy, because you cannot kill this guy because he is literally immortal. That would, like, raise the stakes and make him even more terrifying. But they don't bring it up then. They bring it up, like, at this time, when it's necessary. I'm like, all right.
A perfect solution to the conflict. This is what most refer to as a day.
Funny thing is, they did have the Captain Curse of Immortality a lot earlier when he showed his face. It's another thing where Pseychie didn't pay attention. I must not have paid attention either, though, to be fair. I don't... Maybe it should have been... I think maybe what it is as well, and that's fair. That's a fair point to say. But, like, if it's something that big, which plays a pivotal moment in this scene here, it should have been brought up a lot earlier. Having, like, a throwaway line here or there, it's not really... It doesn't really set that expectation of, like, what are they going to do with it? There's a phrase like Chekhov's gun, and they're using Chekhov's gun in, and this is like a literary thing right now, also movie making, where, like, if you show something off at the beginning, that thing should be brought up again at the end. You might argue that they brought up the reveal earlier, but it was like literally just a throwaway line. Like I said, they should have really hammered that in. Like, he is immortal. He is terrifying. You cannot beat him. No one will be able to beat him. Like, use it to build the character up, to make them even larger than life. Like, we got these people, you're fighting against him. You can't do anything because he's like an unstoppable force. Right? But then, that thing that you are so afraid of ends up becoming the thing that literally saves you. And that would make a massive, a fantastic turn. But they don't do it. It's like a throwaway line here. All right. But maybe the reason why Pseychie didn't notice it, or the reason why I didn't really pay attention, is because it was like a throwaway line and they didn't really draw anything to it. And people could say, well, it's your fault for not paying attention. If you're bringing up a lot of other information that has no pertinence to the story whatsoever, you're training the player to not care. And that is a problem with Hoyo in terms of Genshin and also in Honkai Star as well. They're bringing up a lot of stuff that has no payoff. So why should I care in the first place? That is the problem.
ASX.
How's it compared to the Imperator Sacrifice Sensei? Is it forced to? I mean, Imperator, it's convenient, but it's something that we already know what the Imperator is, like their existence in the world, like what they are capable of and such like that. So it isn't nearly as bad. We already know that. Whereas this one, they literally just like, they bring it up and it's like, then they solve it immediately. It's too quick. It's too quick.
Machina in storytelling. A plot device where a seemingly unsolvable problem is conveniently resolved for the protagonist without logic or setup. Nobody knew that the captain held the Curse of Immortality or his backstory until he walked in. There's a lack of build-up to this moment, so the resolution feels less like the cast earned it, but rather, they got lucky, and it just happened to work out. The Traveler is showered with praise for the length of an entire quest, almost to the point of comical. Look at me having a jolly time. Wait, why am I in Natlan again? Something about finding a lost sibling? Now, I hope you haven't forgotten about Wuthering Waves, because as much as I thought a sci-fi apocalyptic world would be able to break Genshin's curse, I was wrong. I recently played and completed the Rinascita storyline up to the most recent Act 4, the latest expansion that borrows influence from Italy, and its map suspiciously resembles a page out of Elden Ring, but that must be my imagination.
No, I don't mind it.
Worth mentioning that the Rinascita storyline is technically not entirely finished, though the first 3 acts released in 2.0, with the 4th having been released just a few days ago, wrapping up a portion of the arc nicely. You can make the argument that it's not fair to judge an unfinished story, but the way I see it, 2.0 already presented a fairly complete storyline, with the additional arcs taking on after it.
I thought it was fine.
I don't see how the story would end that would change my opinions. Now, Rinascita has improved the game in many ways in general, and I'll be making a 1-year review on the game sometime this month.
I wonder if he's still going to make that video. I really wonder if he's going to make that video.
But in my honest opinion, the story was not one of its improvements.
Hard disagree.
The world of Wuthering Waves takes place on Solaris 3, where the humanoid enigmatic being known as the Rover descends on the planet. They're on a journey to figure out who they are and what their purpose is.
Okay.
A quest for self-actualization, if you will. The primary issue I have with Wuthering Waves' overall story premise is that it's too abstract. The Rover's quest for self-actualization is too vague to have a goal to cling on to. Unlike Genshin's Traveler, whose mission is to reunite with a loved one, is relatable and tangible, finding one's purpose in the world can literally be about anything.
I'm going to agree and disagree. In terms of like setting up motivations, it's a lot easier to understand what the motivations for Traveler are compared to Rover. But on the point of saying that it's not really relatable for people to understand where they stand in the world and what their purpose is, that is a tale as old as time. It's like one of the biggest questions, like, why am I here? Why are we here? What do I do with my life? So not exactly unrelatable, because I think everyone can relate to that, at least to some degree. Not everyone relates to having lost a sibling and trying to find a sibling. But motivation-wise, that's an easier thing to understand. Okay, this person has lost their sibling and this person is on that quest to find that sibling. It's a lot easier to understand, like, A to B there. Whereas, like, what am I doing? Why am I here? That brings up the question, like, an infinite amount of answers. But to say it's unrelatable? No. No. That was weird.
I don't know what the Rover's end goal is, so it's harder for me to relate to them as a protagonist.
I don't know what the Rover's end goal is. I mean, this is something that I think they need to like stress more on in the story. But the role of Rover is to find a way to prevent the lament and like basically like fix the world. That is a little bit abstract. and they really need to like up the what's the word? It doesn't really feel like, well, for me anyway, this could be a personal thing. It doesn't really feel like this lament or this great cataclysm. Like the world is in a lament right now. We all understand that. But like it's like just this is the way the world is right now. But like everyone, specifically in like real estate area, they're like already going about their lives perfectly fine. There needs to be like a great cataclysm that is approaching, like a great big thing, like a great earthquake, something massive for us. Like, okay, we need to get this shit done before that happens. Right now, we're just like trying to fix stuff, and it's like, oh, we can fix it today, tomorrow. No, we need like a time limit, you know. So it's nah. The storm that is approaching. True. Yeah, there's no real sense of urgency. That's the word I was looking for. There's no real sense of urgency right now. He has a mission. Rover has a mission, like to find out his old past memories, find out who he is, what he can do, that sort of thing, and like basically solve the problem that he's on this world to do. But the sense of urgency isn't really there. We did have an urgency at the end of Act 6 with like the Overthrax and the Thermodian creation of Dreamless. But we need that urgency. And that is the thing that this game does miss, unfortunately.
Wuthering Waves follows the classic Chosen One trope, where the
I don't
rover
like
is
it.
portrayed as very powerful.
I don't like Chosen
wielding
One tropes, just
extraordinary
personally.
abilities. They possess great combative skills and are generally well liked by everyone. I feel there's a lot of parallel in the characterization of the rover compared to Malvika. Once you draw the comparisons, a lot of the same problems start to arise.
I've already been on record several times saying I hate the fact that Rover is loved by everyone, no matter where they go. I'm like, can someone be just a little bit wary of them, you know? But
one, at no point in the story does the rover actually struggle or sacrifices something significant to achieve something. Every
not
battle
exactly
ends
true.
in their triumph,
No.
and it gives off the impression that
no, eventual triumph. That's not true. That's not true. That is not true. Like when he's like running and trying to against the dragon. Again, we're talking about Rinasita's story right now. He said Rinasita's story right now. When he was running against the dragon, he literally got like, blasted in midair, and he had to get saved by Abby. So no, he got fucked there. And then later on in the fight against Fleur-de-Lis, he got trapped and he got saved by Cartethia. So eventual success, eventual triumph, yes, but that could be the same for Traveler, no?
they can overpower any foe. In other words, a lack of conflict. This is a far cry from what Kuro Games was able to achieve with Punishing Grey Raven. I'm making my way through the campaign, and I gotta say, what the hell happened with Wuthering Waves' writing team? In PGR, there are numerous times where you actually lose.
Good.
A new foe is just too strong, and you either have to face some losses or sacrifice in order to continue.
I agree with this. There should be parts in the story where we absolutely eat shit and lose. I agree with this. Always winning is fine. We do struggle and we do eventually triumph, but actually losing would be pretty good. And again, I'm sorry to bring this up, but I always bring this up. Like, Final Fantasy VIII is my favorite game of all time, right? Same thing at the end of CD1, where you get to the point where you have to fight against Edia. You go through Cypher, you go through Edia. Edia, icicle spear type thing, throws it, pierces her chest. HSR made a massive inspiration, took great inspiration from that. Bellabog, that's the reason why I liked it. And then you lose. You lose, your entire team is captured, you're put in the prison, and you have to like survive torture and go through all that. You lose, you eat shit. And then later on as well, when the Galabadia army is like basically just like rampaging across the world, you lose again. You lose several times. And the point of losing is like you have to get knocked back down to like make yourself stronger, because when you eventually win, it makes it feel a lot better. So on this part, I would agree, I completely agree in fact, that having parts where we actually lose would be a good idea. Would be a good idea. Always winning? Probably not. I would like to lose sometimes. You know? That's also that's why I say with like even like the quick time events as well. you can't fail QuickTime events. And some boss battles in the world, in the quest as well, like when you're fighting against Crownless, or like when you're fighting against other ones, if it's like programs that you have to lose, then sure. But like there are some boss battles where if you get knocked down all your health, you're like stuck at 1 health, 1 HP, and you just won't die. Nah. Let us lose. Let us miss that QuickTime event. Because I just had my hands off the QuickTime event and it just pressed itself. Amazing. I would rather it not do that, because then again it trains us as a player to not bother. That is a bad thing that Wuthering Waves does, and it's not just Wuthering Waves. A lot of these games have done that. I disagree with them entirely. Unless you're a dungeon main. True.
You are not always the hero in the story, but it makes the payoff in the end just that much more worth it.
She's pregnant.
You can't experience the
A character is pregnant? She's not my waifu? I got cooked. NTR.
highs without feeling the lows. I often found that because of the vague premise, I found myself having some difficulty relating to what the rover's actions are. I can tell they have some way to convene with the deities of this world and are supposed to fill a big role. Yet I have no clue what it is, nor has the game given me a reason to care. Take the Black Shores quest, yet I have no clue what it convene with the deities of this world and are supposed to fill a big role. Yet I have no clue what it is, nor has the game given me a reason to care.
What?
Because of the vague premise, I found myself having some difficulty relating to what the rover's actions are.
Okay.
I can tell they have some way to convene with the deities of this world and are supposed to fill a big role. Yet I have no clue what it is, nor has the game given me a reason to care.
What? That doesn't make sense. He put a thing at the top as well where it says, I know he's the arbiter. One second.
I can tell they have some way to convene with the deities of this world and are supposed to fill a big
He's got
role.
like a note
Yet
at the top.
I have no clue
Okay.
what it is.
I know the rover is the arbiter, but their relationship is still uncertain. What? No. Basically, if you want to put in like programming terms, the arbiter is basically like the, should I say programmer? Or just like the controller user? And like the sentinels are the programs. Like he gave orders. He gave scripts. He wrote scripts. So like he gave them orders of like, okay, you have to do this. You have to do this. You have to do this. In a sense, he's like the owner. He's like they're all his pets, and he's like the owner, kind of. Yeah, the admin. That. What? Father, yeah. I don't remember if it was said like he actually created them, but it is said that he's the one that controls them to a certain degree, where he could like give them orders, like give them power.
Nor has the game given me a reason to care. Take the Black Shores questline, for example. We learned that the rover played a big part in building this place, and that their loyal companion Shorekeeper has been waiting for their return.
Yeah.
The issue is, I don't know what the Black Shore is. I don't know who Shorekeeper is. So instead of experiencing a heartwarming reunion, I feel like a third wheel watching from afar. Like.
Right. The Black Shores part was more explained in the earlier acts before you actually go to the Black Shores. However, in saying that as well, the Black Shores was explained like what their role is in the world. When it comes to like this particular quest, I will say that that Wuthering Waves did really mess up on the pacing for this one. In my opinion, the pacing, it was way too quick. The pacing for this Shorekeeper thing, it should have been split up. What should have happened is like the first half of this quest should have been the part where Shorekeeper sacrifices herself, and then we got that. Then it should like we come back, and then we meet say Alto, Encore, and then also Camellia as well. We have all those characters interact with each other. We're introduced to Camellia. We like travel with her, whatever it is. We'll go through that part as well. Then while we're doing that in an effort to find a way to save Shorekeeper before she's lost forever. And then we go back to another quest where we go into the system to rescue Shorekeeper. Like Shorekeeper sacrifices herself, there's a point to that sacrifice and it hits more. And then you learn, okay, we need her back because she plays this pivotal role in the Black Shores. They need her to keep functioning. So then we learn what her role is in Black Shores, and then we're like preparing and getting this plan, and then we go back and we get the help from Camellia and Alto and other Black Shores members. Again, bring them all in instead of just Alto sitting there like a cuck, you know. Bring it all back in, and then we get to the second half of that quest, like the finale, where you dive in, you do some finicky majiggity stuff, lore, whatever. I don't really care. That's for them to figure out. Where we get into there and we save Shorekeeper. We pull her back out. She's safe. Then we get this big tender moment. You know, people have beat Pseychie enough of. Yeah. I'll agree that this, like I said, the Black Shore story with Shorekeeper was incredibly rushed. The pacing was not there. It was emotional, sure, but the pacing wise, nah, you know?
Like, I can tell you're very close to one another, but where am I in all this? When Aether finally enjoys a short reprieve to chat with his sister, I share his sense of longing. The build-up feels proper, as even the player knows that they haven't been able to get together like this in a while.
True, because it's been years.
You can't expect an audience to care about a relationship between two characters without any setup.
This I agree with. Like I said, it was very rushed. It was, guys, I don't care what you say, the relationship between Rover and Shorekeeper was incredibly rushed. For like the whole emotional moment, it was way too fast. Whereas this is where it goes to a point to Genshin on this one. From 1.0 with Genshin, we're always looking for our sibling. And when we finally get that, because it's something we're always looking towards, it pays off. This one, it was like set up in like a space of 2 hours. Was it 2 or 3 hours? 2 or 3 hours. So that was way too fast. That was way too fast. Emotional, yes, but it was way too fast. I didn't get the emotional payoff because it was way too fucking fast. Whereas if they split it up over a patch, so that'll be like 3 weeks or so, 3 or 4 weeks, whatever, half a patch, whatever, that would like get that payoff, and it would feel much more, you know. So he's right on this one. Here, he is right.
Which again ties back to that original.
Why should I care? That's fair.
For the record, I don't have a problem with the unpredictability of Wuthering Waves' overall premise. Some might argue that the Traveler obviously can't reunite with their sibling until the entirety of Teyvat is unlocked, given the live service nature of the game, and I can certainly see some validity in that. A lot of the best gacha game stories I've read in the past also have fairly vague premises, but something that makes those click for me is how self-contained each portion of the story is. For example, saving humanity is obviously a very abstract concept. It's usually broken down into smaller chunks so that it makes more sense why you're doing certain things. Take PGR's Chapter 16, for example. You know, same company at all. The punishing virus's effect on the Earth's surface is as great as ever.
I cannot wait until they bring this level of destruction to Wuthering Waves. Have you done the most recent FGO event? No, I haven't logged into FGO in months. I've had my 2000 login days with FGO. I think I'm good.
In order to have a chance of developing a weapon that can combat it, a mission was devised to send the Grey Raven squad to the front lines of an operation to extract a sample.
He's not supposed to feel attachment to the Shorekeeper aside from his righteous attitude. Yeah, he's not supposed to, well, he's not supposed to, but the way they present it, it feels like there is a really strong connection. And it's like, why? He's lost all his memories. He doesn't have that connection anymore. So it doesn't really make sense to have that level of connection. It's a difference between like what should be and how it's presented, you know? So
from a densely corrupted area.
It's too quick.
Your squad is chosen because of your recent victories that will further bolster hope should you succeed. The overall goal of the game is pretty vague, but each chapter presents a tangible goal that you're working towards. But let's talk about Rina Sita. What's that all about? Well,
Okay.
Solaris's environment often experiences natural disasters known as the Lament, where certain locations warps and transforms, breaking the logic and physics of the world.
Okay.
This results in the wave-worn phenomenon, where laments can create gates where deformed creature-like beings known as tacit discords spew onto their environment. And they can take on many forms based on the wavelength of the disturbance. Defeating one may transform them into an echo, in which
You're
you
just
can
explaining
harness
game
their
system
powers
mechanics
yourself.
right now.
During the rover's journey, they manifest a small creature from the tacit mark from their hand.
By the way, they should really play into that waveform phenomena a lot more. Right, I have a game system idea that I've been like thinking about for a while. Has anyone played PUBG? Very popular game. You might have played it, or like the knockoff version, Knives Out, not the movie. I'm thinking like PUBG. You know, in PUBG when you're playing those kind of battle royale type games, and you get areas like certain areas where you got the mortars coming down, or like gas areas. Like the gas is like getting you all closer to one area. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking like in the map itself, they got certain sections, like danger zones that like pop up randomly. They should do something very, very similar in Wuthering Waves, where like there'll be like random pop-up areas where like if you go into there, you're gonna be fighting some difficult ass fucking tacit discords. Like I mean hard. Like they're all like elite, like level 90, level 100 red aura type tacit discords. But if you go in there and you fight them and you win, you get some good rewards out of it. They should implement something like that into Wuthering Waves, because that would make the world at large feel more alive. Random encounters, exactly. Like when you do that, then there's a point. Some people can avoid them. Again, bring up that stake, that sense of stakes and like danger to it. But then you can have the people in there that's like, I'm gonna be the rover. You know, I'm gonna be the rover. I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna like sort this out, because that's our job, isn't it? To like fix these issues, to fix these like wave one phenomena events. You bring that in there. Have like the wave, like the retroact rain in that area. It could be a red area with retroact rain. You go in there, you fight the tacit discords. Difficult fights. Maybe get like a Tempest Mephis in there, like a random Tempest Mephis, Nightmare Mode, whatever, just a random overworld boss that you can fight at the end of it all after you beat all the random mobs. Again, difficult. Maybe thinking like hologram level 4 or hologram level 5 levels of difficulty. Fight that. At the end of it, you get a good reward out of that. A reward that doesn't require wave plates as well, in my ideal situation. But they should do something like that in Wuthering Waves to like make the world feel more alive. Because after you've completed everything, after you found all the chests, you found all the title heritages, you've done all the challenges or whatever, the world lacks things to do, unfortunately, besides tacit fields, you know? But like, if they introduce something like that, I think it'd be pretty cool. It would be really damn cool, you know? That's just my idea.
Which they believe to be an echo. However, Abby is fully sentient and can speak, a trait unlike other ordinary echoes. After the Black Shores questline, the rover decides to venture to Renacida, a region well known for its echo technology, in the hopes of figuring out exactly what Abby is and why its frequency seems to be fading.
I'll be honest, I do not give a fuck about what Abby is. Like, cool. That's the problem. This is my personal problem with Abby. The character's fine, right? I love the character's fine, right? My problem is it goes back to motivations. It splits up our motivations as a character. Like, what are we in this world to do? We're here to sort out the lament and fix this problem, or are we moving around to find out what Abby is? Like, I don't know. I think we should be focused on one. Splitting up in this way, it like dilutes our core mission to what it is. So it's like, nah. That's my problem with Abby, personally. You know? I like the character, don't get me wrong. I like the character, don't get me wrong. I just think it splits up the motivation.
Plus, a vision of the rover's past self says that they have once made a pact with the Imperator. I got no...
Right, so I just want to get this straight. So earlier on in the video, he says, I have no idea like what our relationship is with these Sentinels. And he goes through like the part where we explain, we made a pact with the Imperator to do this thing. And then in that conversation, we found out what that pact was. That pact was that we gave them the order to be the Imperator, to be the Sentinel of the Renacita, to do... So he just like contradicted himself.
No clue who that is yet, but sure, this is a good step in the direction of figuring out the rover's identity. So, let's do it. Your wife, Shorekeeper, explains that the rover even received an invitation from the Montali family,
Right.
one of the major ruling factions in Renacida, requesting their aid and granting entry into the region, so there's no reason not to go. This is a good start. It gives you something to cling to, though my main gripe is that aside from being a quirky mascot character, the story has not made enough effort to build up emotional ties to Abby. But hey, this goal is definitely related to their quest for discovering who they are, so maybe I'll just see how the story goes.
Wuthering Waves needs an overarching villain that beats us up and that gets his edge up here and there. Agreed. I said it before as well, like, we need this one overarching thing. Like, when you watch TV dramas, for example, I'm thinking like, say, what would be a good example? I'm thinking like crime thrillers, like Mentalist, or just say Sherlock Holmes, which is like what they're all based off anyway. You have this one overarching villain, which like throughout the entirety of the plot lines, and like everything you do in like the villain of the week type thing is like kind of like tangentially connected to this overarching villain of Moriarty. And they need something in here as well. Like, we have like the Threnodian, but there are several Threnodians. We need like this, like a great Threnodian, like the thing, you know? Or like something we have to like aim towards or get towards. We don't really have that yet, unfortunately. The Fractals are, we still don't know what the Fractals are really. Like, we still don't know who like the big bad of the Fractals are. We've got Frolova, perhaps, but like,
As they set sail in the dense fog, they're shipwrecked by a giant whale-like beast, and are saved by Captain Brant's ship. He presents himself as friendly and hospitable.
Yeah, we need Otto.
While you meet his crew of cuddly-shaped echoes. Even the ship itself is one too.
Yeah, the lament is not an entity. That's why it's too vague.
Sinister-looking flower embedded into the whale that attacked you, hinting that maybe it was under some kind of mind control. As Brant bids you farewell at the harbor and into Raguna City, you're greeted by Phoebe, an acolyte of the Order of the Deep, the de facto governing body in town. You shortly meet Zani, a banker that works for the Montali family that offers to show you around. As you lounge around for a meal,
She's so fucking hot. Anyway,
you witness an echo suddenly attacking people. At the last second, you see a brief vision of the Sentinel requesting your aid. Carlotta, the daughter of the Montali family, explains that Renacida's echo technology is restricted to the locals, but there lies a way to make it available to everyone. However,
he's just
the
explaining the
Order
story
believes
right
that
now,
this
so I'm waiting for like the
technology is
criticisms
too
or the
dangerous to be
praises.
shared with the outside world and should be safeguarded.
Okay.
But Carlotta believes that they just wish to harness its powers for themselves, hence why she invited the rover here to help with ending this dispute.
Would it be a good idea if one of the Sentinels is actually pure evil? You mean like chaotic good? Like they seem evil, but they're actually good? Could do that. I understand your complaint of the split goal. However, I think having Abby being the one absorbing frequencies makes him less overpowered to have more dependence. I don't know if it's really necessary. That's all I can say, really.
During your investigations, you find evidence of the Order, the Phasalia family, and the Fraxidus attempting to throw the region into chaos. Even some in the Montali family has been corrupted to
Lawful evil is what I thought the Phasalias would be, but apparently not.
join their side. This scheme seems to go deeper than it looks. You end up separated on a
I think lawful evil is now going to be Fenrico, to be honest.
nearby island. It's then that you meet Brent once again. He explains that when someone has broken a law of Raguna City, the Order proclaims them as fools and banishes them to this realm, part of the Pilgrim's Sale, which they must meet with the fabled Sentinel of Renacida and atone for their wrongdoings. Unexpectedly, this desolate place full of destruction is the actual place that all fools end up. And all
There's a lot of lore behind this area as well. I don't think he knows about that. But like I said, it's in the background, so you don't need to know about it.
meet is their doom. Brant survived the sale and formed his crew to help others that end up here with a new purpose and a new life. This basically cements the Order as a overtly evil faction that condemns criminals to death.
Again, he's just like explaining story right now. I'm waiting for the criticism. That's why I'm not speaking too much.
Carnival happening in Raguna City. So after practicing a dance with
This pissed me off. Am I the only one that thinks that this scene was completely unnecessary? Like there was no point. Like it didn't play into like the finale at all either. And also that QuickTime event, there was no point. I just had my hands off it. Like it succeeded everything as well. It was pointless. It was pointless. The Q to E part was pointless. The scene itself, this particular scene itself, the dancing scene, is pointless.
Carlotta for some
Like, they could have put this in Carlotta's story quest later on. Like, maybe, like, they're dancing to, like, have them lower their guards or something like that before they initiate their plan, their plot. But, like, here, it made no sense, and it didn't come up later on either. I'm like, all right, whatever.
some reason, you set for the festival, just in time to foil the plans
It's something
of
to
the
do.
Fractsidus.
Useless.
The Order, pleased with the crew with restoring the peace, offers a cooperation that will allow them to perform within the city. This marks the end of 2.0, but there's still so much that needs to be answered. What was the relationship of the Fractsidus with the Order? What was the Phasaelius family's role in all this?
Yep.
So let's analyze this part. In case you know,
Guys, if anyone out there is good, like 3D printing and also like sewing and something like that, I want to cosplay Fenrico. I guarantee you, I could do a fantastic Fenrico. So if anyone can help me with that, because I have looked. Needs more hair? Wigs, bitch. Why him? One second. Let me just get this off. 1 second. I'll show you. Why him? Wait. Hold your fucking horses. Wait. Right. Why him? I'll show you why. I bet your ass. Just right. This is why. This is Lord Elmoloi Archibald from Fate Zero. It's also me. I could pull that off so damn well. Comic-Con? I've already been to Comic-Con. I was surrounded by people for the entire fucking day when I was like doing Wesker with Chloe and others. It was really cool. Wesker also did a cosplay for Sir Nightai. This is based on the like this part here. This one, I was just eating some chocolate, and the photographer just took the picture. This one is also based off that. So, yeah. Point being, I could cosplay the shit out of Fenrico. I know for a fact I would like ruin it in the best way possible. Yeah. So don't worry about that. How to get into cosplay? I got into cosplay because I was a photographer. Well, I am a photographer. I'm a photographer, and I would just like take random like landscape photos. And then my friend's a cosplayer, and she was like looking for a photographer, and she like asked me. She brought me in. And then I did photography for her and her friends for a few months. And every time I went to like an event, something like that, because they wanted someone to take photos of them, I always had people say, "You should cosplay too." I'm like, I don't know who I'd cosplay. I'm like, mm. And then someone recommended me to do this Lord Elmoloi Archibald cosplay. I bought the jacket off Amazon, just zipped it up, just zipped it up, put a picture, put it on Twitter on my other account, and it went absolutely viral. And in Japan right now, you guys might not know this. In Japan right now, I'm literally known as the real life Elmoloi Archibald, Kenneth Sensei, or Kenneth teacher, Professor Kenneth. I am literally known as the real life Kenneth. I do these bad guys so well. I have that face. Yeah.
you notice there's a lot of jargon and foreign names that were brought up, you'd be absolutely right. It is complex, and if you really dig into it, there's a lot of information to appreciate and digest. But the player isn't presented with a good moment-to-moment story.
Proof? it's been a while. I've not really done cosplay in like years since COVID, because I didn't mean it for social aspect. Canis, Kane, cosplay. If I just search for Canis Sensei, as in Professor Canis, and then cosplay, I am literally the first person that comes up in Japanese. It's all me. Except this guy. It's all me. This went stupidly viral. I didn't take this picture. How many did this get? 31,000 likes, 10,000 retweets. What else? I did this one as well. I mean, it's just a lot, dude. I'm like, fuck. What can I say? I'm not joking when I say I'm literally known in Japan. Guys, fuck. Right, anyway. Can I don't have that many followers on here, but I have some cosplay account. There's 5,000 followers on here. It's gone down because I haven't really uploaded in fuck knows how long. Let's see my followers. Verified followers. In fact, no, I should do on here. John Russell, 30,000 on here. He's pretty big. Shada, 31,000. 2,000. No. I've got some big people in here that follow me. 1 second. I'm trying to find one. Enna, not Enna. No. Russell, not Russell. Shuzo? No, not Shuzo. Who is it? I've got some. Ryan 6,000. No. Where are they? Kachasu 54,000. Cappy's pretty good. I like Cappy 23,000. I've got, okay, here's, right. Rinya Passan, she got 318,000 followers. Do you see that right there? Follows me. Right? And she doesn't follow that many people. Another one. Takanasu here. 381,000. Follows me. I could go through like about a dozen more, at least. 25k there. Fuck me. I'm done. I can. I met them in real life. Yes, I've had photo shoots with them. Noshino, I like Noshino. She's good. She also follows me about 119,000. Chimurin, she follows me 205,000. Volk's pretty good, but they're just a photographer. Hanabata, he does a great cosplay from what's it? Oh, fuck, I forgot. Otokoi. But yeah, there's so many people that here. He does a great Gilgamesh cosplay. This guy's Gilgamesh cosplay is fantastic. This guy is such a cool dude. Not Gilgamesh, sorry. No, Ozymandias. God damn it, Ozymandias. Sorry. This guy's such a cool dude. Sino, 300,000. 300,000 there. Follows me. Have I proved myself yet? So when people say that, oh, you're a tourist. You're a tourist. You're a tourist to the Otaka community. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, really? Okay. Cool. If you say so.
Aside from that, I never felt emotionally invested in any of the Rina Sita characters at this point.
Moriarty could,
They're
easy.
neutral, were friendly to the rover, have no character arcs or development, and have no noteworthy traits or actions that make them memorable, aside from some fan service. Not to mention, it gets never felt emotionally invested in any of the Rina Sita characters at this point. They're neutral or friendly to the rover, have no character arcs or development, and have no noteworthy traits or actions that make them memorable, aside from some fan service.
Yeah, nah, this doesn't make sense. This does not make sense. I disagree entirely. Like, not every character needs to go through an arc in the in the main story quest, because the main story quest is to have the rover go through their arc. Where the characters go through their arc is in, what's the word? Companion story quest, and that's when they go through that. Carlotta went through her arc, where we saw her backstory, we saw her childhood, and like how she overcame herself. Brant as well, we saw a bit of Brant, like what he did. Brant's companion story quest wasn't the best. We saw Roche. Roche's story quest was a lot better, where we talked about where she's going through the like memories of the past and such. No, when it comes to the main story quest, the one that needs to go through the arc the most is Rover, and Rover did go through that, whereas characters go through the companion story quest. So no, it's kind of reaching on that one. Like not even in the other games as well. Even in a lot of other games, when it goes to the main story quest, not every character gets their arc. So I'm curious why he didn't bring that up. Well, he kind of did, I guess. He didn't really bring that particular issue up in... He's making a comparison of Wuthering Waves to Genshin. He didn't bring it up with Genshin, except with maybe Kuchina. And even in then, I think there was enough of a journey with Carlotta here, where we meet her, we're friendly with her, we go through that, and then she betrays us, and then she comes back, and there's enough in there. So I don't really like this. This doesn't really make sense to me.
Not to mention, it gets the rover no significant progress to figuring out what Abby is.
And also the dynamic between Phoebe and Zani, I thought it was good. I thought it was handled fantastically.
Which is the reason why they traveled here in the first place. It's the same set of problems as Nalan. Now, I'm not saying that the entire plot needs to follow the rover's quest for self-actualization, since I don't have...
I am actually. I am actually saying that the main story quest should always really follow, at least to some degree, tangentially at the very least, follow Rover's quest for self-actualization and his mission to prevent the lament. So, I guess that's where we disagree.
Have a problem with writers just doing their own thing and creating a contained story just for this region. I'm saying that the payoff is just not there for the long runtime that the first 3 acts had. So does Act 4 improve the story? Well, actually, I would say it does do a couple things better.
A couple?
This arc involves finding out the identity of Cartathea, a mysterious girl that appeared at the end of the Carnival. Basically, there are 2 types of deities in Wuthering Waves, Sentinels and Threnodians. The Sentinels are essentially Thea, a mysterious girl that appeared at the end of the Carnival. Basically, there are 2 types of deities in Wuthering Waves.
Okay, it's going back.
Sentinels and Threnodians. The Sentinels are essentially the guardians of humanity,
right,
aka the good guys, while the Threnodians represent destruction and unleashed chaos across the world. They both have their respective resonator that's supposed to be, in a way, their right-hand man.
Right.
According to Fenrico, the Primus, or head of the Order, he is the rightful resonator to Renacita's Sentinel. Meanwhile, the girl you see before you had deceived everyone in the events of a catastrophe 20 years ago, and is actually the resonator for the evil Threnodian instead. I will say, in terms of the writing, I did feel a couple moments here and there that made me feel attached to Cartathea whilst exploring a gravity-defying floating ruin.
Right.
I'll save the critique for the environmental design in a separate review video, but
I've always said that they could have done a lot better with that design there, but...
Overall, because the story focuses on bonding with a single character, that it actually achieves some degree of development. Oh, I guess Canarella's there too, but she's just kind of there on the side.
Whoa! All right. What? I mean, just there on the side? I mean, without Cantarella, Cartathea wouldn't have been able to go in and save Rover. She wouldn't have had the sword with her excess power that she got from when she attempted to resonate. Right? When she attempted to go through his second awakening. So he must have missed something. What the fuck? What? No. And like, I'll agree that Cartathea was the main focus of that arc, but that's because she was supposed to be. Like, she was the one that was set up and the one that we're supposed to go through. Cantarella was supposed to be like the. It wasn't Cantarella's arc. Cantarella's arc had her own story, which she went through her arc. She was there. She played a role. She played a pivotal role. She was heavily sidelined though. Yeah, she was like pulled off to the screen. Like I'll go and find out. I get it. She was sidelined, but like to say that she's not relevant, basically, like.
If you also notice, none of the previous characters in the first 3 acts are involved at all.
I didn't like that.
Carlotta leaves
That's
you
fair.
a short audio message before she sits back
That's
in the
fair.
clock chair.
That's fair.
The game has shifted the story's focus to the next set of cast at this
No,
point.
that's
Even so,
completely fair.
because the majority of Act 4 screen time is focused on Carlotta, not even the one other character involved in the plot is given enough time to develop. I'm someone that judges a character's actions not in the degree of impact, but rather the emotional meaning it brings. If Mortefi walked up to the rover and said, I just solved world hunger and found the cure for cancer, my response would be, cool, I guess.
Yep.
Mortefi is an extremely minor side character that barely has any presence in the story. So anything he does, even if it's the most heroic deed ever, has no meaning
That's
to
fair.
me. The
I get what he's saying right
degree
now.
of his
I get what
action
he's
is
saying.
high, but carries no emotional significance.
This is true.
Now, I'm a big sucker for
Look, it's
romance
explain- what he's
stories.
explaining
One of
now
my
is true.
absolute favorites to this day.
Those eyes are so far apart, it's kind of scary. She looks like a praying mantis. She's even got the mantis like mandible, like the antennae here, like the eyes are so far apart and they're massive and bulging. She looks like a praying mantis. It's kind of creepy. I know it's Clannad, but you got to admit, the design is a bit not Clannad. So yeah, but
is 2004's visual novel Clannad. The protagonist, Tomoya, is just a regular high school delinquent that found a new purpose in supporting a new family with his loved one, Nagisa. Both of them are neither rich nor extraordinary.
I'm drinking, guys. I'm saying
Residing
shit
in a
that.
small house, Tomoya's body aches all
Wait,
over
what?
after a grueling day of working as an electrician.
Like an Ice Age
Just as
character.
he slumps home tired
Yeah.
and beat, Nagisa is there to welcome him with a meal. In this turbulent society,
She looks fine
Tomoya
there.
realizes the weight of adulthood, and he now has a purpose protecting and nurturing this small family. Just maybe, everything will work out in the end.
Good, I mean.
The degree of impact is low, but the emotional weight of the action is high. This is what I want to see in storytelling.
Okay.
Because building a unique bond with a character takes a lot of effort. And this is why Carlotta feels more organic, since the game has actually spent an entire arc dedicated to spending time with her.
Okay.
As for everything else, though, I can't say the same.
I'll disagree because like we had that like 5 minutes with like Cantrell's Echo. What was it, 5 or 10 minutes when like we were fighting him all the time? That was fantastic. Like just for that, and the same thing as well. Like you could just look again. This is like the gold standard right now. Has anyone seen the movie, the Pixar movie Up? Cadanto, yeah. Has anyone seen the Pixar movie Up? Right, like the opening scene there. Right, with the wife. The first 5 minutes ruins you. Exactly. You don't need to spend a lot of time to develop an emotional attachment to characters. Like we had with Cadanto, not a lot of time. I felt an attachment. Maybe you didn't. That's the difference there. But just saying you need to have this, not exactly true. If they do it well, you don't need that much time. So,
So when Canderella sacrificed the powers she obtained from a second awakening, that sacrifice is meaningless to me. I don't know what struggles she faced while making that decision. The story has
Fair.
not built enough rapport with her to know exactly what that entails.
that's actually fair. I agree with this. This is fair.
It's the Shalon and Ancient Name case all over again.
Like to say she's not important to the story is a different conversation. But to say like we should have maybe spent a little bit more time with Cantrella. Maybe we should have had when she's explaining how she resonated with the story in the first place. Maybe we could have had like a flashback, and we control Cantrella at the time, and we can like experience that. That might have ruined this. Like, might have been a spoiler for her companion story quest, but I can at least understand that particular point. That particular point is fair.
Later the same evening, I read
Stop eating Saint Tontus slop. I don't watch Saint Tontus.
the first section of Punishing Grey Ravens, chapter 17. and it is a night and day difference. So much so that I almost can't believe the same company made both games. Stuck in an overcrowded refugee camp with limited supplies while enemies
not
are
me?
closing
Okay, cool.
in, the Grey Raven squad must find some way to evacuate everyone to a safe place. All the while, the Commandant is still unconscious from a previous injury.
Right.
Even though the place is cramped with nameless NPCs, the writing does an extremely good job of
Liv is
capturing the hopelessness
goated.
of
I
the
like Liv.
situation. The unrest of the crowd as there might not be enough time to evacuate everyone. The small glimmers of hope as Liv performs a song amidst the despair.
This is what I wanted when I was talking about Robin in the HSR video. This was what I was talking about. I wanted Robin to be presented and shown as Liv was presented in here. This is basically what I was referring to in that particular part. If people notice that, like, we should have seen that. We should have seen Robin go through and be the ray of light, shining of hope for the people around her. We didn't see that. We just had Sunday talking about, oh yeah, she went around. I don't give a fuck. Like, this part here was great.
The troubled debates in the upper
10 minutes
commands
left.
on how
Thank
to
you.
combat the newly evolved enemies. This is visceral storytelling. It's not that Wuthering
This is great.
Waves' writing doesn't have anything to show for it. It's just that compared to the game that the same company has made, it is a laughable downgrade. I think a good twist would be if Cardathea was actually the Threnodian's evil resonator,
Well, she was the Threnodian's resonator. She just wasn't evil herself.
and she was just stringing the rover all along to fit her own agenda. And that Fenrico was actually in the right. It would flip the narrative entirely on its head and subvert everything you know about Renacida. The comically evil guy wearing the ominous mask was the righteous one all along. Now that would have been something.
I said something similar where I thought that the horse deity should have been the Threnodian, and the Leviathan deity should have been the Sentinel. That would have been like my personal preference of like how they subverted the expectations. I get what he's saying. I don't know about that though. You know, doesn't Robin and Cantora kind of play the same role? Like how come one is disliked and the other beloved then? Because with Robin, we don't really see her do anything. Like at all. Cantora, we see her like actually step up to the plate, like she's done this and like stepped up, and then we have the whole companion story with Cantorella, like, and we explore her memories to see her help the people around her as well. Like, we see her do more than we see Robin do anything. I think that's a bit of the difference. Oolong tea, no. Plum wine.
To sum it up, do I
The stream
think
again. It's just the
Wuthering
time.
Waves
It's
has
just
better
the
storytelling than
time
Genshin? My
countdown.
answer is a resounding no. Critiquing the story is one thing, but I will say this. One of the most frustrating responses from hardcore fans that I see whenever someone brings up a critique is, you just don't get it.
Right.
These stories are actually really well written. There's so much lore and background info that you're not understanding. You fail to notice the finer details that make you appreciate the writing. That is true. Both entries, especially Genshin, have a rich backlog of all the lore and timeline happening during and before the events of the game.
The you just don't get it argument, I completely and 100% disagree with that, like, at all. I don't care. I don't need to get everything in the lore and the background of something in order to appreciate the story. The tell of a good story, or should I say good story writing, is like, you don't have to know that lore and backstory to understand what is going on and feel an emotional connection. Like, that argument, like, yeah, no. It shouldn't matter.
So much so
Live
that
now?
some
Yeah.
people online are dedicated to
I know it's
discussing Genshin lore. I'm not saying that a complicated story is bad. Quite the contrary. I think a good story should be complex with many moving parts. But this is where I disagree with some of these fans. People are not stupid.
They're not.
The
Well,
average player
some are, clearly, but
can easily understand the lore and the background info the story is trying to tell.
Okay.
The issue is that it's not done in an engaging manner. Humans are innately curious. If you present a scenario that's intriguing to follow but leave behind some subtle unexplained lore crumbs, people will naturally want to learn more and seek out additional knowledge that could help them understand the story better. Both Genshin and Wuthering Waves have this weird fixation that somehow throwing many specific and complicated jargons and info dumps on the history and changes of the local regions makes the player more engaged.
this part where it was a little bit dumpy, I get it, but not nearly as bad as anything. in Honkai Star Rail, for example.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I've got it.
And it only
I'm keeping an eye
serves
on
as
the
fluff
live
to
stream.
make the story more bloated than it needs to be. One of the biggest offenders is exacerbated by Paimon. She often just recaps what was implied by the dialogue and tells you exactly how you should be thinking. Here's a brief snippet of when Mulaney and the gang follow the Archon to express their concern for the deceased Kachina.
Okay.
As the scene plays out, Malvika was able to calm them and guide them towards the next goal. As a viewer, you can
I was so
easily
worried
read
Abby was
between
going to turn to a
the lines and
Paimon, I'll be
infer that
honest.
she is a capable leader, able to quell the concerns of Natlan's people. So, what does Paimon interject with?
Wow, Hyman thought things were gonna get heated for a second, but the Pyro Archon took the time to explain everything so patiently.
This kind of interjection by Paimon hurts the dialogue in two ways.
Yes.
Not only does she take away any possible nuance that the player can interpret from the dialogue by explicitly telling it to you,
Yep.
she ends up bloating it with useless information even further. Putting the bloated dialogue aside, the moment-to-moment story must be good in order for the player to care about the lore, not the other way around.
True.
I can even demonstrate that with the same game. I'm sure a lot of people clicked on this video and are almost shouting at me. Genshin does have good story writing.
No.
Just look at Sumeru and Fontaine.
Well,
I
kind
say,
of.
you are correct. Ask anyone in the community.
I'll be honest. With Fontaine, like the story itself was fine, but like the gameplay aspects of that was so fucking boring. Like I was like, I don't like the story itself was fine, but the gameplay part of Fontaine, like the way they tried to implement the Phoenix Wright court sequence thing, I was like, these things don't logically connect. But it was just a case of like, click, click, no, click, click, no, click, click, no, click, click, yes, okay, cool, fuck, let's just go. Like, alright.
Most would agree that the storyline for these regions were major step-ups for Genshin. But why? Why are they generally considered so by the community? Let's look into this. I want to pinpoint a certain quest in the Sumeru storyline that stuck out to me, and I'm sure to
The payoff
a lot
was
of
good
other
though.
players
The
as
payoff was
well.
fantastic.
The exact moment that made players realize that Genshin can tell a good story if it wanted to. Act 2. The Mourn a Thousand Roses.
Oh, I remember,
the
yeah,
Subsurus Festival.
basically talking about where you like go through the Groundhog Day thing. He says that it was good. I agree. So I'm going to skip this. Can I get to the part where like, yeah. It brings up Steins Gate as well, where like, the Steins Gate main character, Ocarine, he would like just go through the same thing. He would like lose his sympathy. He would lose his empathy for the people around him because he was like, I'll just reset it anyway. So, like, again, Steins Gate is a masterclass on building up things. I'm going to get back to like the part here, which is like,
Now,
what the fuck?
to see Hoyoverse relapse with Natlan. Better luck next time in Snezhnaya.
Why the fuck is he dancing like an absolute tard?
Now, story is obviously not the only
Yeah, 4 minutes
aspect
left.
that any game
Yep.
has, but I think it's extremely beneficial for gacha games to invest in good writing. This genre has a lot of potential in building emotional attachment to
I
its
agree.
characters, and some quality writing can significantly drive up the interest in which players are more willing to spend money to pull on them.
I agree.
So, why is this happening? Why have the two biggest open-world gacha games gone down this path? Well, I actually have a pretty good theory for it.
Okay,
This is something I like to call the gacha motive of storytelling.
right.
I'll start by asking a simple question. How do gacha games make money? Well, through the act of players pulling on the gacha. These games make the majority of their revenue on characters, not the music, not the events, and not the open world. You can do all that for free. In other words, it's their job to sell these characters to you. A simple fact about gacha games
Yep.
is that it must release new gacha targets over time to retain
You're
existing
not missing anything
players.
yet.
This can inevitably lead to character
Chlorinde
bugs,
was such a
where
babe.
either
Holy
only
fuck.
some
I
of the
love
cast
Chlorinde.
is actually relevant,
Like, the
or
Chlorinde
everyone just
Navia
has surface
dynamic was
level
great.
development. Because of the way these games are monetized, this motive can influence how the story is written. There can't be any nuance in designing playable characters' morals because they must be marketable. They must be shown in the most virtuous and positive light to incentivize as many people to pull for them. Any trait
That, in my opinion, that is only true for a certain demographic, for a certain country. You guys want to know what country that is? Not Japan. Genshin, for example. Wanderer. I fucking love Wanderer. Right? I love that guy. I love his snarkiness. I love like don't follow me. Like, cry louder. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. Like, let's go. I love that character so much. And the fact that he's the most hated one in all of China makes me laugh. Makes me absolutely laugh. We've got 2 minutes left. I think there's nothing more. It's just going to say, why is this happening? It's just going about that. There's no point. I think I've already gone through like the main criticisms of the story. Some parts he's like correct on, half correct on. Something is completely out, like not correct on like whatsoever. But I think I've seen everything. I'm good. 1 minute only. Yeah. I'll watch the follow-up later. I will watch the follow-up. We will watch the follow-up later as well. I promise. Okay. Let's go. Countdown. Less than a minute left. Less than a minute left. Okay. 44 seconds. I'm just going to count. 40, 42, 41, 40. Also, the way they have the numbers, like the O, the 0 for like their numbers really weirds me out. I think they should fix it. It looks like a D. It looks like a D. Because they're giving us that D. A double D. I bet you want gacha games to get compelling characters, tropes aside. Yeah, I'm tired of the tropes in gacha in general. Honestly. I'm ready for Zanny to do what? I ain't saying shit. Right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's have a look. Okay. Ooh. Solon. Okay. Got this like apocalyptic type thing running through a war zone. Ah, I get it. It's going through each act of each patch of Wuthering Waves. So the first part was Huanglong, then it was to Mount Fermat, then it goes to Black Shores. Got it. Like traveling through the updates. Go to Rena City now. Flight. Go on. Oh, no flight. Just a parachute. Alright. So he's Magi? Maybe. Where's Dong? Did he just steal his shirt? Wait, where's the... No captions. I'm waiting for subtitles. I thought there were going to be subtitles. There's no captions. Jazzy. Very snazzy. So long got EOS. The EOS stands for End of Solon. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, it's just got like a big celebration type music going on here. Okay. Oh, he's back. Welcome back. Solon. He's not dead.
Hello， 各位漂泊者们好，我是你们
Strange yet familiar new friend
又陌生的新朋友，同时也是大家的老朋友。
霸王
霸王同志，很高兴又跟你 合作了。
I thought he was going to co-host with Dong. I'll be honest.
可能
I'm wondering where
什么
Dong
呢
is.
我们刚刚不是配合的挺好的嘛，真是的，快给大家讲正事儿，讲正事儿。
确实确实。好，那么我们先和大家聊正事。
17 parts of
接
topic.
下
Okay,
来
go.
欢迎大家来到本次明朝
Welcome to
2.3
Wuthering Waves version
特别
2.3
前瞻
previous
没错
special broadcast.
特别前瞻，因为我们明朝马上就要
Celebrate
过
the first
1周岁
anniversary.
生日了。
Got
我
it?
们从荆州、陈萧山
Jinzhou,
到黑
Mount
海
Ferment,
再到
and Black Shores,
黎纳西塔、
Laguna of Rune
拉
Sita,
古纳、阿维纽
Avenolian Theological
神学
Seminary.
我们走过了很多的地方。
Oh, Bawang is
还一起
garlic.
度过
Oh, got it.
温暖的追月节，
The Moon Chasing
解决
Festival.
了薪资给予
They
的
need
危
to bring
机
that back.
还在黎桥里海岛体验了
The
一波
Ritual Islands.
捕鱼达人的
Fishing with some dredge.
是啊，转眼就1年了。哎，松龙哥，如果让你从开发者的视角来形容我们明朝这1年，你会用什么样的词语呢？
What would it be?
关键词，我觉得应该是挑战。
Challenge?
这一路以来，我们遇到了非常多、
Okay.
非常多的挑
I
战。
thought, so I'm
但是
so
呢
sorry. 1 second.
也正因为有了这些
It's
挑
so smaller.
战，我们才真正让明朝变得
Is it small enough?
越来越好。例如上线初期时，我们收到了
We
很
feel a lot
多
of
反
but
馈
optimization.
优化模块。当时我们向漂泊者们承
Okay.
诺，会把游戏性能
Game fonts will be a long-term goal.
一直推进下去。
I'm kinda
而不是
big, I heard that a lot.
表面问题就结束了。现在回头看，这个承诺我们应该也算做到了吧？
They've done
我们
really
依
well
然
with
在
the
不断地
optimization
优化游戏性能和游玩体验。
and refining the game
正
experience.
式
Okay.
上线了
Ray
光
tracing?
线追
Cool.
踪来拓展明朝的画质上限。新的1年，
Okay.
性能依然是我们
I want to
绝
know
对的
what else they're going to
重点
bring.
明
Like
朝
QL
不仅
optimization,
要
that sort of
越
thing.
来越好玩，
Sharper
画面
visuals?
也要
Okay.
足够好看，体验也要
They do need to fix the
足够
early story.
顺畅。
哎，打住！我们还没有说到性能这一块呢。
Getting ahead of yourself
现
now?
在想问你的是，想跟咱们广大漂泊者最想说的
New driver, balls on 4060.
最
I have a
想问最
4060.
深层的那种
I might be having the same
感想
issues.
明白最深层的感想。I love you。
哦
He loves me.
too。
明朝就像一套一直流淌的潮水，因为所有的漂泊者，我们才能在过去、
Keep surging
现
forward
在、未来不断的奔涌
through past,
向前。
present, and future.
我们因为你们的存在，也因为你们而改变。
And also change
在这里。
because of you. Good.
我想跟所有的漂泊者们说，
奔流因你不息。
明
Overflowing
朝
with you.
1周年朝圣庆典
Okay.
将随着2.3版本正
Let's
式
have a look.
开启。潮水奔涌所向的地方，全是我们相聚
Gathering
共庆之
what？
地
是的，那么为了纪念我们这一特殊的节日，我们也为1周年设计了
You know,
全新的
River is really hot.
logo。在明朝2.3版本期间，大家将在许多地方看到这个 logo 的呈现。
Change the logo?
那话不多
They
说，
changed the logo.
接下来我们就准备正式开始介绍明朝2.3版本的全新内容吧。我相信漂泊者们也都迫不
Okay.
及待。
Yeah, I really want to know
想知道
what's coming
我听
for
说
this
我
year,
们项目
for
组
the,
的
for
小
next
伙伴
year.
们为了让今天的前瞻特别通讯
Top tier insider
足够
info.
特别
Okay.
准备了相当多的情报内容啊。
是的，没错，这是我们必不可少的环节啦。首先，我们要为
Okay.
各位漂泊者们介绍一下
Introducing 2 new resonators.
全新共鸣
I
者
mean, they've already like
在
debuted
2.3
them
版本
online.
中，我们将会有2位新共鸣者和大家
Let's see.
见面哦。然后我会再为大家介绍一下我们
Says
全新
being
的
Lex.
1周年庆
Exactly.
主题活动的玩法，以及2.3的相关版本
And
活
all
动
the。exciting limited
当然
activities. Of course,
还有我们非
we're
常
also going to have
重
some
要的
major system
版本
updates.
系统更
I
新
want to know
和
exactly
优
what
化内
major
容。
system updates,
最
like
后
optimization
也不
updates
会
are going to
少
have.
了
That's the thing
我
I'm
们
mainly
线上
like
线下
interested
周年
in.
庆相关的活动
Because that
情报
changes the
信息
game
哦
at its core.
看起来周年庆版本内
Like
容
characters
多
are
多
like for certain people that
我
pull
已
for them,
经
but
开始期待
optimizations are
那
for
说了
everyone.
这么多
That's the thing I'm
不如
mainly
直
focused on.
接看一看。
没错，我们就正式开始吧。敬请大家欣赏2.3版本 PV 雁行小
Okay,
曲
the official trailer for the next
团圆
2.3 update.
庆团圆。
Okay. Right.
Let's go. Got no time to waste.
Oh, we saw this. Oh, okay. I thought it was something new. And this is the update for the entirety of 2.3. Add Linux and I'm free from Windows. They should, shouldn't they? If it's going to be on Steam. The Chibi event. Yeah.
Time to work again.
Raguna once went
Okay, here we
through
go.
a hell of a time.
Nice.
The Order was hit with major losses, including many of their best. The Black Alley was born when that stability
Black
fell
Alley?
apart.
Oh, we're seeing an underbelly now. Let's go. Okay.
Efficiency is everything at work.
Good, good, good.
It's all about
So
hitting the nail on the head.
I would get a drink with Danny.
Let's get this over with.
Massive shield, massive sword. Like, what the?
I can spare a minute to knock some heads around. Give me your worst.
This is so cool.
Reduce to dust.
But she's supposed to be a gauntlet user. How the fuck is she a gauntlet user? Oh, that's badass. How the fuck is she a gauntlet user?
As the forgotten songs rise once more,
I like her
a tale of
voice
the
acting.
past I shall tell. Overture.
I was so surprised that she's a pistol user. I'm guessing she's got a rifle. Is it a rifle thing?
Grand overture. Listen,
Like a musket rifle, musket rifle type thing? Alright. A gun bar. Yeah, I was so surprised. I thought she was gonna be like a rectifier or something.
Talos. That was what the Black Alley called their leader.
Talos.
Talos doesn't stop anyone from challenging her.
Challenging her.
She tells them if they beat her, they get to be the new Talos.
Oh! Is that Zoya?
The Black Alley has its own rules, and I'm simply following them.
She looks like Zoya.
Things running smoothly.
Guys, you played Path to Nowhere? She looks like Zoya.
About rules. First, learn not to make my life hard.
Oh, oh, that is a... Fuck, what is a reference? Like the shin kicks? That is a reference. Oh, what is it? The shin kick there, that's a reference.
My eternal summer will never fade.
Are we going back to the Black Shores? Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, hang on. So we've got characters from Huanglong. Kalkaro's in here! We finally have Kalkaro in the fucking story? Wait, so we got characters from Huanglong going to Rinazita? Oh, we're getting baited right now. I don't know. Is this where they're gonna bring Kalkaro into the fucking story?
啊，拳打黑帮，脚踢坏蛋，追逐着音乐的
Finally?
寻找被隐藏的真相，还将和非常不一样的共鸣者。
I want to know exactly what that means. If it's just like a cutscene to like show, oh, we have characters like what that means like for the story, you know?
漂泊者们的游戏时光会过得相当的丰富、
精彩，
且开心。
可不是嘛，松龙哥，你知
It's
道
not
吗？
impossible. He should have been in
在拉
Huanglong
城黑暗的
ages ago.
一角中，有一个和光有关的传说。每当隐匿在黑暗
Can't believe I said
的
calculator's
邪恶
name
势
wrong.
力
I apologize.
开始破坏
Carpaccio.
拉格纳的和平，就会有出现一名名为焰光的
Blazing Nightwalker
将他们全部绳
to
之
bring
以法。
justice under the cover of night.
这究竟是怎么一回事呢？实在是
The
太难
Blazing
猜了。
Nightwalker.
要不这样，我们直接去看一下怎么样？
没问题。
Who's the Nightwalker?
走，走。
Is that Kalkaro? Because they just showed Kalkaro. Is that what they're talking about? Or they're talking about someone else? I love this like dark shadows. I like this. It's got like the very like old style like jazz noir like 1920s 1930s vibe in there. I like this a lot. This is really cool. Very stylish. Confidence man JP, I know that meme. That was cool. Who the fuck is that? It's like
传说中，焰光的夜行者会在夜幕到来后
Blazing
行走
Nightwalker
在拉
emerges,
古纳
patrolling the
大街
alleys.
小巷，铲奸除恶。 将坏人送去他们该去的地方。
This sounds like Pseychie, I'll be honest. I don't know why, but this sounds like Pseychie.
他就是一名普通的上班族。
Oh, she's an office worker.
每日都在
Okay,
兢
not
兢
then.
业业的工作中。
Okay. It sounded kind of Pseychie-esque, you know?
你现在
Blazing fusion.
怎么回事？
Like she wants to be like a superhero. But when you said like an office worker, going to like Zanny right
你这
now.
么一说，我突然也好想上班啊。那么在这里，我们向各位漂泊者们宣布，
We're thrilled to announce that brand new resonator,
塔里家族的
Monterey
最佳
Family's
员工
best employee,
夜行者。
and those size I want to have crush
加入
me.
各位漂泊
Wait,
者的队伍。
that's a different conversation. Nice. Like sleeping at the desk. This is her pull animation.
全新的，
Sleeping at the desk
我怎么感
and
觉
like always working. Again, that plays into her character. That was great. That's
在
a
漂泊
good
者
pull
们
animation.
初次踏足拉古纳时，就已经其实和赞妮相遇了。
That was in like
看似
yeah
是一名
2.0.
普通的职场精英，
Love at first
实
sight.
际上却会用拳头。
I think that's her gacha animation. Yeah, I think that's her pull animation.
对，挥舞起巨大的盾牌
Wielding a
更是
massive
游
shield.
刃有余。
I
赞
wonder
妮
how the hell is
就
she
于莫塔里家
a
族的
gauntlet
艾
user?
弗拉德金库保卫科。白天的他
You know?
是勤勤恳恳的上班族，行事利落，办事可靠。虽然总是顶着沉重的黑眼圈，
It's very like
沉重的
noir-esque as well.
是满脸疲惫的样子。
Like that pull animation was very
情绪的稳
noir-esque.
定程度甚至远胜艾弗拉德金库的保卫墙。
It's even stronger than the defense wall of Averada Vault. Like I said that her shield I think is like an Averada Vault
不双修，
cap, you know?
莫塔里也太坏了吧！
哎，那莫塔里家族的事务确实是比较繁多嘛。
It's like
作
Thor.
为最佳员工，在你总是在
She
加
keeps
班方
pushing
面
herself,
很
working
难
late.
放过自己一马，对不对？这却是一方面。
She works so
那
much.
另一
I could
方面
give her a
每
massage.
当夜幕降临的时候
Full body
赞妮也
massage.
常常会游走在
You know?
黑暗的街头上面，将那些不怀好意的人暴揍一顿，暴揍一顿。
Like she works all day and she's awake all night to be basically be Batman. She's basically Batman.
彻底的休息。不过呢，对于赞妮来说，虽然很累，但她是
You
非
know?
常乐于为拉古纳的安定
Zanny is
下
Batman.
班后的时间哦。
真是没想到啊！
That's why she's so
但你
tired.
表面上看起来完全是没有热心市民的样子的，没想到私下竟然是在疯狂做
Doing
好
helping
人好
rituals
事。
like this.
不过天天要打架，赞妮的武力值一定很强吧
Yeah, she's just
不用
perfect
说
at everything.
没错，赞妮利用自己的双重身份，其实在背后默
Standing
默
out of a
守护
ring
着
sitter
林纳西
without
的
asking for
秩
recognition.
序与安宁。他是一名衍射属性的共鸣者。
Okay, Spectral,
使用
Gauntlets.
避开
Okay,
作为
we
武
need
器
Platinum Cores, Sword
甚至
Acorus.
是复返
Okay,
出
that was
动力
the
在
the
战
stuff
斗
we need to
中
get
会
like
使用
gather
巨型的
like
盾牌进行
to.
攻击，能对
Got new
敌人
enemies
造
now.
成不俗的伤害。
So it's gonna be like the
而且
underground. Like this will be like
作为一名
the
成熟的打工人
Ring City's
即
version
使是
of like
面
the
对敌人
Fraxidus,
赞妮也是
of like the
游刃
male
有余的
versions
状
of
态
like the
和
mobs and
稳定的
such.
状态在对战中，他甚至
Facing
能
villains and
忙里
such.
偷闲，借
Okay,
力后
so
撤
the thing we need to
坐
like
在椅子上
be
稍事休息
farming
同时
is the sentry.
同时
Farm the sentry.
悄悄的，同时又保持进攻与防守的姿态，敏捷的抵挡。
Oh, does she have like a parry?
然
Like
后丹尼战斗时所使用的巨型盾牌
Does she have like a
是根据
parry like
她的个人
Genshin?
能力特殊定制的武器，它会随着丹尼的进攻
Builds energy with
积攒
each hit?
能量
Okay.
当能量
So the more you
充足
get into the
丹尼
combo,
可
the
释放
the
特殊
stronger
的
it
共鸣
gets.
技能将盾牌幻化为重剑，
Yeah, it looks like she's got a parry, you know?
沉重的一击，并
Like
再次
Genshin
增强解放盾牌中的力量。当然，面对棘手
When
的
things
工
get
作
tricky,
赞尼也会严肃
let me
起
just
来
show her serious
领
side
带一场
by losing her tie.
直接释放共鸣解放，
Eyes glowing.
进入灼焰形态。
That's just
在这个形态
badass.
下，金色的能量将
Jesus
随之游走
Christ.
全身。
She goes Super Saiyan.
对，让他
Basically, we saw this in the splash art as well. She basically goes Super Saiyan. Overworking mode. Yeah, she goes like Nanamin style. Gets the wrap, the tie around her arm like Nanamin style. I'm really interested about that time thing as well. We saw like clock cogs. I've got another time thing here as well.
钟表相关的元素，这代表着什么？代表着对于每一项工作。
And you see as well in the attack there, when she spins, her sword turns into like a clock's arm.
没错。然后在
And
队伍
then
中进行
around the
战斗时
area, it turns into
在你
a
一般
clock
扮演着
face.
主力输出的角色
That's really
它具有
interesting.
特殊的机制，可以提前结算队友负债
Spectral
光照
Frazzle
效应，并
Okay.
将其转化为
Covers
自身的
into
特
special
殊能
energy.
量。在灼焰形态期间，
So she
战役利用
plays well with
可以造成
Phoebe.
不俗的伤害，而且 赞妮的动作设计多为利落的身体
Optimizing her time. True. Like on the clock, off the clock, that sort of thing.
在此次版本期间，我们也将推出一款全新的5星武器——验光裁定。它结合了赞妮的职业
Blazing Justice. It's really weird using the word blazing when she's a Spectral user, not a fusion, you know? I don't care, but like, that looks really cool. Like all the cogs and everything there, like again.
壁铠内部由黄铜构建的机械
A
结
brass
构
mixing.
如钟表般精密运转，齿轮机构间
It's still crazy that she's a
指引实现
gauntlet
的
user,
指
you know?
针表盘特效，凸显出赞妮作为一名资深社畜对于时间管理的
Her
重视
sharp
并且
time
在
management.
平时的战斗
That
中
was in the Solon
赞妮
interview as well,
习惯
like
将
about how
单
she
手佩戴
always manages
用
her
以保护
time.
手臂，以免受反冲力的伤害，
To
以及在必要
absorb
时刻时
recoil
勇于抵挡攻击
and block incoming attacks when
当赞妮
necessary.
挥动手中
Again, I think she has like a parry, like a built-in
壁铠齿轮
parry.
中心会喷涌出如同血日般炽烈的焰光。
Yeah, you see it on her
他
arm
对于
there.
作恶之人的裁决，亦或者是其他人眼中极其难以完成的工作，也会随着计时般齿轮
Some calculated
而
precision.
精准的走向终结
A。flawless finish.
向终结。
这代表了一个理念，就是既然对方听不懂道理，那就
If reasons
通过
work, then
物理的
communicate
方式
through
进行
action.
交流，用
Okay.
最有效的方式达成目的。这也是詹妮的
Now,
个人
I thought she would be a great sword
原
user
来这就是赞妮的风格。
because of the big,
赞妮
you know,
真的
great
是
sword, but
太
like
劳
gauntlet.
了吧
Okay.
但是我真的很好奇，
Gotta
明
ask
明上班已经这么
if
累
she's
了，
already exhausted
为
from
什
work.
么
Why
还
keep
要
fighting
在
for just
下班
after
后
hours?
维护正义呢？
其实詹妮的夜间巡
Not be
逻
co-dependent
源
like
自于
Phoebe.
很久很久以前
It really seems like
发生过
she
的一
would
件事
pair well with
彼时
Phoebe,
的
which is
她也只不
makes
过是一
sense, like
名
with
初入
having
职
them
场平
be
凡度
so
日的
like
小职员
connected
但因为
during
一
the
个
story.
特殊的契机
I don't mind
赞
it.
妮
It sounds
才开
good.
始了这份在夜间的义工。那么说到这里，就不得不提一段
I've mentioned the
流传于
legend
纳古拉
whispered
街
to the
头
streets
巷
of
尾的传
Laguna.
说——焰光的夜
The
行者。
blazing Nightwalker.
这是一段发生在拉古纳动荡时代的故
She's
事。
just so hot. Holy
不
fuck.
法者组成的帮派，隐秘的驻地，曾经的
I'm really interested in this new area. Again, new area, guys, as well.
过去的余孽，如今却
Hopefully, it's an area always open.
展开
And
了獠牙。
I'm wondering if like they're gonna make Zoya like that character there. If they're gonna make the Zoya character a 4-star, that would be pretty cool. They could, they should.
有点意思。我看这
They
个
do kind of like the dudes
也
from
跟
Arc
之
Knights.
前我
I'll be
们
honest,
所
they
见
do.
到的拉古纳
Kind of.
有点不一样。
I think it might be below
是
Laguna,
的
yeah.
不过更多的情报内容就等各位漂泊者们亲自了解啦。关于赞妮过往的故事以及她如今的生活
Yeah,
与
we
理
need
想
more 4
都
stars in
将
this
会
game.
在2.3版本上线的
We
全
do.
新半新故事《夜行的焰光》中，为大家一一道
The
来。
NPC is some kind of
好
boss?
好好。
Maybe.
不过上班下班都这么忙的话，赞妮平时
Content underground, but
还
actually
有
used?
什么
Yeah.
机会
I was thinking the same thing,
好
actually.
好放松一下自己吧。
There's also the underground area of
也
Bellabug
该
as
有
well.
自己的生活吧。
当然，她的爱好
Her hobby is
就是
work.
工作。
工作
虽然这是赞妮自己亲口说的，没有人相信。
4 star, what's that?
没有人相
Exactly.
信，你也不信，我怎么就那么信呢？我
What?
怎么
He's
信
like
呢？
he's like really hot. You can see he's like sweat on his shirt. He's like really
对的
working himself up, you know?
我怎么可能不相信呢？没错。
You're sure that we're 4 star?
没错。
I hope so.
只不过除了工作呢，赞妮偶尔也会进行一些报复性的消费，尽管她理性告诉自己这样不好，
Just be rational about
但是
it.
出于压力
Sometimes
和一
under
些
pressure
其
and
他的
other
原因
reasons,
总也有管不住
you
自
just
己
can't
手
stop
的
your
时
hands
候
from
嘛。
clicking
理
that
解
purchase
理解，
button.
人之常情。
除此之外呢，赞妮有时候也会 DIY 一些
Also, she can cook.
只不过
So she's like the ultimate wife.
她自己的
So what
特点
they're saying right here is like Zani is like
肉酱意面的
the
表面
ultimate
加入
wife.
奶酪、香肠和香草等
Zani's
食材
special
一起
dish.
焗烤，做成一道名为什锦肉酱
One pot
焗面的
pasta.
美食，很好吃，并且据赞妮本人所说，最开始她其实只是在
I
家
don't know
因为
what
忙于工
buffs
作
it
而被
gives
冷
us.
加了外卖，在这个过程中碰巧加入了一些
Okay.
手编的即食材料，但最后意外的发现这些东西混合起来的
She
味道
cooked,
还
literally.
相当的不错。
听起来好像确实蛮美味的。
Yep.
有机会的话，漂泊者们要不也一起
Rose
尝
can have
尝
a？try.
是的，
Yeah.
以上就是目前可以
Okay.
公开的有关赞妮相关的所有
That's
情报
all information we have
喽。
on Zani.
不错不错。那介绍完赞妮2.3，
We're going to have to look back on like what she needs like to level up, like what we need to start farming.
共鸣者即将和大家见面。
是的，不同于赞妮，
Quite different from
另一
Zani.
位
This
五
one,
星共鸣者
Shakona.
夏空，
Shakon.
如同山间
It's like a gentle
穿
breeze
行的清风。
Okay.
在他的身旁，总有诗与乐相伴。
Poetry and music.
哦，多唯美的描述。
Why do I have a feeling that Solon face is going to turn to like a Solon GIF?
好像是那里。哦，走。
All this here.
吃丝瓜，吃丝
That's going to be the next Solon GIF. The next Solon meme. I can tell. For sure. This sounds... It sounds very like medieval, you know? Like European medieval. Do you have anyone singing? Gaelic, yeah. Again,
在这短短的曲子中，我能感受到丰富的情
like
绪。
those faces, I think he's doing it on purpose. He's got to be doing it on
在我
purpose.
身上疯狂的跳动。哎，你怎么感觉盘味没了，整个人变得精神了这么多？
我看你也是哦。
All your work fatigue disappeared.
难道这就是夏空对我们的赐
Shika's
予
healing
吗？
magic. Okay, so Shikano's gonna be a healer?
是一位自由浪漫的吟游
Okay,
诗
so
人。
Shikano's
据说
a
他创作
pistol
的诗歌
using
在
arrow
瓦纳的大街
healer.
小巷中口耳相传。而林纳西塔的广阔土地上
Alright.
也遍布着他的足迹。
Wait, they said healing magic. Oh, is this her pull animation? Pretty cool. Another healer, yeah. I never want to use Verena again, I'll be
生活
honest.
的人们热爱艺术，诗歌
A
与音乐
gun barred healer.
是他们日常生活中不可或缺的一部分。所以啊，果然是
Surtur.
这样吗？
Yeah.
那肯定是的。而且夏空诞生在一个热爱诗歌与音乐的家族中。
I love her
耳濡目染
animations. Her animations are
加上与生
really
俱来的
good.
天赋使他能够快速上手各种各样，甚至是从未见过的乐器。
Has S6 Verena? Holy
每一个
fuck.
乐器都意味着一段不断传承的精彩故事。
Genshin stays in the
所
team.
以
I
有
love
时候
Genshin.
就算是一些独特的乐器，比如
When I saw this her loot type thing here, I thought she was going to be either a broad blade user, like the loot type weapon we got in 1.1, or a rectifier. I'm so surprised that she's a pistol user, you know?
夏空也走过很多的地方，他一路聆听与观察，在记录中体验各
With
种
sub
各样的
DPS?
情感。
Well, she says she's a healer, so I don't know if she'd be a sub DPS.
不过很有意思的是，夏空偶尔也会坏心眼的写一些诗歌骂人，
She also writes
或
out
者
of
开一
spite.
些无伤大雅的玩笑。
可以理解。可以理解
Her mic looks like a
比
bow,
如
to
说
be
是在
honest.
某人陷入沉思的时候
I thought
对他
like
演奏一
a
首
long
专属的
musket type thing.
BGM
你的意思是，随时随地
This type
都可以
will break
开始
into song
演奏
anytime,
天赋
anywhere.
型创作选手，是这个意思？那他的战斗方式应该也和演奏有关吧
I don't think she's healer.
没错，
But they literally just said healing magic.
气动
Okay, so you need Blazing Bone, Blazing Bone, Golden Fleece, Tidal Residuum. Okay,
它的共鸣能力
so
非
we
常
need to
不
if
错
you want to like level up Chikona, you need to be like farming the dragon, and if you want Zani, you need to be farming the sentry.
由诗人最强的攻击
Maybe healing as in healing with
夏
soul.
空的麦克风不只是
Perhaps
演奏的乐器
I
也是
well,
进攻的
they said
武器
healing. I thought they meant
它
like
可以进行形态
healing
转换，从麦克风
you know
变成一把刺剑
into a
并
rapier.
且
Okay,
夏空
so
的
she's
身法灵动，
it
它
turns
能
to
进行
rapier.
快速位移或在原地召唤分身。它的普通攻击通过自身灵活的身法和幻影分身的配合，可以达到令人意
She
想不
has
到的方式进行攻击
zero
它的重击
like
可以抢
pistol
飞目标。夏空的共鸣技能可快速
Why is she a
位移至
pistol
目标
user?
身后，并在原地召唤分身，让敌人摸不着
Like she has
防卫
no long
并且
range.
夏空多才
Why
多
is she
艺
pistol
精
user?
通各种乐器，可以给大家带来各种
Yeah,
精彩
short
的
sword,
演出
easy.
在战斗中，通过不一样的方式衔接
Final strike.
最后一段。
Okay,
夏空会分别
Pretty cool.
使用宝
plays
斯兰
Botran and loot alternately.
鲁特琴、
Okay,
麦克风进行循环
with
演
her
奏，
mic.
并且展示不同的舞蹈和
OK
乐曲。
Not enough gun characters. That's true.
如果期间夏空执行其他行为
If
或切换
perform
队友，
other actions or
他
switch
还会召
characters,
唤幻影，
her clone will
继续
continue
在
the show.
原地
Okay.
保持演奏。
Yeah, weapon types are useless. That's actually something I gave credit to both ZZZ and HSR for. With HSR and ZZ, like the light cones and also whatever they're called, like they're not limited to like weapon types. They never have to like really bend everything. They can just like give any character any weapon and just go for it. They probably should have done something similar with Wuthering Waves. I'll be completely honest.
和分身们一起举办一场欢乐的演出，在演出期间，你可以跟着节拍进行 QTE 演奏，激发能量冲击，对敌人造成伤害和。Does she hypnotize the enemies like to not attack? So while she's in this mode, they can't attack. 也会在场上继续保持哦。
夏空不愧是专业的呀。
She puts them into a trance. Yeah.
其实一支乐队，不过他在场上的演出。
Does performance give any team-wide effects? Okay.
这个说来，
Okay.
要给大家好好讲讲。
I don't think it'll work on bosses, no. Like, the freeze effects from Carlotta as well don't work on bosses, so...
幻影分身在进行演奏时，
Performing.
可以给全队提供
They grant arrow damage bonus on the whole team. Okay, pairs really well with
可以持续的给敌
Gian.
人附加风蚀效应或光照效应。它的演奏技能还能为队友
Gives
提
teams
供
arrow
风蚀
erosion
效应
damage
伤害加
amplification.
深的效果。
Have they said whether they're going to like have the past characters also have these arrow erosion, spectral frazzle, stuff like that as well? They need to make sure that all the other past characters have these effects as well.
不错不错，夏空一定可以和他的队友打出超强的配合。
没错。
Counter freeze works on bosses, no? Depends on the boss. I don't think so. For the most part, no.
配枪，林间的咏叹调，这是一把精
Woodland Aria.
浪漫的琴弦手枪。
哇塞，好看，是一个很符合。
Does she take damage when she's doing performance? I think if it's like for regular overworld mobs, like they're going to a kind of a trance where they don't attack her, where she doesn't get damage. I'm guessing when she fights a boss, they won't be affected and they'll still attack.
生命与自然的特点。这把配枪由明亮轻快的淡色金
The
属
hidden pistol.
金绿色的乐谱音符特效环绕着
How is she?
不断流动。
I have not seen any shooting.
材质编织而成的透绿琴弦，悬浮于膛线之间。每当风
Is it put into the microphone?
枪声便会荡起森林层雾般的光晕。据夏空说，他在使用
I'm
这
so
把枪的时
confused.
候，似乎还能感受到来自林纳西塔林间的翠色微风。
She shoots? Does she? I haven't seen any shooting.
你说了一篇满分作文，我刚刚
It's crazy.
在里面，是你自己写的吗？
并非，这么有诗意的
Kind of
表达
nuts, you know?
那当然是来自于夏空的诗篇
From Shikano's own poetry.
我感觉
The gunblade. I love. I actually have a gunblade. I carved it out of wood as well.
漂泊者们对夏空的经历应该也很好奇。
It's not squalls.
这方面
It's ciphers.
还有没有？
那肯定是要有啦。
Okay. Didn't she saw her shoot for a second? I must have missed it.
为你的长夏永不凋落。
Yeah, summer will never
这
wither.
一次，我们想通过一种新的方式，
Okay.
为漂泊者们展现共
Okay, so
鸣者的
they're
故事
changing up the like character stories.
连名字都这么的有诗意，有没有可以再展
Okay.
开透露的？
那我只能透露一些啦。
I'll give a small peek.
还是
Good.
希望大
I
家
want.
进去体验。
If they say they're gonna have the entire story from her point of view,
这次的故事
with no
源于
rover,
一则关于黄
Yes.
金之歌的传闻。相传拉古纳
that would be really
过
cool.
去
They should
久
do
负盛
that.
名的诗
I've
社
said that from the very
黄
beginning.
金之歌的成员
With its members,
城市
Once
最
been encounters of the
歌
Sentinel,
颂者，却因为亵渎神明而被修会
exile for
流放。
blasphemy.
而最近，他们的遗作意外现世。相传，若有人演奏
When
他
the
们的
music is
遗作
played,
中的乐曲，则会招来
It's
亡
some
灵，
vengeful
并
demons
为拉古纳带来
that
毁
bring
灭
destruction to Raguna.
在克莱塔的指引下，
Guided by
漂泊
Carlos.
者
So Carlos
会
coming
以一位
back.
鉴赏诗歌的
Oh, we
好
saw
手
this. We saw this at the
就
teaser.
是夏空，一同去解开黄金
Got
之
uncover
歌
the truth
背
behind
后
the
的
gold.
秘密。
Okay, so we're gonna meet Carlotta
创
again.
作诗歌的人，散播
So
流言的
creators,
人，追查
gossipers.
真相的人，多方势力的博弈再
Wait,
度开
what?
启。
We have two
这场藏
Chakras?
匿
I'm
在
guessing this is like a
诗与
flashback,
音乐
like
下的阴影
exploring the past
即将
memories.
揭晓。还请各位漂泊
Because
者
she said
们
that she,
做
like
好
her
准
forte
备。
allows her to like
那么在2.2版本中，
re-enter
夏
past
空已经
memories,
为
right?
漂泊者展示过了他独特的共鸣能力，他能通过旋律
Wasn't time and
跨越
space
时
through
间与
melodies?
空间，让记忆
Yeah, it goes through the
重
memories.
现
To revive forgotten memories, inversion of Pseychie wants to use the ability to.
特殊的本领。漂泊者将与下空
Traveling with Rover
穿梭在诗歌的
with
不同
poetic
篇章
chapters
中，去揭露一
Recover
段段
buried
被
secrets
掩埋的真相。
听起来是一个很特别的本领。
Okay, so that's how they're going through her character story
一
quest.
定很有意思。
Are they going to like bring that as lore-wise to allow us to like replay past
关于
quests?
他的小故事
Because that would be really cool. If they use that as an excuse to say, "Oh, you visit Shakona,
说到分享，
and then you,
下
through
空
her
很
you
喜欢
can
与大家
you can
分
like
享
replay
他
past
对旅途中的所有
quests."
感受
That would be sick.
无论是关于桂冠的英雄事迹，还是
That's what I
乡
want.
间的欢声笑语，亦或者是某种食物中的香
With
气，
different paths,
他
they could
都
do that.
能将这些感受转化为诗与音乐。
To
他
turn
的
into
表
poems
达
and
从不拘泥于
Okay.
形式，甚至他对食物的理解
when it comes
也
to
从不
food,
受拘束哦。游历四方的吟游诗人，
as a
旅途中
globetrotter,
的
she
食
values
物
meals.
讲究一个美味与便捷的平衡。
They're both delicious and
比
convenient.
如在某一次的旅途中，
Okay.
夏空本来准备吃面包的，但他灵机一动，
Oh, she
将
also cooks.
肉酱面放在了面包的缝隙中。这种
Is
主
that-
食与主食的搭配，
What is it?
却出乎意料的好吃。
Is it
但是
is that a yakisoba bread?
拉古纳的民间
Oh,
中
pasta-
有一则不成文的
Okay, so it's
规定
basically the Italian version of a
禁止
yakisoba
对拉
pan.
古纳的肉酱会
A
进行
yakisoba pan, by the way,
混搭
is
改编
a Japanese bread where you got like yakisoba, like, fried
他倒是不会
noodles
管这些
in
只
like
会
a
继续吃这个
like a hot dog
好吃
type
烩面
bun.
包
It's just like
我感
the
觉在
Italian version of
就
that.
很适合
It is. It's yakisoba
加
pan.
班
Yeah,
配碳水，是不是很有生活？
加班
Italian yakisoba. Exactly.
生活。
Overtime
索伦哥不是
overtime
想让我
carbs.
分家不，索伦哥不是这样的人。哎，索伦哥呢？索伦哥已经走了吗？哎，人呢？我还没来得及说呢。哎，索伦哥走得太急了，看来这份为漂泊者们
Seems like
准
I'm
备
the
的
only
对
one
话码
left.
只能我自己来公布了。
Redemption codes. Redemption
为
codes.
各位漂泊者们送上本次前站的第一个兑换码。
First
大家记得在预
anniversary.
告期间内进游戏内
First
进行兑换
anniversary.
哦
Hang on, can I get a text up here? 1 second. Text.
好了，
Okay.
我可要下班了啊！不，我要回去加班了啊！拜拜拜拜。
Okay, no, this is the old one. I need to edit it. 1 second, let's see. Capital. Then. There you go. That's the code. First anniversary. I mean, we should. Them actually giving us like legible and understandable words instead of like XQ7 T capital P underscore. You know? Yeah. First anniversary. Yep. I'm just I don't know. I want to know how like these cube chippies. Wait. No, guys, I just have to stop. I just stop. What did I just fucking? Who is that? I thought Kateti had blonde hair. Okay. Sorry.
Hello.
Kateti. Why does Kateti look like she got a grey hair? No, her hair color is different.
松伦哥，漂泊
Yeah,
者们，大
brunette.
家好，我是你们的新朋友瓦策划。
No, the hair color is
想
different.
必你已经准备了很多新版本的情报，等不及要跟漂泊者们分享了吧？
是的，我有超
Color
多
grading?
内
Maybe.
容要和大家说的。不过在那之前呢，就让我们向漂泊者们正式介绍一下第二索拉。
Second Coming of Solaris.
我记得是一本热门小
Yeah, that was weird. But
先
all
行
right.
公约正在制作
Like
他们的
the
衍生游戏作品。
thing here was
之前
obviously
漂泊
Fleetly's
者还为
Cartethia,
他
but
们
like
改编
the
了
hair
风格
color made her look
贡献了
so
不
different.
少参考资料呢。
没错。
Any
第二
plushes based on
索拉
these
即将
chibis?
内测1周年了。
They could definitely sell like
好
cushions
内
and
测
such
1
out of
周
this.
年，难道这就是双喜临门？
All right, so we've got
是
a
的
giant
是的
cake.
恰逢这个时机啊，安可
Oh, we're going to like the Woolly Kingdom?
所以
As it's all going to be in Encore's Woolly Kingdom land?
有意思的东西。
That would make sense.
当然呢，在这个过程中
It'll bring the old Huanglong characters back in as well.
命中注定的
Can we get an update on what happened in Huanglong with the Huanglong characters? I need
怎
that.
么一回事呢？
I really want that.
我刚刚好像看到了很多的团子，他们就是在第二索拉里面的吧？
是的，这次的活动得到了泰提斯系统的小力支持， 凭借着漂泊者的记忆与数据，在第2索拉中对共鸣者们进行了演算模拟。但因为是小力支持嘛，所以共鸣者团子的姿态就此出现。
干得好啊！那么无论是什么意外，遇到我们漂泊者，就算是团子的样子，当然也是迎刃而解。那么我们究竟要做什么呢？
邪恶的布道王偷走了庆典蛋糕，为了让庆典能够顺利举行，
They're making Abby the bad guy, but okay.
团子们
So
打倒邪恶的布道王，让庆典重新举办。
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be like taking place inside the WuWa Kingdom.
活动团转，漂泊者会在活动中会不断遇到团子伙伴，比如金希团子。虽然是由泰迪斯系统模拟的团子形象，
It's similar from
但
in
他
the
给人
Texas
的感
system.
觉和金希本人十分的相像的。
Alright.
而且啊，因为团子是根据漂泊者的记忆演算的，上一次漂泊者和
It's
金
based
希
on
的
memories
见
from
面
last
是
mission
春
with
天，
Genshin happened
因
in
此
spring.
团子的
Genshin
记忆
memories
也
are set
模拟
around
到了春天
springtime.
哦。
Okay.
哦，听起来还挺有意思。
是的，此外，也因为是演
Each
算
can
模
be
拟的
sensed
共
by
鸣
the
者
system.
团子，所以依照不同的
Comes
共
with
鸣者
unique
的能力
skills.，
团子们也拥有独特的技能招式。在进入步步魔王城前，漂泊者可以选择最多3个共鸣者团子
Okay,
协
so
同
you
作战。
can create a team
战斗中
and add
团子
cubes
会
on
自
top of
主
them.
协助战斗，而使用深海
Like
技能时，
use them
可以
as
触
like
发
say
所装配团子
Pokemon
的
type
主动技能
thing.。
在步步魔王城中，
Genshin's got like a
战胜
hyper
步步魔王的
beam.
手下后，漂泊者可以获得珍贵的数据
Okay.
模块奖励。这些模块啊，不仅能够
This is a long
显
live
著
stream,
增
yes.
强团子的战斗属性，部分特
Okay.
殊模块还能赋予团子
Special modules
全新的
grant
技
new
能效果哦。
skills.
比较特别的是啊，
Exciting part
团子的
is their
专属技能
exclusive
也会以
skills
模块的
dropped
形
in
式
the form
随
of
机掉
different
落。
modules.
通过自由搭配不同团
You
子
can
的
mix
技能
and
模块
match
漂泊者可以
for some
尝
wild
试各
combo
种神奇的
effects.
战斗组合。
Is it co-op?
例如
I haven't heard
对
that.
春团子装备金希团子的技
Command
能
Cube
模块
with
时
Genshin's
就
module.
能触发独特
A
的
spinning
激光
light
转
beam.
圈圈特效。
Oh,
让战斗体验更加
Okay, that's
复杂
pretty
多
cool. That's pretty cool.
相信大家一
That's
定
pretty
可
cool.
以
That's pretty
团
cool.
子的姿态，
You're basically mixing characters now. That's pretty cool.
夺回蛋糕，
That's fun.
让周年庆典顺利举行的。
没错，漂泊者一路过关斩将，与团子们一起夺回蛋糕后，就能
Reclaiming 嗯 the
开启一
cake
场
with
盛大的
A
1周
full
年
blown
庆典。
anniversary ceremony with waiting
当然
after you
了
like completed it.
丰厚
Okay,
的酬
fair.
劳也肯定是少不了的。漂泊者参与团转
Cube,
可
Cubic
获
and
得新
Cubic
生以及各种养成材料，
Astrites,
还有
upgrade
周年
materials,
庆
anniversary
专属纪念
exclusive
几
sigil.
率印章。当我们在一起。另外啊，我们还在部分
Co-op
挑战
mode.
关卡中也开放了
There is a
联机
co-op
的模
mode.
式。
Confirmed.
漂泊者可以叫上小伙伴一
You
起
team with
战斗。
friends and take on the challenge.
不，团子这么可爱，除了战斗，我们是不是也可以和他们一起玩点
We
别
need
的？
to mechanic in game,
都
not
做
game
都做
mode.
了，不要浪费嘛。
当然啦，和团子们的日常也安排上
Bit difficult, I
了。
think.
周年活动小团快跑热身赛与小团快跑
Keep
也
it
将
derby.
在2.3版本中
Will
陆
debut
续
in
开启。
2.3.
在小团快跑
Keep it
热身
derby
赛中
warm up event.
漂泊者可以陪伴
Wait, is
团
that
子
a,
们
is
一
that
同训
wait,
练。
wait, wait, is that
为
a
了感谢漂泊
wing?
者们的陪练，
Are those
特别
wings?
的礼物也为大家准备好了。完成活动可以获得10个福金
And
波
there's also
纹
like a
逆向
phantom
欺诈奇藏
chest minute.
翱
Yeah.
翔幻影摘桂之人
Yeah.
奖
Is that
励
glider skin?
这个
Finally？
翱翔幻影难道是翱翔的
A
那
flight
个？
aspect?
哎，
这里先卖个关子，后面我们会为大家再详细介绍。
Wait,
简单
wait,
来
they're
说
teasing this
这
shit
个
now.
活动
Okay,
是周年
wait.
庆的一
A
个
flight
特别活动
aspect.
每天登录游戏
If they say they're going to bring a
完成活
flight to
任务
Huanglong as
漂泊者
well,
们就可
holy
轻松领
shit.
取丰富的周年奖励
But
了
at the very
大
least,
家要记得及
I
时
mean,
领取
it's right, that right
让大家
there.
热身一段
Right there. It looks like a glider
小团
skin,
快
no?
跑活动就会正式开启了。由先行公约举办的第1届团子运动会正式开幕。12位明星
Got Calcro in there as
将
well.
在赛道上各显神通，
Jinshi,
争夺第2
Carlotta,
索拉
Camellia, and
最快
Calcro.
团子的称号。漂泊者可以
3 out of 4 characters there start with the letter
根
C.
据比赛的结果和黑马值，赢取对应的人气哦。
好，
Okay.
我现在就要成为
I wanna be the
索拉
number
里
one
斯最强应援的人。
Across the whole
但说
Solaris.
实话，真的很难选了，手心手背
Is that
都
your
是肉
favorite?
没关系，
Friendship
友谊
first
第一，比赛第2嘛。此外，我们还将上线一个也与
We're
共
also
鸣者
Cube
团子
themed
们
photo
有
event.
关的摄影活动哦。这一年来，共鸣者们和漂泊者一起缔造了许多珍贵的回忆。
Okay.
大家都想和漂泊者再重温一下呢，所以，所以一起来合影吧，以团子的姿态。同行一旅将在2.3版本和漂泊者们见面。
Alright.
漂泊者将以团子的姿态，与共鸣者团子们共同打卡曾经的记忆哦。
不错
Okay.
不错。
I'm sorry.
还是未来
I'm sorry.
共鸣者
Okay.
们都很珍惜和漂泊者们一
I
起
don't
度过的时光。而这一
mind.
次明朝的周年庆
Okay.
也将是 明朝与漂泊者们一起。
I'm sorry, I'm gonna be honest, dude. It's cute, but okay. You know, I can't. I'm not gonna fake hype. I'm not gonna like hype beast this. I don't give a fuck.
这一次明朝1周年庆典中啊，我们特别准备了2期由5位共鸣者和武器组成的周年换取活动。不过在这之前，我们还是先给大家介绍全新的共鸣者和武器的活动换取吧。随着 2.3 版本的开启呢，角色活动换取行于光影之间将正式开启。漂泊者们可从中获取限定型共鸣者赞妮，5星武器验光裁定的换取活动也将随之开启。同时呢，我们也将开放刚刚提到的周年角色活动换取第1期，以及周年武器活动换取第1期。漂泊者们可从纪言、引灵、折枝、向里奥、菲比。
For boosted rate. Okay, so it's not for a weapon and also for a character. It's not a selector. It's a guaranteed. Like you put some pulls in there, you can reselect, and you can get another. Yeah, it's another banner like from the beginner banner from 1.0. But instead of like a beginner banner for like the standard banner characters, it's like a beginner banner for like limited characters. Oh, they're doing all of them. Phase 1 and Phase 2. Holy shit. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay. Wait event? Maybe. I don't know. We don't know how many pulls you're gonna have to put in there. If it's the same as like 1.0, it's like 50. Like 50 pulls. If they give us 50 pulls, like 50 something pulls in this event and all this, kind of. But that wasting your guarantee account.
太自由了吧，不错，不错。那瓦策划
，OK。
接下来再说说我们其他的活动，比如大家比较喜欢的肉鸽之类的。
有的
Elusive Realm
基于原本的
，Thank you
异想奇境玩法
，Go。
这次啊，我们为漂泊者带来了一些不一样的内容。
New permanent gameplay.
帮助玩法进梦海床索拉电影节
Dreaming Deep is ready to come
正
out.
式上线。
Okay.
这个活动中，
I saw Crownless there. You guys see Crownless?
比如变身英雄
Transforming Hero Flame Ranger. I thought this was going to be like this
新
thing.
城郊客栈，边缘测量者。
Wait, what's
漂
that?
泊者在关卡中的选择啊，也会影响电影走向不同的结局。
Okay.
漂泊者可以招募共鸣者队友，
Recruit resident teammates.
挑战 BOSS，
Okay.
获得梦境碎片，提升自己的能力。
Okay.
并且啊，随着招募到的伙伴羁绊等级的提高，队伍
Is this
还可以
just like
获得
Monopoly?
各种战斗增益。在战斗中，
Okay, during combat.
漂泊者还可以
Synergy
体验
burst.
新的
Okay.
容觉爆
Instance
发。
based. Got
对
it.
了
Okay.
在活动
It's
奖励方面
Dreamlink as well.
漂
Dreamlink.
泊者们不仅可以获得新生等奖励，还可以获得深海意象
Yeah, it's a combination of like Elusive Realm, Dreamlink,
及意象
Phantom Nightmare Crownless.
冠者。
That's like the original CBT 1 or Technical Test Crownless,
全
no?
息战略幻痛在 2.3 也新增了2个挑战。
It's the TVs from
全息
ZZZ?
战略
No,
福德利斯
it's not.
以及全息战
No,
略
it's not.
罗蕾莱将正式上线，漂泊者们
Lorelei
可以
hologram
迎接好新的挑战喽。
No,
在
it's
2.3
not.
版本中
That is not the same as the
试炼
TV
商店也
system.
将上新，漂泊者
I
可
can
在商店
explain
兑
why
换
as well.
意象云海妖精。
哦，是漂泊者们呼声很高的
Cute
粉色的云海妖精，这个
I never use
大家
Mediocre,
一
but
定会喜欢的。
Cute.
当然，我们的团员赠礼7日签到活
Okay,
动
5 standard, 5 limited.
大家见面。
That art is
在
cool.
版本的最后，我们还会上线诗月赠礼
300 Astrite there and 100 tuners.
领取新生
Okay.
全新道具调
A lot of login.
特级密音筒
Again, this
等奖
art
励
is really cool.
该签到会于下个版本持续开启一段时
Yeah,
间
the。pink version from the
希望
Phoebe
大家伴着下空
trailer.
的乐章进入朝生庆典新的篇章。
What's a day
另
4?
外，随着物流在黎纳西塔业务的扩张，我们的踏潮探力
more Astrite and more standard pulls
现实
there.
探索委托活动将再次开放。
Item modifier. Yeah, what was that?
下去真的要靠漂泊者们啦。
活动真的很丰富，确实不错。不知不觉，漂泊者在索拉里斯已经走了很远的一段旅程了。瓦策划，不如我们正好借此良
Take this
机
chance
一起
to
回顾一下。
look back together.
哦，
They keep saying look back, and it keeps like pumping me to think, oh, they're gonna do like replay past quests. English?
那么来吧，迄今为止。不包含人类敌人。
Excluding human enemies, rovers have faced 106 types of TDs of task discords. 26 of them are overlord types, including nightmare TDs.
强大残像。截止到近期版本，
全
球的漂泊者对他们发起了总计19.870.9619次挑战。
That's a lot.
并累计获得25亿
2,535,348,248,397.
辽兆之旗收到的挑战次数是最多的。
Inferno already got the most.
2,701,2920次。当然，除了挑战强大的 BOSS， 漂泊者们也没有放过在各个角落出没的小家伙们。 根据承销山办事处的统计，截止到节目时间，共有4.654.9566只叮咚咚在漂泊者们的大手下失去了他们的外套。
Gangbangs.
那怎么办？叮咚咚太可爱了。
Yeah, for Changli mains there.
就会
Changli and then building a team for like Changli, Pseychie, that sort of thing.
漂泊者也有失手的时候，比如特殊红名敌人
The audio sounds a bit odd.
就给不少漂泊者致命一击。
Michael I like fighting the elite version of this one. The elite version of this was really cool. Like level 1 Yuan Wu versus the elite Light Crusher on Mount Firmament, that was fun.
但索拉里斯一定因为你们对他人的善意而变得更好。除了特殊敌人，在过去的近1年中，我们的全息战略也得到了不少漂泊者们的参与。有相当一部分漂泊者喜欢更强的挑战，
Of course we do.
所以会
That's what we're here for.
通关全息。其中，单通
Tempest Mephis difficulty.
朔雷之灵难度6的人数
Of course, Tempest Mephis gets the most. You know? Of course, Tempest Mephis gets the most. But I'm interested in like just how many, like the difference from like 400 something million compared to like not even just 100,000.
直接从讨伐强敌去做真实的辽兆之旗了。
Big disparity.
全息战略的辽兆之旗肯定难不住我们漂泊者们。
I wonder if that's just clears or attempts.
我们的逆境深塔又有多少漂泊者前往挑战了
You've done it?
这个吧。
Okay, Tower of Adversity.
华旭研究院的统计
Wow.
一共是11,058,5933次哦。
Times of Tower of Adversity.
除了与残像对战，漂泊者们还很注重提升自己队伍的力量。根据统计啊，
It said clears. Okay.
总共挑战了10,537,800,000。
No, it said attempted.
14,606,656次凝塑领域，获得了
Not clears. Attempted.
2,972,3,160份武器与技能素材。所有材料连起来，大概可以让索拉里斯大概
MG, shut up or you're gonna get banned.
超过3圈。
漂泊者们每天在为维护索拉里斯的和平贡献重要的力量。
对，说到贡献，我们的维里奈也度过了相当辛劳的1年哦。在这1年里，他累计啊为队友恢复了28兆5599亿
28,559,994,994,922,166. That's a lot.
不愧是我们维神。
We were stuck with her for so long, though.
索拉里斯留下的足迹可不少。
We were stuck with her for so long before we got Shorekeeper. And even many people didn't even like pull for Shorekeeper for some reason.
位漂泊者到达荆州最高
Ah, they went to the chair of power.
并坐上了那把散发着强大气息的椅子。
Labor code, true.
Power。另外，漂泊者为荆州的经济发展也做出了
I have no idea why they keep track of that.
哦，展开讲讲。
来自荆州茶货店的马和老板，他们家的财报显示
That store made bank.
足足为3,843,500,4,699
3 trillion 843,556,000,000 something.
诚挚谢意，希望漂泊者今后也能多多光顾。
荆州的马家太坏了吧！
太坏了，
很淡薄。
But he's rolling in it, yeah.
不过我感觉，除了这种全服的数据
weird information for them to keep track of.
应该也想知道自己这1年来
Free speech, people thought he said free speech on it. Yeah, true.
收获吧。
哎，这个我们也准备了海潮回声周年数据回顾网页活动，也将在 2.3版本上
Astrite.
线。
We see rover, like a male rover and a female rover on the reflection there. It's pretty cool.
过去1年中在明朝的世界里
Also, you can see your own personal recap there.
我为漂泊者们带来的 2.3 版本活动内容啦。不过，在我离场之前，先为大家送上 2.3 版本的前瞻兑换码，请漂泊者们查收，记得兑换哦。
Ever flowing. Ever flowing. Okay, hang on. Ever flowing.
Hello， 西策划，好久不见。不过
But first,
你能不能先给我解释一下，
but first,
怎么带了个
yeah, why do you have a blank board?
嘿嘿，你马上就知道了。Hello， 大家好，
Okay.
我是明朝项目组的西策
I'm
划。
W. We've not seen W for so long.
各位漂泊者带来各种情报。
He's been like in the old like CBT1 test, like dev videos.
实不相瞒，周年庆版本。
Why is his audio so off?
我们就只能采取特殊一点的方式向大家展示啦。接下来每公布一个系统或优化内容，我就会把对应内容贴到白板上。
I appreciate. Thank you very much, Lavender Lily.
哦，那听起来这次
Thank you so
好
much.
像还有点新意，我倒要看看你这个版
Send your
本
votes.
能贴出多少内容来呢？
好的，首先第一个到达战场的是深海幻影系统，
Echo aspect.
也就是翱翔及滑翔皮肤的系统。
Okay, switching cosmetics and glider and flight.
在
Okay.
新的系统中
I'm really interested in this.
更换滑翔影
Switching your glider and flight appearances.
应该
Okay.
漂泊者已经在刚刚
Yeah, we saw that. We saw like a bit of a like the pink
参与
thing
刚
there.
刚已经提及过的小团快跑热身赛
Can we do a
活动，
warm up
可以
event?
免费获得一个周年庆纪念好礼——斋贵之人翱翔深海幻影。看，飞起来
That
的
reminds
效果
me-
还不错吧？
What's that design remind me of? That looks so familiar.
效果确
But
实
yeah,
不错。
cosmetics for the glider. Yeah,
可以为不同的
with
报名
effect,
者选择
like a sparkly
不同的
effect, like an
深海
after
幻
effect.
影呢
The
那
laureate.
必须的，这个功
True.
能我们也已经同步安排上了。
Okay.
满足漂泊者们的
To
搭配需
support
求。
personal combos.
好，接下来第二个
Okay. Second
我
update.
们即将上线深海
Echo
数据
data
重构系
modify.
统
What?
深海数据重构什么意思？
那我问你个问题吧，刷深海是不
Shut
是
up.
很难呀？
是啊，全世界都
Shut
知
up.
道很难的啦。
Shut
那
up.
如果我们优化主因属性词条获取，漂泊者们会不会很开心
Okay.
这个优化，漂泊者们
Shut up.
早就想要了吧？
Shut up.
所以我们做了。
Wait, possible.
2.3版本
Finally here in
终于可以和
version
漂泊
2.3.
者们见面了。
对吧
Right. So
所以
we
等一下，
wait.
我们终于做到
Did
了。
what? Did what?
是的，这就是
Echo data modify I mentioned earlier.
重构系统。
Revamped to this feature, you can use modifiers to modify enhanced 5-star echoes to main stat. Okay, so you can main stat. You can choose main stat. That helps a lot.
而我想要暴击属性，那么我就可以通过数据屋里的这个数据
What about
重构
substats
系统
though?
选择对应
What about substats though? Also, I want to know like what currency you need to use to do that, and how easy is that to
指
farm?
哪打哪？
对，指哪打哪。材料调频1
Modifiers?
通过各种版本活动
Bit of digital
与海
via-
狮兑换
okay.
获取。
Item exchange.
那等2.3上线
Okay, try this
我们
feature.
是不是立刻就能尝试重构了？
Yeah, unenhanced.
为了
Yeah, we
让
get
漂
like
泊者更
fucked
方便
over
地
in
体
the
验这个系
substats.
统玩法，我们特地准备了一封邮
I
件
did see that, but I wonder if it allows us to change the main stat for like whatever element we want.
2枚结晶溶剂。
Like all the wrong elements we get from like the tacit fields.
也就是大家常说的大月卡也会有升级。
Main star, yeah,
通过
main
提升
stat selector
每一期
is
的仙乐电台等级
I won't say useless,
漂泊者们
useless.
也
It's
能获
something.
取调频仪。同时，我们还优化了经验获取和养成
Okay,
资源的获取
obtain
并且
experience.
增加了部分任务的跳转功
So
能。
how have they
漂泊者
updated that?
可以从仙乐电台直接前往对应任务。
So that's through Pioneer.
不错不错，我
Okay.
感觉西策划你还挺像个人。
It'd be pretty good for the
这
free
个也
cost.
是
Yes.
漂泊者们经常反馈的问题，在周年
It ain't useless. No, it's not useless. I would have much preferred like on the
优化部
substat.
分的介绍才刚刚开始呢。在2.3版本更新后，我们还有一项优化。
Opposition Summon
降低
3.
挑战取消了
No
确实
cooldown for
点
boss challenge.
当然，
Okay,
哦吼，
pretty good.
简单来说，强敌
So
漏水
after you
以及
like
梦
beat
魇时代
Crownless or
爆发
whatever,
后都
then you
将
can like
直接
reset,
刷
like
新
instant
取
reset.
消原有的冷却时间。漂泊者想要集中刷取深海的时候，就再也没有等待时间喽。
哦，我已经看到
That's
弹幕
useless.
有
That-
好多
no,
好
no,
好
that's
好的
useful. Sorry,
继续
sorry.
快继续
I don't-
继续。
I saw someone say useless in the chat. I'm sorry. What's that?
当当，
A happy birthday message?
这又是什么？
这个嘛，是我们为漂泊者准备的一个全新系统功能哦。
Yeah.
漂泊者生日祝福功能将在
That happens once every 356 days.
漂泊者可以在终端界面设置自己的生日，请注意。
I didn't mean to say it. I saw someone say it in chat. I swear to God.
仔细选择哦。生日祝福包含了很多惊喜内
Contain a
容。
lot of surprises. Okay.
可以邀请一位心仪的共鸣者一起度过。
To join you for the day.
也将为漂泊者
Receive a special birthday blessing.
生日祝福，还有小纪念。漂泊者还将获得生日大蛋糕，这是生日纪念入口，使用后可随时回顾来自共鸣者的祝福。
Okay, so you do get some kind of, you get a little hat, and it's in the animations too. That's pretty cute. That's not bad. I mean, it happens once every 356 days, but that makes it special. I get it. A birthday song too.
漂泊者可以通过留声奏者进行播放。
我觉得你这个系统
And once you get it, you can play it at any time.
可能有个 bug
啊？此话怎讲？
假如我生日刚刚过去，
Exactly.
那我不就又要再等一
Have to wait another whole year.
不太行吧
Any solutions?
今年生日已经过去了的漂泊者
Yeah, my birthday was last year.
毕竟今年是一个
Since this is a special year,
因此只要漂泊
once
者
the feature goes live,
系统上线后登录游戏
I mean, it's been a year for everyone, so everyone gets this.
都能收到生日祝福。
Okay, so once you log in, everyone gets this blessing. You can have that for your birthday. You can celebrate your birthday twice this year, is what they're saying.
生日祝福才到位吗？那么也再次感谢漂泊者长久以来的陪伴与支持。漂泊者们都在，也希望明朝能陪伴漂泊者们度过每一个生日。
I'm really interested, like, on that main stat selector, like, how much in terms of, like, the currency needed. What does it say?
首先呢，我们增设了养成返还、
Progressive rewards. Okay.
数的讨伐强敌、
Double
战歌重奏的双倍奖励领取，可以获得大量
You
的
can
养
obtain a
成
large
材料
amount of upgrade materials.
希望能帮
Help
助
returning
回
rollers
归
get
漂
back to
泊
speed
者获
faster.
得更快的成长速度。
Is this only limited?
此外
Wait.
我们在原来30天未登录游戏
Oh, this is like, oh, for returnees. Got it.
增加
Okay.
了60天及以上未登录的
That's a
全新
temple
回归
there.
7日签到与回归任
For
务
yeah, returnee system.
触发
Yeah.
这个奖励的回归漂
Only
泊
for
者
returnees.
可在回归7日签到中获得
Yeah,
最多
not us.
10个福金波纹，以及完成
Basically,
回归
a
任务
booster
来
for
获
those
得
that are coming
结
back.
晶溶剂、调频仪等各种养成材料。
I mean, like I said, they need to, like,
我们还增设了
focus
回归系统的问卷小
so
调查
much on the new player experience and also the returning player experience as well.
希望通过这次
Was
回
it 20?
归
I
系
thought
统
it
的
was
全
10.
面升级，
Sorry.
能更好的帮助到重回索拉里斯世界的漂泊者们。而且我们也会同步上线一个周
Special
年
anniversary
回归邀约
invitation
活
event.
动，共赴狂
Carnival
欢
time,
盛宴
we're。going live.
漂泊者在回归的
Returning
同
rovers
时
can
相互
invite
邀
each
约，
other,
完成对应的
complete
活跃
activity
任务，即可
tasks,
获得
and
晋
earn
升、
rewards like
倍率等
astrites.
奖励。期待有更多的漂泊者回应好友
Or is
的
that
召
only for,
唤
like, for people
回到
that
我
are,
们的
if you, like,
索拉里
invite
斯
new players, you get this? Or if you
我看
invite
到弹
people,
幕
if
上
like,
好好，
just
密度越来越
talk to
高
each
了。
other, like, okay, I'm playing, you're playing, okay, we invite each other and we both get the rewards. Is that what it is? Number 6, glossary.
在剧情体验中，我们增加了名词
I
注释
mean,
功能，
yeah.
一些难理解或较为关键的世界观
Yes.
名词将
We
会增
needed
加
this.
一个超链接的下划线显示。
Yes, this
漂
is
泊者
very,
可以
very,
直接
very
点
neat for a
击
lot of people.
查看所提及
And you can
名词的
view
具
it
体释义。希望
in,
此功
like,
能能够帮助
right there as
漂
well.
泊者更好
Okay,
地
that's
理
pretty
解
cool.
剧情
I thought,
以
like,
及索拉
after the
里斯
entire
所发
conversation
生
be
的一
ended,
切。
but, like, you could see it at any moment.
进行世界观和
That's
剧
pretty
情
cool.
内容进行考
That's pretty
究的
cool.
漂泊者，那
Only
绝
newer
对
returning
是
players.
福音。
Ah, I
没
see.
错没错，我们继续第7。
That'll help a lot of people, especially in Japan as well. Game package.
我们也深刻了解到，游戏
The
包
package
体
size
的
can
大
significantly
小
affect
其实也会影
your
响
gameplay
漂泊者们的游戏
experience.
体验。
Yeah, if your package is
所
too
以
big,
我
it
们
can be
对
pretty
PC 端
painful.
的包体也再次进行
I
了一
know
波
from
优化。
experience.
2.3 版本的游戏包体将会进一步缩小，并且官方启动器也将提供
Okay,
进一步
efficient
的
rewards
增
for
量下载。
extensive incremental
当
downloads.
然，关于
Of
移
course, for
动端的
mobile
下载，
platforms.
我们也会进一步优化。至于具体的优化情况，漂泊者可以留
Yeah, I'm
意
wondering
后续
like
的官方
what
公
this
告。
exactly means
此外，
噔噔，一气呵成。
for all
明朝的
fronts.
光线追踪
Ray tracing
也
is
会
gonna
迎来
upgrade.
进一步优化，
Okay.
将大幅扩大支持。
No, I don't know exactly what it means by that package, game package thing.
部分 AMD 显
That
卡
wasn't fully
以及英特尔
explained.
显卡的光追支持。同时，针对120帧设置，
That wasn't fully
我们
explained.
也扩大了支持的显卡配置范围。
I want to know
基于
more
这两项优化，
like precisely
漂泊者
what that
们
means.
将可以在配置要求更低的情况下， 体验到更好、更流畅的游戏画面。具体的调整详情，
120 frames per second.
后续的官方公告哟。
我感觉
Size resolution basically, yeah.
但我怎么感觉你还能抛啊
We don't need to re-download the entire game for an update. If that's all they mean, sure. I really want to be able to like, uninstall, re-download, and reinstall.
我们为
Special gift.
准备了一
Okay.
份周年庆赠礼。在5月23日，也就是明朝曾经正式公测的日子
May 23rd.
漂泊者们上线即可在
Free temple
赠礼
and like an icon
直
there.
接领取10个福金波纹以及周年专属纪念头像
An icon to put for your
这个好
for your account, your profile.
漂泊者们记得在5月23日当
Log in on May 23rd.
领取1周年生日礼物
I wonder if there's like any leeway, like if you don't log in on that day, you log in after that day, can you still get it?
另外有一件想提醒
The
漂泊
icon.
者们的
You
事
probably
情，
should be
明
able
朝在
to.
公测的时候，我们曾经为漂泊者们发放了全球预约及社媒里程碑的奖励邮件，
Social media follow milestones,
以及一份新手
as well as a thank you gift. Okay.
理邮件，
Beginner's choice
也
convene.
就是
Yep.
可以直接领取自选
Acclaim
常驻新共鸣者的道
A
具。
5 so this is a 5-star
朝圣答
selector.
谢券
It's talking about from the 5-star sets from the
这两份邮件
original.
都将在今年5月
I still have one
22
on one of my accounts.
11时59分过期。如果漂泊者已经注
If
册
you're registered
登
and
录过
logged
明朝
in,
但还没领
but
取
haven't
这
claimed
两
these
份邮
rewards yet,
件，请一定
don't forget to
要
unlock the
记得
mail
在
feature.
过期前上线解
We're
锁
getting
邮
no ticket.
箱
No,
功
there's
能
nothing said about that
并
right
领
yet.
取奖励哦。
Nothing yet.
在这之后加入明朝的漂泊者们
No, not another 3-star. No, not another 3-star yet. They're just talking about the past one. They're talking about the past one, not a new one.
届时漂泊者们完
They're
成
saying
相关
if you're a
新
new
手
player
活动
after
任务
that
也可以
that
获得
hasn't
自
gotten
选
that
常驻
choice,
新共鸣者的福利哦。
they're just saying
等一
if
下
you're a
等一
new
下
player, you can still get that 5-star
那如果有的漂
selector.
泊者在5月22日11时59分之后，但是是在2.4版本开
And
服
there's a
前
2.4?
新注册的，那怎么办呢？
这方面我们也考虑到
Okay.
了。在
Wait.
这期间新注册的漂泊者，
Okay, these
我们也
new
将通过
players.
邮件的
New
方式
players.
为他们
No, 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 no,
送上
no, no, no,
全球
new
约及社媒里
players.
程碑的奖励
New players.
以及新手换取
No,
自
this
选
is for new
答辩
players.
积分
No. A selector, yes, for new
另外
players.
再小小补充一下 2.3 版本
After version 2.3 goes live,
游戏内商城宁客悦向商店
Super bonus will be
将进行
reset.
手冲双倍重置
yes, so not us, no. Reset.
届时
So if you're a
漂泊者
filthy,
可以重新
filthy
享受
whale out
商店
there,
所有充值单位的手冲双倍，还请
you get to
漂泊
get
者注意
the
重置
double
时间
on there.
最后在 2.3 版本
And if you're not, but you want to get the most, you can buy it and get another one.
漂泊者完成各项换取
Wait,
任务
hang on, wait. The event info, you can get all the other alternate skins for like Dreamless, Inferno Rider, and Lorelei as well. And like for the weapons.
和其他养成道具哦
So this allows you to get the other skins from the past events.
稀有奖励
That's pretty good.
在密室中开放兑换
That's pretty
比
good.
如投
And
影
as
金之
again,
矛
more
投影大海的馈赠
limited pulls too.
意象无望者，意象辽赵之旗，意象罗雷莱。最后还有一个好消息
One last piece of good news to share.
分享一下，很高兴的和大家
Great
公
to
布
announce.
4月29日，
When
也
version
就是
2.3 goes live.
的时刻，明朝 Steam 版本就要正式上线
Steam
啦
version.
计策划，那接下来呢？能不能不要停下来？
Steam version.
哎，那么就简单多给漂泊者们
Okay.
介绍一些内容吧。未来我们还会针对任务追踪体验进行优化。
But the audio is
比如
not me,
针对
it's
部分
from the
漂泊者
original
反馈的
here.
正在进行追踪的任务，
Manually
需要
cancel
先
tracking,
点
then
击取消
re-click the
追
trap
踪
button
任务，再重新点击
to
追
switch
踪
between
好麻
quests.
烦。
Yeah, that's
我们也
annoying.
在推进优化当中了。此外，明朝游戏内置攻略账系统
An in-game
也正在
wiki
开发中，希望后续能让漂
To
泊
be
者们
easier and
查询攻略
faster
更方便
to
更快
find
捷。
guides while
我
playing.
们也正在努力开发深海强化可自动调节
Auto
功
tuning
能
feature?
和深海自动弃置与上锁功能，希望能给漂泊者更好的深海强化
Oh,
体验。
so
好好好。
basically
优化
they're
体验一定
they're not
要长
removing
线地做下
tuners,
去
they're
我们
making
的
an
游戏才
auto
会
tune,
越
so you don't
来
have to
越
go
好
to the other menu to
这1
tune
年
it.
时间里，我们也确实做了非常多的优化内容。
I'm
有
fine with
很
that.
多很多漂泊
I know some people that
者
would
一直
be.
支持着我们，为我们提建议。
So auto tune
明朝的
feature.
世界也因此有了很大的变化。我相信，只要我们继续
Auto tune
坚持下去，明朝还会不断变好。
So it makes it
就像我们
easier to do
周
the
年庆的口号
the
分
step
流
step
因
method,
你
you know?
不息。明朝
One less click, actually two less clicks, I think.
是的，真的非常非常感谢漂泊者们的支持，以后也
No,
请多
three
多
less
继
clicks.
续支持我们呀。所有的这些呢，就是
1, 2, 3, 4,
我要为
5, 6,
漂泊
7,
者带
8,
来
9,
的情
10.
报了。
So 10 updates there.
结束了。对啊，送人哥。
Is that the actual end? That's all I've got. Okay. Is that everything? The guide in game is good for leveling, right? Yeah, it's gonna help, I think. You're hiding something? What is it? Summer outfit. What?
好吧。
What?
那我就全盘托出吧。在未来的2.4版本，
What?
我们将会上线2位共鸣者的
Brand asked for two resonators.
分别是
Who?
我们另隐苍视长梨
Changli?
和全新服饰，以及莫塔里家族2小姐
And also Carlotta as well.
的全新服饰。这2套服饰都将在2.4版本与大家见面。这次是2套充满夏日气息的服饰。
They're gonna make so much fucking money.
新衣服，我看了也是非常
They are gonna make so much
希望
money.
漂泊者们喜欢。另外，在后续的周年庆活动中，我们也会为漂泊者们送上一份
Special
服饰
gift?
通用礼券。
An outfit
在
voucher.
购买服饰时，可以使用它抵扣300
So
月下，
coupon.
而且它可以和首发折扣叠加使用。
Launch discount.
最
Okay.
后，按照惯例，也为漂泊者们送上一份钱章兑换码。感谢漂泊者们收看。
Yeah, I don't mind. I do not mind at all.
兑换哟。
Optional skins, like being like very revealing. You know, like I don't mind that at all. That's where they should make the money. I'll be honest, guys. Maybe it's like I know I'm gonna get hate for this. They should make the characters not be revealing, like not goonery at all. Listen, but make the skins revealing. That way, they'll get more people to pull for the character and get the double as well. People are going to be like spending for the skins as well. With you, yep. L take? Yeah, I know. This guy. I'm just saying. That's how most gacha make their money, you know. Snowbird did it and got flack for it because that's because they did the Gooner thing, then went back to the non-Gooner and then did it again. No. They tried to like run it back. Are they really playing the instruments? They don't look like they're playing the instruments. The drummer looks like he's playing, and the trumpet, but the guitarists don't look like they're playing it. Okay. Why does that girl in the middle that's playing, I think she's playing the bass guitar? She looks like Billy Bobby Brown. The girl who plays 11 from Stranger Things. She looks like the girl who plays 11 from Stranger Things. Or is it just me? Kind of. Alright. Covered a lot, okay. Billy Bobby Brown? We're still missing an important piece. Alright. Q? I knew you'd show up. I didn't. It's got a W and got a Q. Prepared a variety of events to mark the occasion. Okay. That's what you go through. Besides all the new game modes, events, optimizations, rewards. Okay. Surprises. No Dawn. Yeah, no Dawn. Bring it on. Alright. Starting next week. We're releasing it. Oh. Okay, we're gonna get more dev videos. Okay. I'm actually, personally, I'm really interested in that. Just me personally. I don't know if you guys are interested, but I'm actually interested. The crashing out.
值得观看哦。1年的时间
Okay.
相信很多漂泊者们啊，都已经走遍
After
了
Costa
索拉里斯
Solaris
的各处美景。大家是否有
Did you
拍
capture
照记录
beautiful
下
moments
来
along
的？
the way?
索
Isn't
拉
it
里斯
snapshots?
最强摄影
Tidal
师活动
photography
朝声摄影也将在
Yeah,
2.3版本
exactly, Risky.
开启招募了。
I agree.
喜欢摄影和创作的漂泊者们。
I like the dev videos they did when they were leading up to the release of the game.
这个活动
Like release up to release of CPT 1. I really enjoyed those.
在明朝
Like
游戏内
like the back end and
过场的
such.
加载界面哦。
哦，那听起来确
OK
实有点意思。也就是说，我们可以在游戏加载界面看到各位索
As the game
拉里
loads
斯摄影师的
Wait, so the pictures that you take can show up on the game loading screen?
说得很对。
那就期待漂泊者们的创作啦。
另外，
Okay.
明朝官方周边
Merch updates.
也将迎来
They should have
上新了。
pillows. They should have pillows for those
向大
cubes.
家介绍的是
You know?
坎特雷拉，骷髅游戏周边
A chibi figure of
即将上新
Cantarella.
明朝坎特雷拉 Q 版手办啦。
还是带
No
背景
Kamoto included.
哦
Just so you're all
不
clear
错，我
about
觉
that.
得不错。
另外
It would have been weird on a
既
chibi, you
然
know?
我们的周年庆活动中有这么多可爱的共鸣者
So many
团子
adorable cubes. Okay.
怎么可以没有团
We could
子
resist
的
making
可爱
merch
周
of
边
it.
呢
I'm not surprised.
请看明朝共鸣
Cube
者
stack and
主题
play.
团子
Oh, it's a stacking
叠
game?
乐。
叠
I thought they'd make
确
pillows,
实
I'll be
还
honest.
挺应景，非常好的团子周边。
Tecton is
是不
pissed.
是
Ah,
可以
whatever.
叠在一起呢？
没错，就像我们游戏内的小团快跑活动一样，团子们是可以叠在一起的哦。
Okay.
松伦哥，刚才说了这么多，
Yeah,
其实
I thought they would do
我有一
plushies,
个
I'll be
问题
honest.
想替漂泊者问问你啊，
展开问问。
你说除了品牌
Do we
联动活动
have
之外，
Any IP
明朝有
collaborations? We talked about this in the previous interview.
哦，这个嘛，
Collaborations?
确
Collaborations?
实有点遗憾。
What?
我们现阶段
No?
确实没有任何消息
Ah, fuck.
可以跟大家分享。
Nothing we can share.
我也明白，大家其实有一些期待。
They
如果
fake
有合适的机会
they，pump faked us.
我们是会尝试的。
哎，对，
He said the same thing in the interview.
哪来的音乐啊？
Wait, what?
你听到了吗？
有音乐吗？
Music?
我没听到啊。先别说话，我们仔细听听。哎，确实有啊，而且不知道为什么，这旋律听起来有点熟悉啊。哎，谁把灯关了呀？
灯怎么关了？这入侵一样的效果有什么东西啊？有没有人来管一下？
What? Cyberpunk. Oh, they need to bring that in to Black Shores. Let's fucking go.
那么在这里，我非
What？
常高兴的跟大家宣布，明朝
No, it's next year.
赛博朋克
Next year, so it's a while off. It's a while off,
夜
guys.
之城的角色再度见面，敬请
Characters from Night City.
好了，那么以上就是我要为漂泊者们介绍的全部
You think we'll get Rebecca?
内容了。
You think we'll get Rebecca in there?
了，咱们应该
That's sick.
掖着的惊喜了吧？我还要
Rebecca skin for Camellia.
反正我
I
是
could
没有
easily see that for
你有吗
Camellia.
西策划
Like she's a very Camellia-like-esque character, you know?
一滴都没有啦。
Well, maybe not size-wise, but still like kind of
我也没
petite.
有啦。那么各位漂泊者，感谢收看今天的特别。
A new federation, true. New federation, Black Shores, you know?
我还有一个惊喜要跟大家分享，在阿维柳宁神学院的
That would be sick.
卡提夏的故事还没有
If they basically make New Federation a version of like the cyberpunk world, that would be sick.
更加精彩的冒险
Okay.
更加跌宕起伏的
Exciting
故事
stories.
都将
Okay.
在这个夏天
Waiting for you this
等
summer.
待着漂泊者们。
不愧是你啊，这都能藏到最后。
Another map?
哎呀，那么现在是真的进入到尾声了。这一年能够和漂泊者们一起度过，我真的非常非常开心。
是啊，
Okay.
转眼间，明朝
Sounds
已
good.
在各位漂泊者们的陪伴下，度过了一段很长、很珍贵的时光。
No free 5
感
stars.
谢各位漂泊者们的支持。
Select
再接再厉，争取做到
banner selector. I don't know what the pity is on it, so I think it'd be like the same as the beginner banner, so maybe around 50. Of any character, any weapon. One final gift. One final gift. A special performance by the Royal Scottish National Orchestra.
带领大家回顾这1周年的历程，回顾属于每位漂泊者的周年记忆。大家一会儿不要走开哦，陪伴彼此度过这个值得纪念的时刻吧。
最后
Kind of faked on that one, you know?
版本雁行下曲
Party Arpeggio of Summer Reunion
将于4月29日正式开启。明朝的1周年朝生庆典即将到来，希望大家能在明朝1周年朝生庆典中。
Music free Chicana. I don't know about that. I don't know about free Chicana. They didn't say anything about that. The anniversary banner is not even guaranteed. Wait, what do you mean not guaranteed? It is. You choose and you get a guarantee. What are you talking about? I thought they were going to give free 5 stars. Like I said, I didn't expect anything. I wouldn't have been surprised. Ah, that's interesting. Using a violin bow. Saving Light. Guys, I love this song so much. I was listening to this just a few days ago to revisit what I came to this game for, you know? Oh, nice transition. Nice transition. They're going through the entirety of the game's lifespan right now. 1.0, 1.1, and through and through and through and through. I really like this song as well. This is a really good song. It sounds, I don't know, it sounds more Japanese, like this particular song sounds more Japanese to me than, say, Chinese, for example. It kind of reminds me of some songs I would hear from Studio Ghibli. Particularly, oh wait, is it Ghibli or actually in Ghost in the Shell? Original movie. But this sounds more like Japanese to me. By Moon's Grace. This is Jeje's. A lot of people are pissed off. There's like a Hoyo update, not gonna lie. Okay. Black Shores. That piano. It's a great piano. It's a great piano piece. 1 second. 1 second. I'll look at it in a moment. 1 second. I'll check that in a moment. After this is completely finished. That's why I didn't look at leaks, guys. I haven't looked at any leaks. If you're looking at leaks, you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, fallacy. This goes into... yeah. Camellia now. Yeah, we've seen like they're gonna give us Astrite, and we've seen that they're gonna give us some limited pulls, We still don't know how many astrite or how many limited pulls, guys. And we've got new areas as well. There's a lot of fucking stuff to like, get in these new areas and such in this update. This is a new login. What do you think about the rewards? We'll talk about it in a moment. Okay. Bring your seats up? Yep. Oh, you can tell that this is actually recorded live as well, because you heard his breath, or their breath when they breathed into like blowing up. So that was it's all recorded live. You can hear hear them breathe in. A spending event? No, it's not spending an event. I appreciate these songs. I like classical music, but I've got to be honest, I really do hope they start bringing back some of like that original Vanguard sound, PGR-esque techno bangers, you know? Just personally. It's a good OST for sure. I just really enjoy the banger OST, like EDM, techno style tracks, you know, personally. In the new Federation, they should have a lot of it. If they don't, they'll be making a big mistake. Again, if they're like gonna have a collab with Cyberpunk Edge Runners, they need to like go all in on that. Well, they don't need to do anything, but they probably should, you know? Is she gonna sing? Good vocals. I really like the vocals, again, from Lorelai's theme as well. Like Queen of the Night. Again, throw out to Marco Meatball, like for that, for noticing that. That was sick. Like that Mozart reference was sick.
Nothing can stop me walking down this path, bringing honor and blessing.
Not just vocalizations, but actual singing. I really want to know what Marco Meatball's reactions to this part is going to be, you know? Oh, damn, that scene. Yeah, this was nuts. He's a really good singer. He ended stream early? Who ended stream early? Malcolm Meatball? Ah, I see. You might like watch it later on. Happy birthday to you. Okay. Very cute. See, she's blonde here. Like, no, see, Cartesia's blonde here. She was brunette in the other one. She was brunette in the other one. That's why I thought, wait, is that a different character? got the dancing Hortus, and you got the tub pup in there, and you got the dancing, the twerking dragons. I don't appreciate, I'll be honest, from last one. Yeah, it's really odd that they're bringing like a calculator in here as well. I wonder if they're actually going to give him some actual point in the story, you know? No Yinlin, true. The reason why Yinlin's not here right now, guys, to be honest, is because she's waiting in my bed right now, so... Sorry. Okay, April 29th, UTC 8. Maybe Kalkara and Zani related? Because of the silver hair? 1 second, okay. Right. Right. So I'm just gonna mute it for now. I got sent a link. What's this?
Alright, so let's keep it 100%. Those anniversary rewards sucked ass. That's the same rewards we always get. What the fuck? Brother, we got 12 banners. Come on. We only got 23 balls for 12 banners.
All right. No, we don't know how many pulls we got. There were several areas in there that they showed limited pulls, but they didn't say how many they're going to be. We have no idea how many pulls we're going to get in total, like at all. There could be more. There could be a lot more. We got like actual definitive numbers on this one for the Astrite, but there were several other areas where it just showed Astrite but didn't say how many. We have no idea. Should they have given us a 5-star character? Maybe. Perhaps. They just gave us a 5-star weapon in the previous update. I will say that. I don't know, man. I don't know if I would say it was terrible, but we'll see. What does Gutchmark say?
Now, the rewards ain't mid. The rewards are bad. I want to be clear there.
Bad?
They're not mid. Mid means like, okay. Mid would have been like, we got a skin on top of the shit they already gave us. Right? Those rewards are just ass. They could have gave us out some standard characters, right? That would have been in the lines of mid.
That's fair.
Standard characters just to give us some dupes so
Yeah.
our fucking Kung Fu Panda can finally be E2 and activate her skill twice.
Mhm.
All right, they didn't do none of that. Yeah, it's just, I'm sorry, just ass. There's no way to cut it. Yeah, no 4-star selector. Yeah, just ass. I think
A 4-star selector would have been pretty cool.
I'll be honest, knowing the gacha community, I'll be completely real with you, chat. I don't give a flying fuck. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference to me. But if you want me to speak on behalf of the gacha community, I guarantee you the community is going to maul it probably. No doubt about it.
All right. Okay. I want to go... Yeah, shut up. Let's have a look. I want to try and find everything that we could see. There were several locations, several parts that, like I said, we have no idea. This is going to be like the companion story. We get some Astrite there. Probably not going to be too much because it never really is. I'm guessing it'd be like maybe 100 or something like that. I think it's about 100 when we do those. Let's have a look. Here again, we have no idea how many Astrite this is going to be for this story event. Could probably be more, but they did show that they're going to do it a different way this time. I have no idea. I don't know. For the Kentril, for Kentril it was like 500 plus chests, I think. Yeah. I think they didn't tell us enough. There were certain things that I think like the information just wasn't there. The information just wasn't there. There were some parts where I was kind of confused. Like, wait, what exactly does that mean? Like when they talked about the data management section, does it just mean you don't have to download the entire game over again? Which people say that that's what they meant, or did they mean like they're going to actually give us a data management system where you could like uninstall old past quests to like reduce the amount of size that the game is here? They're saying like, oh, they're giving us 12 banners. They're saying anniversary convene phase 1, anniversary convene weapon convene phase 1. Set a 5-star resonator as a target for boosted drop rate. I don't like, again, they didn't give us any information on what this exactly means. Like, if they're doing this as they did for the beginner banner as well, where the actual number that you need to put in there to get the 5-star character is going to be significantly lower. I think it's like 50. If it's 50, it's not a paid event. Basically the same as HSR. I can see that. It's a banner, not a reward. Exactly, true. It's not a reward. I get it. That definitely helps people that want to have certain characters on their account and have like a 100% guarantee on that. There were a lot of things that they talked about on this part about optimizations. Like this, I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. This is for returnees. If they had given this like for everyone, not just returnees, I think a lot of people would have been a little bit more mellow. Having this just be a returnee or a new player thing was probably a bad idea. For a 1-year anniversary. What was the 1-year anniversary for? 1 year anniversary punishing Grey Raven. I'm interested. Up to 9 S-rank constructs will be available for 100% uprate. So basically, this is what they did for PGR. They did the exact same thing for PGR for their 1-year anniversary. Then it got skins here. They had more skins, to be fair. But they had a collaboration like right there. We got a collaboration for next year, but not right there. So, I don't know. I'd rather get a limited 5-star than 50 upfront pulls. I can see that. I can definitely get that. Yeah. There was a lot that was missing. There was definitely a lot that was missing. Like the QOL updates with the main stat selector. Better than nothing, I guess. But like I said, my main issue was the substats. I do not mind grinding for ages to get the main stat correct. To get the right main stat, should I say. For me, it's always been the substats. Making it easier for us to like do the step thing where like they auto use tuners, and so you don't have to go to that other menu then come back. Sure, useful, I guess. Okay, whatever. I'm still waiting on using unleveled echoes as experience fodder, substat selectors, rerollers, or something. We don't even know yet if they pull, is that HSR? I can't tell what that, HSR, that the currency for a stat reroll would be locked to on the battle pass. Yeah, that's the thing as well. I'm really curious like how they're going to implement that main stat reroller thing, like what currency they're using, how easy it is to get that currency, how much of the currency you need to use to change the main stat of. Do you need to use, like, say, 1 of the currency to change the main stat on 1 cost echoes, and 3 of the currency to change the main stat on 3 cost echoes, and so on? If is that the way they're going to do it? And is it going to be really extremely scarce and limited? Nah. There were certain QOL, quality of life things in there that still kind of missing it for me, you know? What currency? It was an item rewarded via an event, right? 1 second, where is it? Where did it talk about it? I'm trying to find it. I think it was before this. It was like near the beginning. Is it near the beginning? Yeah. Earlier than this. Okay, it's like this one here. Data modify. The first main stat can be modified. And you can only modify unleveled echoes as well. Modification materials required. You got 11 here. And data modified. Crit. So you can change it to crit rate, crit damage, attack, HP, defense, healing bonus. I'm guessing it's for a 5-star, for a 5 cost. It doesn't say for a 4 cost, should I say? Sorry, my bad. It doesn't say how many you need. It doesn't say how many you need, and you can only use that on unleveled echoes as well. Yeah, I was really hyped when they said like echo data modify. I was incredibly excited for that. But it's just the main stat for unleveled echoes. It's 1 per. Yeah, but it's like, how many do you get either? To modify 5-star echoes and directly, so you can use modifiers. But put in the echo. Okay. It says here, like, modifiers will be obtainable via featured events and item exchange in the store. So coral, basically. So like when you do pulls and you get extra coral, you have another thing to use your coral on. Yeah. No, that should be for substats. It just should. Main stats, I do not mind having people grind hours upon days upon weeks to get the main stat if they need to. It's the substats. The substats is where things really hit the fan and what needs to be like changed drastically. And they said they're going to make it easier for us to get echo experience as well, but they didn't really like dive in on that. 4739, thank you. I need to like reset because I'm still on the live stream thing here. So 4739. Okay. Yeah, you get some in this event here, right there, as well as tuners and echo experience as well. And again, Astrite here, we have no idea like how much Astrite we're going to get from this. It needs to be a lot. It needs to be quite a lot. Yeah. So it took you almost a month to be satisfied with your Carlotta echoes. I'm still grinding. Same thing for Brant as well. And I'm still building Brant while trying to build Cantarella. And then with Cantarella, I'm still building all these characters while I'm still trying to like farm for Zanny. Why is that next to the Astrite? This, I think that's like a banner thing. No free 5-star. Who's being a dick in the chat? Okay. Got rid of him. Yeah. For me, on the whole, some of the quality of life stuff was fine, good, but they still have yet to tackle the core issues with the game. Show the Chang Li skin. Where is it? I don't know where it is. I think it's after this. No, after. Trying to find it. Skins are cool. I still stand by what I said earlier, by the way. Like, they don't need to make the original designs of the characters overly, I'm saying overly, showing off everything. Put that in the skin, make more money. So saying here, what was it? I just saw something. Temple on that. I don't care about this on the right, I'll be honest. Where's the skin? Oh, there it is. Okay. I mean, this looks great. This is great. I don't mind this at all. This is cool. This actually reminds me of again, Arknights or even Path to Nowhere. Path to Nowhere have Arknights and Path to Nowhere have these kinds of splash art. It's pretty cool. Like, this is fine for me. I don't mind this. Yeah, everyone loves skins. Yeah. I don't know. People are saying, like Gachsmack said, it's not mid, it's bad. I don't know. I don't know if I'd say bad. I'd say mid for sure. Mid for sure. Some things I'm like fine with, I'm happy with, but like on the whole, like they didn't like I said, tackle the main issues. For me, like quality of life, like I said, the echo experience issue, just the echo issue, should I say? They gave like a half measure. Like the main stat was never the issue. The main stat was never the issue for the echoes, because allowing players to infinitely farm means you have infinite chances to get the main stat that you want, and that's perfectly fine. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. It really is the substats. It really is the substats. They made no mention about like how they're going to, if they're going to make any kinds of optimizations or changes to the 1.x story or like the Huanglong area, which I would have loved to have heard about that. He said the live stream was good, but the rewards are bad. Rewards were lackluster for sure. Like, I think people were expecting something along the lines of, say, like 40, 50, 60 pull, like something along those lines, and a 5-star selector from what people have been saying in chat. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like if you're using the codes as well, codes plus 20 guaranteed limited pulls plus the 10 standard pulls, and there's also other standard pulls as well that are coming out. Another 5 if they're doing like the Lolo event as well. That's 15 pulls, and then all the Astrat as well. The Astrat's probably going to go to another, say, I'm expecting somewhere in total about 2,000, 3,000 just on events alone. Plus, then there's the new area as well with other chests and Astrat to find, and probably some other standard pulls in there as well. I don't know. They got anniversary diffed by Nikkei on this one. Yeah, Nikkei is stupidly generous. Like Nikkei has 2.5, like 1.5, 2.5 anniversary, and they give this level of rewards. But like Nikkei is like the exception, not the rule, you know? Nikkei is the exception, not the rule. Because Nikkei has a stupid leveling system? Yeah. You need to get several dupes of the character to be able to like level them higher than what you would otherwise be able to. You need dupes to level them. That's why you need a lot more pulls. Yeah. It's I don't know, guys. I would not say bad. I would say mid at best. You know? Like, I enjoyed the live stream. There were certain things in there that I'm looking forward to, like, say, the Edge Runners, the Cyberpunk Edge Runners thing, but again, that's not until next year. The skins look good. The event looks fine, like combining different characters' attack animations, like do like a spin with, like Camellia's spin with Jinshi's hyper beam type thing. That's pretty cool. The new region is 2.4 and up 2.3. Yeah, but like, just I'm saying, like, the live stream as a whole, you know. I don't know. I was expecting 30, but damn, they didn't even reach that. Compare it to HSR, which is better? Yeah, well, HSR did give players, not us, I'm not in there anymore, give players the choice of having a selective of either Ruan Mei or Luocha, which is pretty cool because they're both really good characters, especially for new players as well. But again, if you're always thinking about the new players, and it seems this anniversary seemed more like it was focused on the new players than it was on rewarding the old players. You know what I mean? Because it was like, oh, the new players still get this the 5-star selector. The new players get this like 10, 15 extra pulls as well, on top of all the other events. This was mainly for the new players. But the problem is, like, this is an anniversary. This is to celebrate 1 year of people being with the game for 1 year. So, I don't know. They probably should have made... Okay, think of it this way. All of the things that new players and returning players can get, like that extra 20, like 10 or 20 pull, plus the 5-star selector that everyone got at 1.0. They're saying if you log in now, you can still get that. Those two things, if they had brought those two things and just say, no, everyone gets it. New player, old player, it doesn't matter. Everyone gets, like, if you're a new player, you get a 5-star selector. Old players, you get a 5-star selector. New players, you get this 20 pulls. Old players, you still get this 20 pulls. If they had put those two things in there as well, I think that would have been a big difference in, like, how people would like react to this. But they're focusing mainly on the new players. And if they really want to focus on the new players, they should fix 1.x, acts 1, 2, 3, and 4. I thought that's what it meant. No. That's literally, it said for returnees and for if you register between this time. When you say register, that's new players. What they should do, the times when they should focus on giving rewards for new players is at 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. But when it comes to anniversary, that is a celebration of everyone that has stuck with the game so far. So rewarding new players at this point in time, probably not the best idea. If they're given like I said, I'm saying this like the 4th or 5th time now. All those rewards that they give to new players, old players as well, everyone's happy. I think that's the takeaway. I think that's the takeaway. I think that's fair, no? Well, interesting. Yep. So, a lot of people also join whenever a new pack gets an anniversary, no? Yeah, I know. And then those players would still get the 5-star selector and like the total of 50 pulls. Yeah, as well. So, I don't really see where the downside would be. maybe, okay. If we're going to give an extra incentive to new players, I mean, I think new players getting a 5-star selector and all these pulls is good enough. But if you want to make even sweeten the deal, I don't know, add an extra 10 pulls onto that returnee thing for completely new players. I don't know. But, yeah. The Cyberpunk collab is in 2026. It shouldn't have been in this live stream anyways. Yeah, that's really far. I mean, it's April right now. At the earliest, that's 8 months away. 8 months being like, say, what, 5 or 6 patches? I said the same thing for HSR as well, with their Fate collab. Don't announce the collab until it's like 1, maybe 2 patches away. That's way too far out in the future. Time does go by fast. True, it does. But it's just, when people saw that, it's like 2026, wait, what? You know? I did the same thing. 1 second. I made this. Okay. So, got PGR collab? No. Battle Pass changes? No. Unless they include the main stat selector thing. Glider wing skin? Yes. Chibi minigame? Yes. Genshin Lingyang buff? No. Free Shikana? No. New area? Do we count new area? It's in the live stream. But it's not for 2.3, is it? 2.4. It was in the live stream. So I'm going to count it as a yes. Pog cosplay on stream? No. Housing system? No. Shikana concert? Kinda. QTE with Shikana? I didn't see that. Chibi plushies? Not plushies, no. Solon and Dong? No. Only Solon, no Dong. Anime collab? Yes, actually. Anime collab? Edgerunners? Yes. Stat reroller? Do we count that? It's a main stat reroller. Fine. I mean, technically, yes. Final Fantasy collab? No. Hoyo could never? I'd say no, to be honest. Free pulls? Yes, but not as many as people were hoping for. Universal Flight? Nothing was mentioned about that. Free 5-star? No. End credit teaser? I didn't see anything like. Channeling Summer Skin? Yes. As well as a Carlotta Summer Skin. New solo meme face? Probably. Although, seeing as everyone's kind of angry right now, maybe not. Hot Zanny second form? Hot Zanny any form. Selector on standard banner? No. So, yeah. No bingo. You know, close these. I wonder. Yeah, there's no extra thing at the end. I wonder if they're going to add anything. If I don't know what the reaction is from Japan or China or what. Of course I don't. I haven't seen anything yet. I can imagine that Japan probably won't say anything because they never do. Honestly. China might. And EN clearly is. I wonder if they're going to address that or maybe add extra. You know? Japan is happy for this. Again, I haven't seen anything, but Japan is always happy for. If they had come out and said for this anniversary here, for this 2.3 special, they said 10 pull for everyone, and that's all they said. 10 pull and a skin you have to pay for, and that's all they said. Japan would still be happy. They would. They would. They just would. So, you know, am I going to make a video about Japan's reaction of the stream? I'm going to see what people are saying. I'm going to look, and if I can find enough comments and information on that, maybe, probably. I was planning to, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're gonna, like the streamers like Slip Lizards, Yomi said. I'm interested to see what they're saying, after the live stream ended. Do we see if Wuthering Waves is trending in Japan right now? Okay. Let's have a look. Explore. Trending. Project X. No, Nikkei right now is at their 2-year anniversary. Top trending right now in Japan is the Nikkei anniversary. Because Nikkei is nuts. Carlotta's up there. And you got Arknights. So number 1, Nikkei. Project X, what? This is something to do with music. I don't know. What the fuck? Japan's Twitter is full of porn. So number 1, Nikkei. Doki GP, that's a different thing. Arknights, number 4. Wuthering Waves, Carlotta, number 5. Hatsune Miku, number 6. Mizo, no, nothing to do with that. Masaman, no. Santana, no. Zani down here at number 12. Shakon down at 13 here. Yep. So, didn't X give it away? I thought it was something to do with like X, the platform, you know? Why the fuck is he called X? Like, honestly. What a stupid idea it was to change the name. Yeah, so, Skin's probably trending, that's it. Well, I would have expected Changli there, to be honest. I would have expected Changli, but Changli's not there anywhere. Carlotta is, though. Elon's a Gen X. I don't know. X marks the spot. Elon needs to fuck off. But yeah. Why do I keep buffering? I don't know. So yeah, that's my opinion on the. Well, you've all seen my opinion on the live stream. You saw my live reaction. Some things I was kind of excited for, like pulls here, pulls there. Sure. Glider skins, pretty cool, but nothing on my like. I don't really care about glider skins. I'll be honest. Cool to have, but not something I really clamor for. I'm more focused on like system functions. Wings. It's a glide. No, it's glider as well. It's a glider and wings. They said it affects both. They said it affects both. They said it affects both. They did. Both glider and the wings. They didn't show glider. No, they didn't show glider, true, but they said it affects both. It's a skin for both. Can I find it? Okay. Laureate. So that's effect for the wings here. 1 second, let's go back. Yes. Okay. It says it. Switch up your glider and flight appearances. So it's glider and wings. Glider and flight. It's both. It's both. Also, I want to check out what we have to farm for Zani. And I saw a sentry. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, before here. There. Okay. So we need platinum cores, sword Acuris, polygon cores, more polygon cores, holy fuck. Cadence seeds, more polygon cores, and netherworld stare. So we need to be farming the Frolova puppet type thing. And also sentry. Yeah, sentry and Hecate. That's the one. Alright. Yeah. So same as Carlotta. Basically, yes. I mean, that makes sense. Because, they basically work together. Yeah, so guys, if you were like looking at leaks and getting yourself hyped up for certain things and then they didn't meet your expectations, don't look at leaks. That's why I said at the beginning of this stream, I have got my expectations low. I've got my expectations low. And 36 pulls guaranteed, yes, plus the Astrite. We don't know how much Astrite we're getting. Is the wings available in Huanglong? Are we still... Yeah, we're still not able to... Well, they didn't say anything about flight in Huanglong. I think they would have mentioned that if it was possible. They didn't say anything about flight in Huanglong. We just have to keep using Phoebe. So... Yeah. I had low expectations. This is still bad. I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, I'll be honest, I did think they probably would have given us a free 5-star character. Not even a standard banner character. I'm like, I thought I wouldn't have been surprised if they had given us a 5-star limited character selector ticket. But I wasn't expecting it, but I wouldn't have been surprised if they had given us that. So, you want Encore? You can have mine. I don't want her. Yeah. Not even a free 4-star character weapon. Yeah, that's actually really surprising, I'll be honest. Like, not having a 4-star selector is kind of interesting. Can you explain why people are unsatisfied? Is it generally that bad? In terms of like just what they're mainly focusing on, people are expecting like number of rewards, like the number of events that they have in this update for the anniversary. There's a lot of events. But people looking at the number of guaranteed pulls for the limited characters, people are saying 36. I'm going to trust that you're correct on that. 36 pulls. They're thinking 36 pulls for a 1-year anniversary from a Kuro game is not nearly enough. And I can definitely see the argument there. I think what it is that people were hoping for or expecting something along the lines of 50 pulls plus a 5-star selector. And because it didn't meet that level, that's why we're getting this reaction right now. And I do think that a lot of it is like a lot of people have been looking at leaks. I did not. So maybe that's why I am not as phased. Or maybe it's just because I drank all this plum wine. I don't know. 50 pulls or a 5-star. I thought people were saying 50 pulls and a 5-star. I was expecting 30 pulls and a free 5-star. Like I said, guys, if they had given all of the rewards to all players, not just returnees and or new players, then we would not have the issue. I didn't look at leaks and I'm still disappointed. Fine. That's understandable. I get it. I get it. I really want to know what that character weapon banner selector thing. I want to know what the details on that is. If it's another like 280 thing and then 100%, too much. If it's like say 240, up to 40, pull 40 times, do 40 pulls, or do a 50 pull, do 50 pulls, then might be a bit better. But still, yeah. It's mid big gacha standard wise, but bad for Kuro standard. Well, I did just look at the original 1-year anniversary for PGR. And PGR got, well, from what I saw, 1 second, I'll pull it up again. 1-year anniversary. Like, this is what I saw. Maybe if this doesn't have the entirety of the rewards, So 2,500 R&D tickets here, and a 100% rate up S rank character on the banner. So we've got this banner here, which is like what we have in this update, is what they had for their 1-year anniversary. 100% guaranteed. I'm pretty sure the banner here is also 100% guaranteed, no? Is it not? This is a guarantee, isn't it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Did I miss it? It's 50-50? Did they say that? Okay. Hang on. So we're looking here. You can choose, but it's 50-50? 2 anniversary convene banners. Right, let's... Anniversary resonator convene phase 1. And anniversary weapon convene phase 1. Okay. For your boosted drop rate. It doesn't say 100% anywhere. That's fair. Okay, that's fair. No, that's fair. That's completely fair. It doesn't. I thought it was saying like 100% guarantee. All right, that is not cool. It should have been this at the very least. At the very least, it should have been a 100% guarantee on that banner. At the very, very least. Yeah, they didn't explain a lot. There was a lot that was like really vague. Yeah. Still, if it's not 100% and they're still saying boosted and it's like 75-25, people would still complain, but I get it. Again, it's the 1-year anniversary. It's a PR event, so obviously they will not explain. I mean, PR is supposed to explain things to the public. I mean, that's what PR stands for. Public relations. It's like when you make you create a relationship with the public and you explain things to the public. You're supposed to explain things in PR. That's literally what they're for. HSR anniversary was better than this. 2-year rewards. I'm not denying it. I just want to confirm. Okay. So, a 10 pull there and 10 fuel. Cool. So 10 pull. And your stability report. Cool. 180 stellar jades there, so that's another 1 pull. 11. Exchange for a 5-star character. Again, yeah. That's the 5-star character selector. That's a point to HSR in this one. Is this one Golden Companion Spirit? Is that a different one? Wait, no, this is the whale event. Oh, fuck that. No, this is the whale event. No, screw that. Either Rame or Luocha. 33 rolls, so 30 plus that 10 pull, so that's 40 there. And then, is this a different one? And 20 pulls. 60? Am I counting this correctly? I'm not sure if I'm counting the same ones. Like, is this 1600 the one from earlier or what? So there's a lot there. They're testing the waters at the moment. They probably shouldn't do that. No, it's 30. You get 40 pulls. It's 30 pulls plus the selector. Oh, okay. The way they're writing it here, I'm like, they said like 30 at the beginning, and then they're like re-saying the same things. I'm like, wait, is that on top of the other ones or is it the same ones? But yeah. That's fair. That's fair. That's complete fair. I can understand why people are upset. Or at least not satisfied, should I say. To be fair, when you're getting a selector just later, I don't know what that means. People are expecting way too much on their first anniversary for a game that's already gave a 5-star 4 months into the game. I think that's what it is, though. Because they were so... What's the word? No, I don't want to say flippant, but like so easy to like give out a 5-star selector at the beginning of launch. People expected at least that level with their anniversary, you know? I think that's what it is. I've seen some people say that they were expecting like a free Shikona as well. Like they expected like Shikona would be free, like a free Shikona, and like Zan is the one you should be pulling for. You can save that item for later for once more 5 stars get added to the exchange shop. Yeah. It's a combination. No, I think what it is that it's a combination of people looking at leaks, expecting a lot more. And then, like, because I didn't do that, I'm saying, because I didn't look at the leaks, I'm saying that the rewards are mid. But I think people that looked at leaks are looking at the rewards and saying, no, these rewards are like bad. Like mid, low mid, for sure. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I've been like streaming for like 4 hours right now. I think it's about time I wrap up. But do I have time to finish up that Pseychie video? He did a follow-up. Guys, should I look at the follow-up video for that Pseychie video? You know? Yeah, booster doesn't work for the weapons because it's all guaranteed anyway. Why not? No. I mean, I am kind of tired, I'll be honest. Yeah, that video's nice. Okay, we'll look at the follow-up. I'll try... Okay. Let's just have a look. Because there's a lot I disagree with. A lot I agreed with, but a lot I also disagree with. So let's have a look at what his follow-up is. Like this one here. Oh.
Back I received in my last critique of... This video is a response to the feedback I received in my last critique of the storytelling of Genshin and Wuthering Waves.
Okay.
There are numerous times in my narrations where my understanding of the story was misinterpreted, vague, or incorrect. This is my attempt at rectifying said mistakes and clarifying my points further in the previous video.
Okay.
Thank you to Nix on Discord for assisting me with validating the information.
Okay.
Their YouTube channel will be linked below. Let's get something out of the way first. Some people are under the impression that I skipped the story. This is not true, and I can even prove it. About a year ago, when Wuthering Waves first launched in May 2024, I was one of the first million users that joined on the global servers, since in the video I made at the time, I made sure to point it out. As you can see, the user ID in the video will match the one in most of the story footage shown in the recent critique. Simply put, this is my account. I captured the footage of me going through the story. These long source videos cannot exist if I skipped it, since as you know, there's no way to replay the main campaign once it's been done. In Wuthering Waves, when you skip main story cutscenes, there is a dialogue window that displays a quick summary of the scene. I'm speaking completely honestly when I say this, I didn't even know this was a thing. I'll now re-explain what I understand of the facts on the backstory of the Black Shores and Rover's origin. This ties to my personal gripe with them as a protagonist. The Black Shores is a research facility focused on eradicating the Lament. The Tethys system is an advanced supercomputer able to predict the movements of said Laments. Long ago, the Rover was the one that established the Black Shores, with Shorekeeper helping manage the place. The duo has experienced the Lament destroy civilization and pledged to protect it at all
costs. The user ID.
They eventually left for other important tasks, and the Tethys system became the governing body. The Rover, having returned, now recognizing the role as the astral
it's blurred out.
Speaks to the Black Shores people as its leader, reiterating the purpose for this.
To be fair, I don't know. Maybe it's just like he got like a playthrough from other characters, from other players, should I say, and he's just using it as B-roll. I don't know. I don't know if it proves anything.
This place's existence is to safeguard the people on this planet, because, and I quote, "People are the heart of civilization. Broken systems can be fixed, but without people, civilization has no soul." From this, we can tell that the Rover has a strong desire to combat the Lament and stop it from laying waste to this world. My question then is, why? Did the lament kill one of their loved ones? Did it destroy their homeland? Is it just out of an unknown obligation? Compare this to the first episode of the anime Attack on Titan. Aaron's hatred...
To be fair, that's a fair reason. Well, that's a fair argument, should I say. Like, yeah, Rover wants to stop the lament. Why, though? Why would Rover want to stop the lament? That's a fair question to ask. That's a very fair question to ask.
For Titans is very understandable, because we see them lay siege to the city he lived in. Aaron's mob is brutally devoured, and what's left of the people escape in solemn silence. We see the chaos unfold right in front of us.
Like, us taking control of Rover and being put into like the 1.0 story right now, like us the character having amnesia of like not knowing who we are, our goal of like recovering our lost memories to find out who we were, that's one thing. But then when you add on top of that saying, oh, you're someone that wants to stop the lament, why? And if we've forgotten that, why should we care right now? That's a very fair argument, a question to ask.
Which means it's a way more effective way to align myself.
Oh, thanks for the bits.
Of Aaron. It is my opinion that because there is a lack of emotional involvement between the rover and the world, as of right now, I find their goals of saving civilization vague and hard to relate to. Meanwhile, the shorekeeper holds the rover in high regards, as they showed her that this world is worth protecting. She's relaying a deep bond with the rover, yet the player was not there to experience any of the build-up to the relationship. Remember what you taught me? Remember all the times we spent together? The audience did not see their bond flourish over time. Instead, it's told to you through dialogue. Therefore,
that showed that
the writing
tell don't show. I don't like that.
1.3 was shallow and carries little emotional weight. Regarding Abby,
I'll check it in a minute, Zenny.
Looking through some of the story again, he absolutely works better than Paimon as a mascot character.
Very true.
He presents new information, is not.
But to be fair, the mascot character is supposed to be Yang Yang.
Also, the rover many times throughout the journey. My original comment on not being able to form an attachment to Abby is more of a spur of the moment thing. I did not think thoroughly about its actions and the previous parts of the story, so I apologize for that confusion. Regarding Cantarella, I will now re-explain my understanding of her character backstory and motivations. During the 2.0 storyline, the Pseychie family was hinted to have colluded with the Order in shady dealings against them on
Well, some factions of the Pseychie families did.
Up to no good. It doesn't help that the rover overheard a rumor that Cantarella has a history of poisoning others. In all honesty, I think my expectations would have actually been subverted if she did turn out to be the questionable type, instead of the lawfully good trait that almost every other character has.
She should, like, again, going into like the D&D things, she should have been chaotic lawful. Oh, wait, no, chaotic good, should I say. She should have been chaotic good. Like, although saying that, we already have that with Camellia, so, alright, fair enough.
As head of the family, Cantarella has been in the background searching for a way to rid of the Threnodians' influence for good. The reason why she has kept a low profile is that Leviathan, the name of the Threnodian, has the power to mind control and distort the beliefs of people, and knowing the truth surrounding their identity can cause someone to suffer delusions and drive them to madness. Under that influence and uncertain how long the Sentinel's powers will last, she wants to find a solution before it's too late. The natures of the deities in Raguna are not actually universally agreed upon across all factions so far, all thanks to the disturbances by Leviathan. Carlotta believed that there was only one divinity
2.4 and 2.3. I get that.
In the stained glass murals. The Order believed that there will be a young maiden chosen to convene with the Sentinel during the Carnival celebrations. The reality is, the order in which the Sentinel's resonator is selected is not through the rite of the Carnival, but rather by attempting to resonate with the sword. Irvin, the Pseychie family has held many trials.
If anything, it seems like the Carnival is the thing that has us connect with the Threnodian.
Only to perish in the process.
Has anyone actually thought about that as well? Has anyone thought about that? About how the Carnival... I think the Carnival is actually a ritual to communicate with the Threnodian. Not with the Sentinel. Because it's the Threnodian that's in control. And it's the Threnodian that says, oh, meet my resonator in that voice. The Sentinel was like, you know, it's supposed to be so. No, that's what we were told. We were told it was supposed to be a a ritual to communicate with the Sentinel, but I think it's actually a ritual to communicate with the Thenodian. Because, and this is my theory, because you know how it said that the Thenodian is, whenever there's civilization, or if ever there's civilization, that Thenodian will always exist. And you cannot destroy the Thenodian without also destroying civilization. This, like, for me, it gets like the idea of like communal thing and the civilization of everyone coming together and doing this thing, like has everyone like merge and mesh together, and it creates like a kind of ritual, again, like a societal civilization communal ritual to communicate with the Thenodian. No? I mean, that's just possibility. I kind of was also waiting for people to listen up. There's that too. Chaos God born through belief? Yeah. Chaos God born through belief and like civilization and like the shared consciousness and everyone like, you know? Sensei losing it live? No, it's a possibility. It's just something I'm like throwing out there. Because I'm wondering, like, because the Sentinel, like the Imperator, was like completely taken over by the Thenodian at this point in time in the story, right? So who was talking to us when we did that thing at the end of 2.0? And it says, oh, meet my resonator. And the resonator goes to Cartethia. Whereas we know that Cartethia isn't actually the resonator of Imperator. Imperator never claimed Cartethia as her as their resonator. The Thenodian did, but Imperator never did. I mean, it's just a thing, you know?
Even knowing that Cartethia may be the Thenodian's resonator when they met, she has a vested interest in breaking free of the shackles that her family is under, so she agrees to help you. Being the chosen one herself, this is also the reason why she has decided to forfeit the powers of the Sentinel's second awakening.
Yeah.
Since in a brief foresight, she saw a vision of Fleur-de-Lis wielding the sword and battling the Thenodian.
It's just a theory.
Back at the backstory,
a game theory!
Of her character.
You know?
My original argument is that because the player didn't see the years of suffering that Canarella went through, either that may be watching those attempting to resonate with Turvin to their doom, or how the Thenodian's influence has been slowly chipping.
I would have liked to have seen that, I'll be honest.
It is my opinion that the final moment where she sacrifices her powers and gives it to Cartethia rings hollow and carries little emotional impact. I alluded to the same events to the Shalonin ancient name case in Natlin. Instead of showing the great efforts she has gone through to undergo this impossible task, it is told to you through exposition, if at all. You don't see the struggles of Canarella that has gone through to culminate in this ultimate decision.
I'll agree with this. Like when she said that she came back and she did something to put her power back into the sword, like the power that she received when she tried to resonate with it, I agree with this. Like I would have liked to have had like a short section where we take control of Cantarella to like go through the process of doing that. That would have been better. I get this.
The rover did not ever struggle to achieve victory. I wish to address this point made in the critique video next. My definition of struggling may be different than some other people, and I apologize for not making the point clear. I recognize that there are numerous times in the rover's journey that they received help from other parties, such as Abby shielding them from the Thenodian's attack, Brant rescuing them from the whale, or Cartethia breaking the barrier that Fleur-de-Lis placed on them. My definition of a struggle or sacrifice is that I need to see the impact that it had on the character.
Yeah, they need to actually lose.
Lost or consumed in the process. I'll leave two examples of this. The first is Punishing Grey Ravens chapter 16. The hive of a newly evolved species of enemies known as the hetero creatures
the twins
has given birth to a pair of humanoid twins wielding powerful abilities from the punishing.
The twins
hive.
are sick.
None of the combatants are able to match their skills in combat.
Yep.
The boss fight in the chapter is a scripted loss.
Yep.
And there's even a section where Liv desperately tries to fight back while she gets tossed around like a ragdoll, only ending the stage when the player's health runs out.
Yep.
To put it simply, you lose.
Yep.
Another great
That's fair.
example can
I said the
think
same
of is
thing.
from
We
Girls
should
from
lose
Backyard,
sometimes.
containing some of my favorite writing in a gacha game. During the chapter Polarized Light, there is a section in which the commander needs to evacuate their troops to a nearby base from enemy pursuit. However, they must assign a troop of dolls to defend the entrance and blow it up to stop enemy advances.
Yeah.
This means whoever this troop consists of will be fighting to the bitter end. It's a one-way ticket to their doom, and the commander is tasked with the difficult decision of who to leave behind. This is how I see real struggle and sacrifice.
Making actual
These moments
choices.
hit way harder for me because of how much impact they have. Because of this, it is my opinion that the rover did not struggle or sacrifice anything significant in their journey so far.
Like, by his definition of struggle, it means actually lose. I get it. They did struggle, but they didn't actually lose.
And why these moments did not leave a lasting impression on me. The reason that I prefer PGR story way more is that it focuses on a smaller cast that develops over time, with their personal goals and motivations, and you being there to support them. Compared to the central conflict, you feel small and powerless, and it's precisely because of this that I find their victories feel significant and well-earned.
Yes.
The rover's
I mean, that goes to also, not just like going through that struggle to have the victories feel well-earned. That goes to what I say about like Rover's interactions with the characters. Like, I don't like having every character always be friendly and flirtatious and what. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't care if you do. I don't like that, and I think it ruins the game. Because maybe have one or two characters like that, sure. Yang Yang and maybe Camellia. But the other characters shouldn't start off of being like on the intimacy level of like 80 or 90. It just shouldn't. Have people be wary of us and treat us at arm's distance, and we earn their affection. We earn their trust. That would make the connections. If, say, for example, guys, I've said it before, right? Let's take a scene that I wasn't particularly fond of. I was like, why do we have that in the first place? Whatever. Let's say, for example, we could use either Shorekeeper, Camellia, Carlotta. Let's use Carlotta, for example. There was a particular scene towards the end of 2.0 where we like talking with Carlotta on the bridge, and she's kind of flirty, that sort of thing. Like, all right, whatever. But the thing is, like, she's always been friendly. We've always had that baseline of being friendly and flirtatious from the start, really, basically. So when we get to that point, it's just like excessive. However, if we'd started where she's like kind of treating us as a pawn in her grand scheme of things, and she doesn't really care for us and that sort of thing, like it's quite obvious that she's kind of like cautious and keeps us at arm's length. And then we do things through the story, because it's quite a long time to get to that point. We do things through the story where we earn her trust when we save her, because we do save her as well. And once that scene as well, we earn her trust, and we gradually build this up. And then when it gets to that scene, then it feels earned. But just having it from like the get-go, I'm like, whatever. It's just like, you know, I said this before as well with like the Chosen One storylines, and again, this is gonna get me a lot of hate. Right. Dune. First of all, I'm gonna say I enjoy the Dune movies. The books are really cool. But in saying that, the main character annoys the fucking shit out of me. Because he's too perfect, he's a chosen one, he can do this, he can do that, he can do fucking everything. And it's always around the main character. But the thing is with that particular story is that was basically the first story to really do that. And it like really popularized that kind of character. So I give Dune a pass. But I was not alive at that time. So like growing up with that already being an established trope, when I go back and I read or watch Dune, I'm like, whatever. I do not like Chosen One stories at all. It annoys the shit out of me because it's like everything's going to work out for this character because they're the Chosen One. Everyone loves this character. because they're the chosen one. No. Have us earn this shit. Have us earn this shit, you know? You know? The books are exactly a critique of this. I get it. I get it. No, I'm talking like... Thomas, I think you get what I'm saying, though, you know? I just don't like Chosen One stories. At all. Ever. Because it removes all sense of stakes. Because they'll never die, like I said, because they're the Chosen One. They'll always win because they're the Chosen One. It's just like, what's the point? I don't like that. And like, same here. It gets boring very quickly. That's why I don't want the character, I don't want the main character that I'm playing as to be the Chosen One. I want them to earn everything. Because if they earn everything, it's because I'm putting in the effort to control them and play through the story to earn the shit. So if they're earning it, I'm earning it. And I felt like I earned it. Just being given everything on a silver platter from the get-go? Nah. Nah. You know? So, there's that. So,
more or less their own. As a godlike being, they're on a spiritual quest to find out what's best for their civilization. This is their story and the player has lesser involvement in it. While subjective, this is also the reason why I could not get into Wuthering Waves' plot myself, at least for now. Everyone interprets storytelling differently. As you may have noticed a pattern, I'm someone that's more into stories focused on emotional development. I recognize that there are people out there that enjoy the grand nature of Wuthering Waves' world building and are
there's no hero journey. That's the problem.
Or how the rover is more connected philosophically with the world instead of emotionally. I don't have a problem with other people enjoying the story for what it is. Whether you like one method over the other is purely subjective. However, I should still be allowed to interpret things in my own way and form my own opinions on what I think. Whenever I judge storytelling, I'm reminded of a great phrase in the Umineko series, one of my favorite visual novels to this day.
Okay.
Without love, it cannot be seen. If there's no emotional meaning, I find it very hard to connect and relate to characters' actions, to the point of leaving it out completely. This has been my guiding principle when it comes to evaluating story.
Kyle, welcome in.
See how that has caused me to miss vitally important details surrounding the game world and its characters. While my opinions of Wuthering Waves' story remains mostly unchanged, I want to take this chance to remedy the glaring mistakes I made during the critique video.
Okay.
There's no other way to say this. I'm sorry. My poor judgment was due to a combination of laziness, unwillingness to learn, and general oversight.
Okay.
There is no excuse for this. I will take this feedback to heart, and I will do better.
Good.
This will be the only response video towards this topic. Rest assured, I will not be making another video dedicated to critiquing a gacha game story in the future. Thank you for tuning in, and take care.
Did he say, like, what exactly he got wrong? How many wishes do you get from the both phases of 2.3 again? Like 32 or something like that. And no 5-star selector. Many people are very angry. So, yeah, I'm interested, like, what exactly he said. I fucked up. Like, how did you fuck up? What did I think of the live stream? A lot of half measures. Some things I'm excited for, but those exciting things don't come until like 2026. But a lot of half measures. And because it's half measures, I'm saying mid. But people are saying bad. I'm saying mid, like low mid. Wasn't a 5-star confirmed to 2.4? No. I don't think so. No. Oh, wait. No, I think you're talking about returnees. Yeah, no. For the returnees or for the new... For new players, they get the 5-star. The Echo main stat changer, I don't care about the main stat. Changing the main stat does fucking nothing. Like, even in my video where I said they need to fix it, I never said that they should be able to like change the main stat. My focus has been specifically on the substats. Main stat, we are able to get the main stat that we want on the set that we want because we have the ability to farm infinitely, which allows us to get at least one copy of them eventually, have that be the grind that you need to do, leave that there, and then have us able to change the substats. The main stat, I don't give a fuck about. It should have been the substat, reroller, selector type thing, and the echo experience issue. The change to the auto using of tuners thing, cool, fine, okay. It's useful, definitely, but that's not the biggest glaring issue that I have anyway. So, yeah, the echo experience is like really, you know. So, yeah. Low rewards and big rerun, no subset changer. Yep. It wasn't the best. For those that are just jumping in now, I said that if they gave all of the rewards to all players, that they're also giving to the new players, like I said, 5-star selector and the extra 10, 15 rewards, whatever it was. If they give these two, not just to returnees and new players, if they give this to everyone, I think that would solve the issue. Honestly. I said that this live stream felt like it was a message to new players, whereas it should have been a celebration of old players that have stuck with the game for a year. So, that's the issue. For me, I think new player live streams should be 2.0 and whatever the half one is. If like if they have 2.0 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then they go into the 3.0, they should be 2.0, 2.3. The halfway point, the midway point. 2.0, 2.3, 3. 3.0, 3.3, 4. Like those live streams should be where they make a massive push for new players. But for anniversaries like this, they've got to like celebrate and reward and say. It sounds really weird saying like this because it sounds very entitled. Like saying thank you to the players that have stuck with them for the entire year. That's what it should have been. It sounds entitled saying it like that, you know? Like them saying thank you to us, but in the end, if we aren't playing, then they don't exist. Really? Yeah, players keep shit alive, so it's fair. I know, but saying it sounds entitled. But yes. Yes. You know? I ain't review bombing. No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying. Right. So I've watched this Pseychie video. I was going to watch the Tuhu video as well, but it's coming up to like almost 5 hours stream now. And kind of getting tired, you know? But I've been speaking for the entire time. So I think I'm gonna end it here. You know, guys? Unless there's anything I need to like answer. Is there anything I need to answer? I don't think so. If there is, very quickly. Yeah, it is. It's getting late. So I'm interested to watch. I can tell you right now, probably JP is gonna be fine with everything. It's CN and EN that are gonna be the ones that are gonna kick up. So, right. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go, guys. Thanks for coming by. I'll see you all in the next one. Okay. Take care. Peace.